Good morning and welcome to the Advisory Commission on Special Education Mental Health Committee. My name is Janine Topalian and I'm a commissioner on the Advisory Commission on Special Education. And we have with us today my co-chair.
My name is Elizabeth Estes and I'm also a commissioner on the commission.
And today we are meeting to, and this is a new committee. It's actually we're restarting it for the Advisory Commission for Special Education to discuss the opportunities and challenges at the state level related to improving children's social, emotional, and behavioral health. And we'll be discussing the purpose and role of the committee activities of how often the committee will meet, and opportunities and challenges related to distance learning and returning to in-person learning. And of course, we know we are aware that mental health is ever-changing and the needs of students and parents and educators and families are changing. And as a committee, as co-chairs, we're ready to take on this task and move forward. So, Elizabeth?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we all know that, mental health, social, emotional, and behavioral health are really on everyone's minds right now, even more than ever, and that we absolutely need to wrap ourselves around children and families in our service delivery system as we're returning to in-person schools, and that everyone has experienced significant challenges at some level as associated with COVID. And so I think right now we want this committee to have a conversation about how we best can incentivize that work and how we best can inform the field with relation to that work. And one of the pieces of conversation I think here is to make sure that we're wrapping ourselves around all children, not just our special education population of children, but all children in the schools. And as we're building out our continuums, thinking through how does that continuum serve all children at all of the levels of need. So that's certainly our goal, and we're going to continue to do this work for the commission into the future. So it's evolving work. It's always changing work. There's always a need. And so I'm excited that, we're back to having this subcommittee, and we want to have a conversation about how the committee should operate and its goals and the best means for us to help the field and children and families moving forward. So that's the goal. We look forward.
I believe. Go ahead.
I was just going to say we look forward to everyone's input.
Go ahead. Yes. And I believe the committee activities and how will meet right before the commission meetings, correct? As the 5 meetings that we have throughout the year, we'll meet before then, and just continue with the activities that we commit to, and go from there. So with that, so just since this is informal, I think we're discussing about, how do we support our students, all students, including our special needs students and parents and educators, and what do we do? I know that there's a lot of different, there's many protocols and manuals, and schools are coming up with different procedures as well, but Elizabeth and I have looked at a few of the different guidance that is out there from different organizations, associations, committees, and we have that on a slide, I believe, right?
Yeah.
So is it okay if I just go into the first one and just describe it a little?
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
Okay. And then the first one, the Fostering the Whole Child, a Guide to School-Based Mental Health Professionals. That one is where the California Association of School Psychologists, school social workers, and the school counselors came together to write this manual of how do we provide services for the whole child within the school, as the school is the hub of the community. And what do we do within that continuum? As Elizabeth said, we look at all children. as well as partnering with our community agencies and how we wrap the whole child around with those services within that continuum. And one of the things is that we want to, because I think, at least, being in school-based, I know that parents often get confused and do not know what is available out there for them to be able to access these services. So we want to be partners instead of having to say, well, no, you know what, because of all the funding that's out there right now. And the funding is a big deal because everybody will be fighting for that money in their territory. But our thought is that we need to provide services for the child in mind. And parents usually shy away and don't even get the services for their children or for themselves because there's so much confusion, or there's so many things that I do this, you do that. And instead of coming together as community and school-based and working together, and I think that's what every Young Heart Mind Schools as Center for Wellness from the Mental Health Subcommittee came up with, of how we work all together again and how that looks within the continuum of supports for the students, for the parents, for the families, and how we move forward. Again, the thought is that we would be providing the much needed services, as we know with the pandemic and the social injustices, and many of them may have faced a lot of the natural environmental causes or whatever is going on in their area, like the fires some students may have faced. We have to help them with that as well. So just thinking about the trauma and also doing trauma-informed practices within the schools, and just being able to be educated, being able to know where to go, and working as a system together. So that's what I have for those two.
So I wanted to get into the next three publications, and then I sort of have an overarching thought and question to this group. Hi, everybody, by the way. So the Every Young Hearts in My Schools and Centers of Wellness was created by the Mental Health Commission for the state and published. And it essentially was an effort to utilize the information from the Mental Health Student Services Act districts that are doing the partnership work between county mental health plans and education to come up with recommendations for how to build schools as centers of wellness that can maximize social emotional behavioral health services to the children and families and staff within the schools. And so there are a number of recommendations in that report that come out of that MHSSA work. And then the California Student Mental Health Implementation Guide is a deeper dive into implementation of a school mental health plan partnership and what the field needs to be thinking about when they're partnering to build a more coordinated, comprehensive, integrated system of services for children and families within the schools in partnership between county mental health plans and education. And it gets into more of the detail than the Every Young Heart and Mind publication does. And then the practical guide for financing social emotional mental health is a discussion about how do you finance all of this across these agencies. And it's a broad brush stroke to that, but it's really a discussion of the means to that partnership and who can be a part of that partnership and how we maximize that partnership for educators in order to bring services to school-based and school-linked continuums in our schools. And I guess I think what's interesting about this when I think about social emotional behavioral health for the children of California as we're coming back to in-person learning and onto our campuses is there are a lot of publications out there right now. I feel like the field is almost overwhelmed with manuals and resources and publications and conversations. There are a lot of publications and conversations coming out now related to learning recovery, but incorporating social emotional behavioral health as like the primary, thing that we need to be concentrating on as we're coming back onto our campuses for our families, for our students, and for our staff. And I think all of that is absolutely right, but it's just been occurring to me that it seems like there might be an opportunity for a consolidated set of recommendations for the field that maybe takes some of what is in these and incorporates them together, because I don't know, it's almost too much, and it's not consolidated across our various, everyone's sort of pushing stuff out. The Mental Health Commission's pushing stuff out, and Child Welfare is pushing stuff out, and Education's pushing stuff out, and Behavioral Health is pushing, and all these different committees are pushing stuff out. And I wonder if there isn't an opportunity for some consolidation of both the need and strategies to serve that need.
And I think one of the things, and I agree with you, Elizabeth, and I think one of the, what people are looking for, because they're just on the go and they're just trying to start schools, as you mentioned. I think one of the biggest issues is that we need to, also they want something that they could take and go implement right away, instead of just, just having all these different things that are out there, like a consolidated plan where it could be implemented right away, instead of having to do more review, more looking at different things, and then trying to figure out how to service the child and losing time, right? And providing those services for the student, instead of immediate services where we could do preventative measures as well. So I think that's very, very important.
Yeah. There's quite a bit of movement around expanding the service delivery system right now, including the discussion around the Office of School-Based Health at the CDE. But the need is now. It's pretty immediate. It's very immediate. It's about as immediate as it gets. And so I just put a lot of thought into, could we as a commission try and provide information to the field that is consolidated and a little bit more digestible. The other, I think, discussion that is really important is that within the confines of all of this, I don't necessarily always see students with special needs being incorporated into the consideration and into the conversation. And I think we need to be mindful that we need to be doing that. It comes back to that one system conversation, that we need to have one system that serves all of our children. And within the confines of building these continuums, we have to know how we're going to provide the social, emotional, behavioral health services that our special education children are entitled to pursuant to their IEPs. And we have to know that we're going to be, financing those as well, and that we're going to be consolidating like the system itself around a continuum of services with referral systems, child find systems, identification systems that are really, really thought through in the field. And I'm not seeing that in a lot of the work that's happening. Is as you build out your, partnership and your wellness continuum, be sure you're thinking about child find, be sure you're thinking about students with special needs, be sure not only are you thinking about prevention, but you're also thinking about service to the children who are already identified or who need to be identified or who have more intensive needs.
I'm going to jump in. I'm sorry. I had my hand up for a while. I don't know.
I'm learning.
I was going to ask, I don't know if we can see that the way that it's being broadcast. So I apologize. I feel like I'm being rude, but I wanted to comment on what I've been hearing, because I think it's so timely and it's so needed. I do think there's a lot out there. I think there's a lot out there, just as there was around, distance learning when that first became a need, and there was just this onslaught of information. And I think we tried in a lot of different venues with a lot of different teams and companies, et cetera, to consolidate that and come up with a plan. And one thing I have found that has been just, helpful is just in working with, especially an LEA or a particular school site, is saying you have to get started. You cannot wait for this panacea of just this perfect plan that comes along and you're like, that, that's the answer to everything. And I wonder if we can press it through the conversation of multi-tiered systems of support. The state of California has been so, we have been so thoughtful around using that as a process by which to address student need. And I think that it's been clearly called out in our framework that social emotional learning, behavior, and academics are equally represented within that system. And I think we have to be thoughtful about looking at screeners for this kind of need for students, because one of the concerns that I've had is the over pathologizing, I guess, of students, in the sense that students are going to come back with some significant needs, but I think a lot of our students and our staff are going to come back with some significant needs. And I would hope that we would first look at supporting all students as a system, and just with a grand assumption that we're coming back, all of us, a little traumatized, if not a lot traumatized, depending on the circumstances by which we've been home. And I would think that if we could maybe highlight the resources and supports through that system and really anchor it into what are we going to first and foremost offer all students and staff as support as they come back. And then let's try to see who benefits from that and start to build in greater, more intensive supports as we anticipate that need. Because I think you're right. I think I don't want school sites or school districts to wait for that perfect plan. There is not going to be a perfect plan for all schools. I think schools are going to have to say, what does our MTSS structure and framework look like? How do we use that system to employ these resources and supports? And this is what will work for us right now. Get started and plan, do, study, act. Decide and determine whether it works for your system. And if it does not, move on to the next thing and have a system that can look at that and determine that.
Well, and I love that, Kim. You probably know. What I have found is because I've spent so much time in the IEP, in the individual education plan process, it comes very naturally to me to think about, assess the need, then determine the services associated with the need, and then have already, have those services available to children and families. Don't assess the need and then don't have the services available, right? Like, assess the need, and then you have this panoply of services that are codified in the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, right? That children are entitled to. And so then we're utilizing our assessment to determine how we're going to wrap ourselves around that individual child who has, complex needs. And I think about that for this and MTSS, and coming back and having some means by determining what children and families and staff need, and then, identifying the services that we're going to wrap around them, and knowing that we have that continuum available to us.
And one of the things that I see Stacy's hand is raised too, just one thing before I forget. And I think that's very important with the multi-tiered system of support, but also educating everybody from the parents to the students to the teachers, what that looks like, what is normal coming back, because we will have a lot of students who are very excited to come back. And a lot of these students have never been taught of how to socialize because they've never been in school, because their kindergarten was cut short and they weren't around other students. But just having those conversations all around and being able to start from there, where we talk about this is what we need to do with everyone, including how to recognize our own triggers in that sense, and as educators in the field, and knowing how to support students and where to go. And I think those are important conversations within the continuum of services and the framework. Stacy?
Yeah, Stacy.
Oh, sorry. Thanks, you guys. I totally agree with Elizabeth and Kimberly. There is so much out there, not just in terms of, here's a plan that you can put in place in your school, but it's curriculum. I can't even tell you how many emails are sent out from random publishers. Use this SEL curriculum, use this. And so, toward Elizabeth's point of what we can do as a committee, not to review all these curriculums, we couldn't do that in a timely manner, but maybe to provide some guiding questions that districts and parents and, whoever the decision makers are can use to make sure that the special ed kiddos are thought about when districts are deciding what SEL programs or curriculum they want to put in place. Would be really helpful. I don't know if you have this as a resource, on another slide, but Cal Berkeley, the Greater Good in Education Center, is doing some wonderful work. They are actually doing reviews of curriculum that it's already done. The work has been done, so that could be a place we could go to. I'd happily make that connection. But I think we have to be able to provide, in our role, to be able to provide guidance to districts, as Kimberly was saying, that's, could be super important and super helpful. So thanks for the opportunity to speak.
And one of the things we also, we were thinking about is also the Children's Bill of Rights, to give the children the power and the voice of being able to express what they need and what their rights are for mental health in that sense, mental and behavioral health, and being able to support and ask for and advocate for themselves. So that's something that we were considering as something that we want to do for the committee overall, and moving from there. But that's great, Stacey. I think that's great. If you could, connect us so we don't have to do the legwork, because we were thinking about how this would all work. Who would us?
I'll do that when we're done with this meeting and get permission to share it with the group. That website. So.
Well, and I think that Kim, coming back to that MTSS, I think about an evolution of MTSS into an integrated systems framework that goes beyond just the services that we house within our system, but the services that are housed with partners and other agencies like the behavioral health agencies. But I that the idea of providing the field with a process to go about making, assessing need and identifying your service array and identifying your gaps and identifying your financing, and then deploying that, in the immediate, right? Because that's, and building some transparency around what that is, so that everyone in the system understands what the resources are that are available to the children and families and staff within the confines of that system. I think that makes so much sense. And then I also think we can plug into that some of this information that we're talking about, like who is doing a deep dive into the curriculum pieces, who's doing a deep dive into the assessment and screening pieces. I had an interesting conversation a couple of weeks ago about one of the screenings that's being utilized or planning to be utilized. And a woman who has a child with special needs, who's an English language learner, said, how has that been adapted for my child who is an English language learner, who, doesn't speak English yet, who also has disabilities? And the answer was that it had not been. So thinking about, to Stacey's point, all children, including our children with special needs in these conversations, I think is really critical.
I think it's so critical. And I think the idea of having that lens, and I think giving some guidance about how we're asking critical questions about the data that our special education teams and districts are looking at. I mean, I have a real fear around the idea of there's such a focus and such an explosion around this conversation of us seeing a real uptick in our emotional disability diagnoses, and that if we only have special education as the support for students who are having, social, emotional, and mental health needs coming back as they should coming out of a pandemic. I mean, I think we can't underscore the intensity and the stress that this has caused. I think there's a lot of reaction and a lot of emotional feelings that are going to be very normal and can be very pathologized in conversation. And if we do not have a way to support kids other than special education, I'm concerned about an explosion of that ED category, which is one of the most damaging labels that we can put into an IEP for students with long-term lasting effects. And I want to make sure that our school systems are asking critical questions before they go in that direction. So,
yeah. Thank you, Michelle.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to just piggyback on that because I agree with Kim so much. Those are my notes right there. So part of the pathologizing is the fact that there's no robust tier 2 mental health support. So kids go straight to the IEP because we don't have anything in between. I can just tell you from a personal point of view that I think we've had 103 initial requests for assessment, and at least 70% of those have been for social emotional needs. And so then it becomes a very big challenge to tease out what's actually a significant impact. What is it that we can do here? What's appropriate? So that's part of the concern I have. So the guiding questions really need to look at how do you build the system, the tier 2 systems, so that you can really use that almost like an RTI kind of model in academics to see what the response is to that before you move to that, because then our hands are tied between the ED and the OHI label. And that OHI label, it's really not that appropriate sometimes for these types of needs. So just laying that out, that I agree with that, and that it really goes beyond just considering the needs of kids with IEPs. It's considering the needs of students, and do they need an IEP? Because I feel like supports for students with IEPs are out there, they're funded, and they're clear. It's for everybody else who falls beneath that tier 3 that it's not so clear, and not so, at least the funding doesn't seem that clear. And then the other one, I'm sorry, did you want to comment on that?
No. It's okay, I'll go back to
I just want to throw to you, Janine, that I know Senator Pan had a Children's Bill of Rights a couple years ago. I don't know what became of that, but I think it might be a good launching point for us just to take a look at. So I just wanted to let you know that resource is out there. So
Thank you. Thank you. No, sorry. And we talked about that, and we looked at that, and when we were doing our research for planning for today, that was one of the things that we did bring up. Sorry, Michelle, to cut you off. But yeah, so that is one of the things that we did. And you're so correct about the tier 2, because I was just mentioning it 10 minutes before we just, ended up getting on this meeting, that's a tier 2, and, that's a big thing. And I think the multi-tiered system of supports, there was something out there this morning that I read that they're focusing on that because there seems to be a need there. But also, I think one of the biggest mistakes that I'm going to put out there our school districts are doing, that they didn't meet with the parents beforehand, before the school opens. And maybe this is just a blanket statement, but meeting with the parents before to discuss some of the different things that may be expected as students return back to school and we reopen schools, and some of the things that children, right, just orienting them to the campus in some way virtually and doing things like that. And also with the educators, because I think a lot of that, the apprehensiveness may be also transferred to the students as we return back, and we have to be very cognizant as educators of how that looks. So, if there's time for school districts to do things like that and talk about the mental health and how to support, because as many as community-based agencies we have, school-based providers we have on campus, it also, parents or partners are very important, and students recognizing for themselves is very important of what to look for and how they could get some of those supports. So just ongoing, I believe, if there is funding out there for schools to, I don't know. I know that school-based providers are there, but also with partnering with community-based providers of how we could work where we would pacify some of these situations. So the assessment rates are not high for just mental health, where we could get those supports when there's not a special ed need, right? It's just more transient in that sense. So I do agree with you. So I think those are things, conversations to have. Stacey, are you raising your hand?
Yeah, I am. So toward that point, Janine, AB 86, we've got two opportunities right now. So AB 86 and LCAP both have requirements in them for districts to engage with parents prior to completing their plans and prior to expenditure of funding that's out there right now for in-person instruction and expanded learning opportunities. So if those points that you just made, those excellent considerations that districts should be making to provide to parents could be pushed out there, there's a better chance that those are going to be discussed with and parents included with that. But those are two requirements in place right now that give that opportunity.
Well, and along with that, because I couldn't agree more, in that learning recovery plan that we're supposed to be submitting by June 1st, embedded within that is gathering that input. And I know that the field has the template for the plan, but I've had a number of people ask me if there is a template for a survey for parents related to this and or for parent engagement and involvement.
Exactly. Right. The plan is very generic. It's very simplistic. And there needs to be some bolstering of it. There needs to be, just like you said, Elizabeth, some type of template provided that will guide districts to what questions, what considerations they need to be asking of their parents, particularly of their parents who have kids with special needs.
Agreed. And I could see how school districts would also think that every school district is very different and their needs are different. So I think, but again, with those guiding questions, they could come up with something based on what their school need is. Michelle has over 100 and some odd assessments, and we want to make sure that the time that their providers are assessing are spent with doing a lot of these tiered works, I would suppose, as opposed to assessing just for the school, mental health and partnering. And I think charter schools, I remember last time, Michelle, you mentioned something about charter schools, that the need for mental health providers and the systems of support, it was important. Correct? There was a need in that sense, like providing.
Yeah, and there's that. Well, we don't have that. I only speak from my point of view and my experience. We don't have access to your stuff in LA Unified, right? There's this ongoing competition that moves beyond students' needs into political realm. So, I love the wellness centers, and I have friends who are involved in the development of the wellness centers at LA Unified. But even though there's one close to us, we're not going to be able to utilize that service, right? Even though other high schools that are just down the street can utilize it. So those kinds of things, those are barriers to making sure that all of our students are getting access to the supports that are available now, because it's going to be a while to clarify. Who's going to create this simple template for parents? I don't know. It's not going to be me. I can barely keep my head above water. So, that kind of thing it's there's a lot of things that people can say, and it makes it very easy to say, oh, it's a great idea, but someone has to develop it and implement it and communicate it. And that is super time consuming. And I am bringing just 70 kids with an IEP back on the campus in the last maybe 4 months. And I cannot tell you how time consuming it is to get 70 kids on this campus because of weekly COVID testing, daily check-ins, temperature reads. You didn't do that form. Mom and dad, your kid can't come to school today. Now I'm having a deep conversation about that. I cannot imagine the implementation in the next month of school districts opening, especially one like LA Unified, and then asking them to come on in and give us your best ideas about tier 2 mental health support. It's not going to happen. So we just need to be real about that and decide what can we do with what's out there now, and the barriers that I see because of politics it's significant.
One of the things that I will bring from my, again, from LA Unified, I believe when we closed for initially back in March last year, one of the things that we did was we provided services for the social, emotional, and behavioral health for all students, whoever was in need in their schools, plus their special needs students. And we did a lot of after hours, right? Because parents were just trying to get settled and do things like that. I'm also wondering, is there funding out there to provide services, let's say for the school-based mental health, to partner also with the community-based providers to provide things like that? I'm not well-versed in the funding out there in that sense, but I'm just wondering if that would be an option. And now as we return back to school, a lot of parents and teachers don't want us to pull the students out of class because now it's more of the learning lost again. And we're looking at a different support, but mental health is a priority as opposed to the academics, because without mental health, you cannot access your curriculum. You cannot perform in school. You will not be successful many times. So I think I'm just trying to think out of the box and trying to figure out, is there a system of support of being able to provide some of these services outside of the school day, on the school campus? I'm just trying to think of it that way, of how that works.
So AB 86 money, Janine, does provide for outside of school time for exactly what you're describing.
Yep.
That can be used for that purpose.
And then I know that there is SB 508, I think. AB. Is it AB 508? The one with Stern? No, that's SB 508, I believe.
Yeah, I'm more familiar with AB 86, which is the in-person instruction and extended learning opportunities. That's the big pot of money that districts are getting right now.
Yeah, and I think there's one from another one from Stern that talks about, and I think Pan was saying something about not having personnel in there, which I think is a big mistake in itself. I think it's managed care. That's the one. I think it had to do something with managed care and the supports and billing. But just overall, again, if we have a plan, we have to include everybody. We cannot just say it's school. We cannot just say it's community. It has to be all working together. When the child is in need, we wrap the whole family to provide those services, to be able to make the students successful. Because many times, as we were talking about with Elizabeth, students go to non-public schools and residential treatment centers, and what happens when they come back? This family system is still the same, and the child's like, I changed. I did what you told me to do. Now, but the family's so used to having them as be the scapegoat, right? And being the child who was not following directions or special needs or whatever it is, it still doesn't function. So it still is a dysfunctional family in that sense. So having a lot of those services and providing more of that, I think the education component is a big key of how do we do this and how do we get students to be reintegrated back to their family and how that'll work and what are some of the things. In my experience, I haven't seen that. So I would hope that there is a lot of this that's going to be implemented, because it's not about being 6 months in residential. It's not about 3 months. You can't put a timeline on how a child's going to do mentally in that sense. We need to make sure that they are stable with the family and integrating them back in there. But that's my soapbox.
Michelle, I so identify with what you're saying, which is the need is so immediate. It always has been, in my opinion, but now it really is. And there is funding that we've never had before for provision of services in the system. But, building out everything that we're talking about is longer term work than the immediate. And so I guess I come back to what Kim said, which is sort of a logic model of how do people run through developing this? What are the 5 to 10 steps that the field should be taking to develop this, and then maybe drawing down some of what we do know about financing some of these services in a more robust way, or access to continuums like you're pointing out that people don't have access to, and strategies for addressing that. It makes that logic model concept of running people, instead of giving them, a manual that really honestly is just too much for the people who are overwhelmed day to day with what they're doing, like a process that people could utilize to build their own continuum with some of these pieces of information that we already have embedded within it. I'd be more than happy to help facilitate that, because I do think it's really necessary. And another thing that is weighing heavily on me right now is this overwhelming mental health, social emotional behavioral health need out in the field. And Kim's comment of emotional disturbance identification and over referrals for special education eligibility and services, because that's the only game in town, and building out tier 2, as you point out. And I think that the system, families are overwhelmed. Everyone has, a lot of need right now. And I think that the system as a whole kicks itself to education, and particularly special education, to be the solution and be responsible for all of it. And I think that we have to inform the field about these children's multiple entitlements that they have beyond education entitlements in the behavioral health and health system. And I think that it is our job as educators to advocate for them to receive those services as much as they receive the services that they're entitled to within the school continuum. And I know that in the system of care work that's happening, AB 2083 in California, there is an effort to have the agencies wrap themselves around children and families and ensure they're receiving these entitlements instead of kicking the can to one another. And there's also embedded now within that an ADR component and a request for technical assistance if there's a question regarding which agency is going to provide which service. And so I think we need to inform the education field about that, because when you talk to education about other agencies' responsibilities or AB 2083 or the system of care work that's happening, they don't know what we're talking about. I mean, when I say EPSDT, half the time nobody knows what I'm talking about. So I think within this logic model, part of it is having this conversation about having levers that you can pull at the local level to wrap the system around children and families. Because yes, there's a lot of funding in education, but there's also a lot of funding on the health side of the house. And many of these, and I'll just add one more thing, many of these children that are ending up in residential treatment centers are children with severe behavioral health needs whose families are overwhelmed by what they're trying to deal with in the home. And I would posit that many of these children should be able to stay in their home if we had the services available to them for respite and wrap and otherwise. And because we don't, they tend to fall into ED. And then I know for a fact, the way the system operates in many of my cases is other agencies will say, go to education, they'll place your child residentially.
Oh my gosh, 100% true. That is 100%. And that I could give you exactly examples of that multiple times in the last 2 years. But I just want to say that I feel like everything you said is it. I received that and I feel like it triggered something in my mind as a person who's really boots on the ground. If I was going to get information, I would want like a quick start guide. This is what you can do in the immediate. We know it's not great, but it's something. And then here's what you can do to build out in the midterm, that tier 2. It's going to use a couple of the things that you already started so you don't feel like you're just recreating the wheel all the time. And then a long term. So like short term, midterm, long term, that's how I want to see my plan. Because honest to God, I'm not thinking long term. I am thinking, what can I do to get through the weekend? Because I know my Saturday is going to be spent catching up on everything I didn't get to finish during the week. And then I'm going to go grocery shopping, and then I'm going to start again on Monday. And I'm only to assume that that is most administrators right now. Okay. So that's why that would be perfect. Okay.
I'm wondering if we can, when we talk about kind of recreating the wheel, I'm wondering if we can go back and really take a concerted look at the things that have been out there. I think for quite some time. I mean, if I look at CDE's website and I go to social emotional learning, it quickly takes me to a 2018 manual that was put out doing just that, right? That was looking at those resources, that was talking about the steps, that was talking about how to embed this. And I think that because as educators, you are inundated with what is, on the front burner at the moment. I mean, sometimes that is so overwhelming. And I think that what is presenting itself to us now is the need for what we just haven't put a lens on for several years, if not several decades. And I think that there is many things that are available out there. I think that report in 2018 called out CASEL. CASEL has put out a Reunite. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to remember the name of it. Reunite, Renew, Thrive, which actually has some great questions. It calls out 4 critical practices that schools can engage in to come back. And then within those practices, there are subtasks, and within those tasks, there are driving critical questions at every juncture. So I think that there are some great things for us to pull from if we, were so inclined to kind of, as a work group, try to give schools a handful of opportunities to look at something that has a structure and some critical questions and guidelines to look at. Because I do think it can be overwhelming, but I think as districts, we're going to have to choose one, put together a team, and get started, because there's just no substitute for jumping in and planning and then doing the best thing that we can do and having a process to look at the results. I think if we wait for the perfect plan, I think there's many perfect plans out there. There's many great plans out there. What emerges is I think our data as an LEA tells us whether or not we have chosen the right thing for our students. And so we have to become equipped to do that kind of work, because it won't matter what we purchase, what we try to implement, if we do not have a critical way to analyze our progress and to support our students in that least restrictive environment first, we are going to live in special education, and we're going to overwhelm our system. And so I would love for us to maybe sit down and look at what is already out there, maybe what people are already familiar with. They may already have it on their shelves and just haven't pulled it down yet because, right, we weren't in a pandemic and we were only working with a few students. Now we're looking at a huge potential tier 1 need, tier 2 need, that we're going to have to address in a much larger way. So I'd love to see this team maybe take that on.
Yeah,
I think that's...
Mm-hmm. I'd be happy to do that. And that was the part of the point of pulling up all these different manuals that have been published, Kim, is exactly what you're talking about, which is it's not what Michelle's talking about. It's not short, mid, long, which I think is right. I think that's where we are. All of us.
Actually, there is one I forgot to put out there too. I mean, it's a National Association School Reentry Considerations, and it does talk about the short-term, long-term, immediate of what that looks like. And we could have it up for next time, but I think, Kim, you're so correct. We need to look at all this and not really reinvent, just try to figure out and give them something, and just doing the short-term, immediate short-term and long-term. So moving from there. So I know we have to wrap up. Thank you so much. I know we could go on for hours and hours because mental health is such an important topic for us to discuss. But just moving forward, we're going to look at those curriculums. We're going to look at the different entries. And I know that we have to do something that's very practical and logistically speaking. That is just that's going to be feasible for people to do in this time, because educators are in crisis too. And everybody's trying to figure this out as we go back into schools. Did I miss anything? And then we're going to look at the different curriculums. I don't know if there's anything else I missed. Help me. Nope.
So I have a procedural question since I'm new. So my procedural question is, so we would do this and then bring information back to the subcommittee at the next meeting? Is that what we're thinking?
I would assume, I think if we have only two of us that we like the pre-planning, we're allowed to do that, right? Bringing back that information, you and I, but I don't know if we could meet with anybody else to discuss, like we can't have 3 people doing anything because of the act.
Okay.
We could ask more. I guess Aaron will get more clarification from Aaron because I don't know how to do it either. But I mean, moving forward, I guess we'll figure that out all together. But yeah. I think, can we submit stuff, Aaron, to each other? Like, do we submit it through you? Let's say if Kimberly's going to look at something and she wants to submit it, she sends it to you and you send it to us. Is that how it works? Or how
no, what we'd want to do is, as we're planning for the next committee meeting, you would just add that as a topic on the committee meeting and you'd bring it back to the committee. So you could do it that way.
Okay. Thank you. We'll learn this too as we go along. So anyway, so thank you so much. And I believe we have to call it right? And then to get to our other meeting. But thank you again, and we'll continue these conversations. Great conversation. I think it's, again, like I said, it's very important, and we look forward to our next meeting. Thank you, everyone.
So much, everybody.
Thank you.
Commissioners, if you just mute yourself and turn off your camera, you can.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the ONP meeting. Good morning, commissioners. I apologize that I wasn't able to jump on earlier. I had a few tech issues that I had to resolve. So while I'm getting oriented, why don't we take a moment and review our agenda for operations and planning. We're going to review the outcome of the goal award recommendations, review of committees, committee chairs, and liaisons, touch base briefly on the annual report, and student commissioners. One announcement before we begin working through the agenda. Havanya had something come up this morning. She's pitching in at a local school district as a interim vice principal. And for those of you who have site experience, you can only imagine that things tend to come up randomly on Wednesday mornings, no matter what your plans are. So Havanya will be joining us a little bit later at the actual ACSE meeting. Aaron, before we jump into the agenda, are there any other housekeeping details that we need to cover?
Not that I'm aware of, Chair Toston.
Okay. So any members of the public who are joining us today, maybe we should just introduce, I'll ask commissioners to introduce yourself, just so the public understand who's a commissioner and who is providing support for this meeting. So I'm David Toston. I serve as chair of the commission. Don, I will tag you to introduce yourself next.
Good morning. I'm Dawn Hamilton, and I am a parent on the commission. I just completed my first year, had my first anniversary, so that's exciting.
Congratulations. Don, would you actually, Kim, I'll tag you next.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Salmonson, and I've been on the commission for, several years now. My day job is with Western, so I get to work with many, many districts across this great state and other states. So it's exciting work, and I'm glad to be here.
Michelle, I'll tag you.
Hi, I'm Michelle Anderson, I'm Special Education Coordinator, and I've been on the commission for, I think at least 6 years, maybe 7, something like that. So, okay.
And Christine, I will tag you.
Good morning. I'm Christine Oyakawa. I am also a parent, and like Dawn, I'm also just finished our first year together, and we're happy to be on the commission and hope to meet everybody in person again soon. Thank you.
And lastly, Stacy, would you be willing to introduce yourself? So, she may have stepped away. Stacy Aldler, County Superintendent with Mono County, and is joining us in her first year as a commissioner. And thank you, CDE teammates, for being with us this morning. So the first agenda item is the Grazier Outstanding Achievement in Learning Award. The committee has had an opportunity to review all of the submissions, and we wanted to have a conversation regarding awarding of the goal award and confirm our understanding of what the award will be for the selected entities. So I'm not sure who from the goal committee wants to jump in and share with us the results or an update.
So I can jump in and say that it was awarded to OPK, which is a early education program in Orange County. I feel like we use a rubric that's established, but we use it separately. And then we submit our scores to Aaron, and then he tallies the top 3, and that was the one that got the most points. But I feel like this is a good system to kind of check and make sure that no one's influencing each other's assessment. And it seems like it's an exciting program that has a lot of scalability in terms of being able to be replicated. And from all of our work, on the mental health subcommittee and other places, early education seems to be an important focus, not only for special education, but for early intervention and making a difference. And I think this program had a lot of those aspects that districts are looking for now, and they can look to it as an important model. So it's exciting. There were many very wonderful programs, though. I have to say I went back and I did it a couple times through because I struggled in a couple spots. I'm sure I'm seeing Christine shaking her head, so I'm sure she put asterisks by some and came back around. But I'll let Dawn and Christine share their experience with the thing. And then I do have a question on the award amount. I was unclear on that. So.
I just would like to say, in reading the applications, it was really interesting to learn about all the various programs and the different types of areas that there was focus around. But I loved seeing that there was so much focus around inclusion, and I was really excited to see that as a growing area of focus.
And I wanted to add too, it was so fun to read them all, just to see some of the amazing things that our programs are doing across the state. And like Michelle said, it was really hard. I actually scored probably 3 times. I went through it 3 times with each program, and I was just really impressed with the candidates. And I think if they're allowed to, I think those that did not get the award this time are allowed to apply again. And I would encourage them to do so, because really there were several that I was just kind of stuck on because they were so good. I think, like Michelle said and Dawn said, it was great to see the inclusion aspect of most of these programs. That was really an important part. And also co-teaching, I think, I'm glad to see that it's really exciting to see how many programs have embraced that and seen such success with both supporting the special ed students as well as the gen ed students. And I think we're seeing how well that can work. And these were really just great models for how to implement that. And like Michelle said as well, seeing it at the early education periods is so important for all students, and to be able to see a program successfully implementing these important special ed goals at that early stage is just really exciting. So yeah, and I think it can be replicated, and it looks like they're excited to share out with the rest of the state and country too. So it's really exciting. So thank you for letting me participate in that.
I wanted to add one thing. I also had a hard time scoring and picking, and I commiserated over that as well. I was happy to see that when the scores came in, I think we were all really pretty much on the same page. So I struggled with but it helped seeing that all of us were kind of on the same page for me.
Thank you, everyone, for investing your time in reviewing those applications. I wonder if in just brainstorming ideas, obviously we're recommending our county for the recipient of the Gold Award this year. Aaron, do you know if in the past we've sent out any communication to those organizations who weren't selected as recipients of the award?
Chair Tostin, I'm not sure of the past, but if you would like, I could draft a notice and thank you to those that applied with the recommendation that they reapply next year.
Yeah. If we can ask you to do that, and those of you who reviewed applications, Aaron, as you're drafting the letter, if you would leave just one space for a sentence of one component that we wanted to highlight from their application that really resonated, if the committee is willing to do that, just, we were really impressed with or really wanted to commend you for your commitment in X, to acknowledge the work that they're doing as well as encouraging them to reapply.
I know I would be happy to do that. I feel like that would kind of relieve some of the thoughts I had myself. Like I wanted to be able to talk to the person who wrote the application. So I think that would be lovely to do that. Mm-hmm.
Aaron, in terms of the signers for these letters, can we have the signees be the chairs of the goal committee?
Absolutely.
Okay. So coming back to Michelle's question around the award amount, Venetia and Aaron and others on the team were able to do some research, and we found that there in the pot, or I guess the budget for the Gold Award, there's approximately $20,000 in the budget. And past practice, the awards have been anywhere from $1,500 to $2,000 per recipient. I would recommend that we set the amount at $2,000, and that way, assuming we acknowledge one recipient a year, we have 10 years left of resources and for the Gold Award to acknowledge recipients going forward. So that was going to be that's the recommendation Havanya and I discussed in terms of setting their award amount and based on past practice. I wanted to share that with the Gold Committee and just solicit your input and support in moving in that direction.
So there's no other source of ongoing funding for this account, that this is it. Is that right? Okay.
This is it. At this time, yes. Okay. But there's nothing, I don't believe there's anything that prevents us from seeking other resources. I don't know the history exactly. Obviously, we're very grateful for the Grazier's family commitment over a number of years. I don't believe that we are, I guess, limited in terms of finding other resources for that pot.
Okay.
David, can you clarify again what the past amounts have been? I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
It was $1,500 to $2,000, and the award amounts typically in the past were used to cover the travel costs of the recipient to travel to CDE for our last commission meeting of the year, so they can make an in-person presentation, and then we have a hosted lunch for the recipient. It's going to be a little challenging this year for in-person recognition, so I think we would anticipate that the award amount would be used to supplement the program and maybe expand the work that they're doing.
Can I ask David then to clarify, is that post-pandemic and lifted travel restrictions that we would not anticipate those funds being used to support their visitation and or luncheon? Or would we just reduce by the number of years we anticipate having those funds? I guess I'm thinking.
That's a great question.
Yeah, if we give an award at $2,000, we anticipate 10 years, but if we reinstitute visitation and lunch, we wouldn't really be earmarking funds to support that post-pandemic.
Well, the $2,000 that we're awarding this year would not be used for travel, but in the past, that was sufficient for the travel and lunch.
Okay, so the anticipation was that they would use that to do. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So as an educator, I'd like to see my $2,000 come to the program. Has that ever been given as an option to the school site, whether they'd rather receive that and maybe do a video presentation if we're back in person versus coming in person? I'm just curious because money's tight. So.
Yeah. Well, I think in the past, we weren't as familiar or committed to video conferencing for public meetings that I think we'll probably need to take a different look at in the future, but I think I tend to agree with you, Michelle, in terms of where the dollars could be most useful, as opposed to, waking up for a dark o'clock flight on Southwest to fly into Sacramento.
I have a question loosely related. I'm wondering what we do in terms of communication around the award and if we do some kind of press release or how we get the word out to kind of help spread awareness about their program, which I think is a bit of an added value.
That's a great question. And Don, correct me if I'm wrong, you have a PR background.
Yes, I do.
Well, you may be called into action or pressed into action very quickly here. In the past, I believe, and I rely on my teammates from CDE, in the past, outside of the recognition during the commission meeting, I believe we did not have a press release or do anything in that vein, but I'm not certain. But I don't believe that there's anything that prevents us or prohibits us from promoting the program and getting the word out through our statewide network, with liaisons passing on to other statewide entities and acknowledging the Gold Award recipient.
Chair Tostin?
Yeah.
We would CDE would typically send out a press release regarding the award winner, and we also post it to the goal website on the CDE website.
Thank you, Erin.
Can we utilize Dawn's skills also? I mean, I'm just now my brain is going, wait a second, I didn't know that. For other things, or does everything have to go through an official channel? Just curious on that.
Erin, I think that was a question for you in terms of rules.
You're the rule guy.
So why don't we do this? Why don't we, as the goal committee, I might suggest if there are questions around promoting the work of the recipient and changes that we want to consider, if I could ask the goal committee maybe to put those questions down and maybe email Aaron, and then he has some time to do some research, and before our next meeting we should be able to have a sense of direction around new ideas that we want to consider, or how we implement our new ideas if there are no official limitations on how we acknowledge or communicate with the goal recipient.
And can I offer a third bullet maybe to check, is to see if there are any fundraising limitations around how we could potentially look for additional donors to continue this forward. I don't know if there are any limitations for how we go about doing that.
Okay, great questions. Erin and CDE team, does that work for you in terms of, we'll follow up with some questions and thoughts from the goal committee and have a conversation with you offline?
Absolutely. I know that if we send out something through CDE Press and any other press release or entity wants to forward that or change it and add to it, that is certainly fine. But yeah, I can absolutely, if you send those questions to me, I can research them and get back to you with answers.
Thank you, Erin. Christine?
Can I go back to the question about the award amount? I agreed with Michelle when I first heard that some of the funds were used to transport somebody here and have a luncheon. I think it's great to celebrate the program and give them that special recognition, and it's great to get flown out. But my first thought was why? I thought it was going to the program to support the program some more. But at the same time, I like the idea of giving some recognition for those folks who are really leading the efforts there that we would have recognized in person. So in addition to some sort of video recognition, with the full meeting, I wondered if there was something, I don't know, whenever we do something for teachers, it always involves food. So I don't know if maybe just let them know they're allowed to use, a portion of it to get a lunch for the group, or something that would not eat away all the funds, but somehow give them some recognition for the people there on the ground.
So I think let's continue to brainstorm some ideas. And as you were talking, Christine, I wonder if we might take a hybrid approach to recognizing the goal recipient, whether it is video conferencing in to ACSE. And given that commissioners live throughout the state, if we take the award to maybe a board meeting to recognize the organization and share in district if possible.
That's a great idea, David. I like that a lot.
So.
Me too. I like that. Thank you, David.
Yeah, it would be way cheaper for me to drive to Orange County and do some kind of presentation on behalf and I asked some of my colleagues, I might live in that area, but than it is to bring everybody up to Sacramento. Yeah. So.
And I also like that it gets commissioners out and out in the world. I'm sorry, Aaron.
And sorry, Chair Tostin, I just wanted to remind you that if we do this as part of a meeting, all meeting sites need to be open to the public. So that would be one consideration.
So a board meeting would satisfy that potentially?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So we'll do our research, and at our next meeting, at our next ONP, let's see if we can't center in on an approach that acknowledges the recipient as well as gives them an opportunity to be celebrated, but also use resources that further their work in their program, which sounds as though that's our primary interest. Okay. Thank you, everyone on the Goal Committee for reviewing applications. In my time as a commissioner, this is I think the largest number of applications we've received for the Goal Award, which great to see that folks are doing amazing work in the midst of a pandemic and took the time to share their work with their colleagues throughout the state by participating in this process. So thank you, commissioners, as well as those of you who may be listening in who submitted an application for the Goal Award. So, any additional comments related to the Goal Award before we move on? And so next item, we wanted to review committees, committee chairs, and liaisons. Because Havanya is not available, I won't go too deep into this conversation. And the other point of that I think warrants consideration is we are at the end of our commissioner year in terms of where we are in the calendar, and we'll be going through the election cycle in the coming months. And so it's possible that chairs and committee assignments could be changing over the course of next year or between this year and next. So wanted to report out to everyone that I've spoken with a number of commissioners regarding being liaisons for entities that they are connected with. For example, Janine is also the chair for CASP this year, the California Association of School Psychologists. So Janine has volunteered to be the liaison for CASP as well as anything related to assessment. Stacy, being the county superintendent, being the liaison for SECESA, so on and so forth. The one committee that was reestablished and had a meeting this morning, our mental health committee, where Elizabeth and Janine are co-chairs for the mental health committee. And we wanted to reestablish that committee, obviously, because of its importance in terms of supporting students, but also because of the focus and needs related to mental health supports, as well as social emotional learning as we go into the summer months and look to restart school. Janine or Elizabeth, were there any details worthy of reporting from your first mental health committee meeting this morning?
I think that good morning. And the discussion was great because we needed a starting point because there's so much going on, as you said, David. And we had other commissioners there as well. And we started just talking about what are some of the things that are out there and just trying to, we need something that is immediate because, as Michelle stated, we need something to implement because educators are all out there trying to balance everything out as students are coming back. So we're looking at what's already out there. As Kimberly said, there's programs out there. So we're going to do some of that research and just come back and figure out how we would provide these supports and also how to the tier 2 is what's important. So we're looking at a lot of the tier 2, but also, with the kids with special needs, but also looking at overall what that looks like for students, because we're having a lot of assessments for students with emotional disturbance. They're being referred for either other health impairment or emotional disturbance just because due to the pandemic and the causes and the trauma. So we want to look at a lot of preventative measures and what's out there and what we can possibly do. And we're just going to bring those things back. And if I missed anything else, please help me out. I believe that was like a recovery plan and just integrating like a logistical model of what that looks like. That's what we're going to be working on. So, yeah.
Very needed. Thank you. Well, and I just want to call out to the commissioners our appreciation for Janine and Elizabeth in leading the mental health committee. Great partnership in terms of perspectives, Janine being closely connected to work that's happening in districts, and Elizabeth's past work with breaking barriers at a policy level. It really is a very nice pairing of leadership to ensure that we have alignment, or that our conversations are aligned at a practitioner level as well as the policy level, so that we are engaged in the conversation on all fronts to make sure that improvement happens in this area and we're meeting the needs of students in this very critical area. So before we move on, any additional questions regarding committees or liaison assignments right now?
Not assignments, but okay. So this isn't no. That's it. No.
Moving into the annual report. The annual report is one of our annual responsibilities as a commission. And in the past, Mary Grady, the consultant, I believe, with CDE, provided lots of support for us in writing the report, and then she will be this year as well. But in gearing up to write the report, I'm soliciting volunteers to kind of go back through past agendas and maybe make suggestions of items that we want to highlight that fit within our platform. And I forget the components of our platform, but certainly inclusion, equitable funding, and issues that are important to the commission. And so as we're going back through the agenda for looking at topics that we've discussed to highlight, as well as looking forward to some of the challenges and conversations that we'll be engaged in the coming year. So if you are interested in kind of participating in the annual report writing, just seeking volunteers, and we'll do this offline so that we avoid any, well, as we are doing this offline, we'll be working with CDE to ensure that we are not violating Bagney-Keene or Brown Act in the development of this report. And so we won't be convening as a committee necessarily, but just kind of making suggestions because I believe that won't violate any rules. So if you are interested in kind of contributing to the development of the annual report, Erin, actually, what's the best way to facilitate this without getting into Bagley-Keene jail in terms of soliciting volunteers?
Well, I think you can appoint as the chair. I believe that you're allowed to appoint people to liaison positions or things of that nature. But certainly we could either make it an item, we could talk about it on the committee report out item that we have today, if you want to talk about it there, because that would be included in those committees. But other than that, I'd have to take a deeper look at it.
Okay. Well, and thank you for reminding me of the ability to appoint chairs to committees. Don, we spoke about your PR background a little bit earlier. I sense a chair opportunity for the annual report. I don't know if Don can hear me.
Yes, I'm here.
Would you be willing to participate in writing the annual report and kind of chairing that work, obviously with support?
Definitely with support.
Welcome to the commission.
To help you.
So thank you, Don. I'll follow up with you and we'll connect with Mary Grady and review the process in the past and begin developing our plan for that this year.
Sounds good.
Thank you. And with that, the next item, student commissioners. We are in the process of trying to backfill our student commissioners. At the same time, there's some legislation that we'll hear about today that would appoint a voting student member to the commission. And so I might suggest we hold off on this conversation, given that conversation that will be happening later in the day regarding that legislation. And Havanya, I believe, was following up with Christina regarding YLF, the Youth Leadership Forum's, I believe, process to recommend student commissioners. So since Havanya wasn't able to join us today, I'll postpone that conversation. And know that we will touch on some of these details later today. So that brings us to the end of our O&P agenda. So with that, we begin the full commission at 10 a.m. And this is the same link. So I will adjourn our ONP meeting unless there's anything else from the team at CDE or commissioners that I've overlooked in the agenda.
Chair Tostin, I think that's all of the items. Yep. I would just remind commissioners that they can just turn off their video and their mic and don't have to log off and log back on.
Okay, well, we will do that. The ONP meeting is adjourned and we will see everyone at 10 a.m. or shortly before 10.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, members of the public, and good morning, liaisons. I would like to officially begin our April Advisory Commission on Special Education by calling our meeting to order. Just as a reminder, because of the effects of COVID-19 and the unprecedented times that we're facing, the logistics for this meeting will follow Governor Gavin Newsom's March 17, 2020 executive order, which allows state bodies that fall under Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act to hold public meetings through video conferencing. In compliance with this order and for the safety of commissioners and the public, we will be hosting this meeting via live webcast, and we will have instructions for members of the public to engage the commission further down in the agenda. With that, I will turn it over to you, Aaron, for a roll call.
Thank you, Chair Tostin. Commissioner Adler?
Here.
Commissioner Gill. Commissioner Andrus. Commissioner Estes.
Here.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Here.
Vice Chair Hayes-White.
Good morning, I'm here.
Commissioner Lopez. And Chair Tostin, I just did receive a message that Commissioner Lopez will be running late today.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Notch.
Here.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Good morning, here.
Commissioner Ruiz.
Here.
Commissioner Salmonson.
Here.
Commissioner Topalian.
Here.
Chair Tostin.
Present.
And Commissioner Winlock. And I did just receive a message from Commissioner Winlock that he's having some technical issues, so I'll help him with those.
Okay.
And we do have a quorum.
Thank you, Aaron. With that, Commissioner Notch, can I ask you to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Notch. Moving on through our agenda, I will keep our communication and announcements to a minimum to ensure that we have enough time for a number of presentations today. Want to encourage commissioners to please review the email Aaron sent regarding elections and nominations for the chair and vice chair roles. Consistent with our bylaws, this is the time of year that we begin this process. As outlined in the email, please confirm with your appointing bodies the terms of your appointments if you're interested in nominating yourself for either of those roles. And should you have any interest or questions, feel free to reach out to myself or Vice Chair Hayes-White to learn about the responsibilities of either of those roles, or should you like direction on where to find description of those responsibilities in the bylaws, they are located there as well. Before we review the agenda, I would also like to take a moment and introduce our liaisons to the Commission, as well as CDE staff. who support the commission. So I want to take a moment to acknowledge our liaisons. Board Member Strauss, would you be willing to kick off the introductions?
Morning. I'm Eileen Strauss. I'm Vice President of the State Board of Education. I'm liaison to ACSE, and I'm honored to be here and delighted to update you in a few minutes about what work we're doing at the State Board that's connected to your work, and look forward to a really engaging agenda today. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Calamise, would you like to take a moment and introduce yourself?
Hi there. Good morning, everyone. I'm Heather Calamise, the Director of the Special Education Division at the California Department of Education. Great to see everyone here this morning, today.
Any other liaisons on the line? Looking for Robin. Don't see Robin just yet, or any of our liaisons from the legislature. So with that, I don't see Layla on the line in the panelists either, but I did want to take a moment and acknowledge Layla Fahumideen, who is a policy director with the State Board who provides support to the commission in the meetings, as well as keeping us abreast of conversations happening at the State Board and coordinating our work in the space between meetings. Additionally, I would like to acknowledge and welcome Commissioner Winlock, who is able to join us this morning. Great to see you, Steve. With that, I will hand over to Vice Chair Hayes White to review our agenda.
Good morning, everyone. Today we have a robust agenda, so please bear with me as I review each agenda item. Item number 1, Commissioner updates and liaison reports. Item number 2, special education state work groups. Presenters will provide an overview and share progress to date on the IEP template and the pathways to a high school diploma for students with disabilities. We will break for lunch at 12:15 and return at 12:45. Item number 3, statewide testing. Staff from CDE will provide an update on statewide testing, flexibilities, and next steps for the 2020-2021 school year. Item number 4, legislative update. The Government Affairs Division will provide a brief background on the legislative process, advocacy, and pending legislation that might impact students in special education in California. We will have a break at 2:30 and return at 2:45. Item number 6, State Special Education Director's Report. The Special Ed Director will provide an update on activities from the division. Item number 7, Commissioner updates and reports. Item 8, agenda building for future ACSE meetings. Item number 9, general public comment. And our meeting will adjourn at 4:00 p.m. Fellow commissioners, if you would like to make a comment after an item, please raise your hand in the chat and I will call on you in the order received. To our viewers, public comment is highly encouraged. Please comment. Public comment may be made after an item via email or telephone. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute. Aaron will explain the logistics of public comment. Aaron?
Thank you, Vice Chair Hayes White. Can we bring up the public comment slide, please? The public can make public comments at the end of each item and at the public comment item at the end of the meeting by dialing in 712-770-4906 and then entering participant access code 1166083. If public commenters would remember to lower the volume on their speakers so that we don't get feedback and echoing. And then copies of meeting materials are available by emailing acse@cde.ca.gov. One last reminder, public comment is limited to 1 minute per commenter. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron and Vice Chair Hayes-White, for the review of the agenda. One additional logistical note I would share with commissioners. Also want to acknowledge our interpreters who are supporting the meeting today, and encourage us all to be mindful of their role as we are ensuring access to the conversation. And so if we could all avoid speaking at the same time and being mindful for the interpreters as they transition, and give a pause for that whenever appropriate. With that, I would like to move into item number 1, our liaison reports, and would like to begin with Vice Chair of the State Board, Eileen Strauss, who will provide us an update on some of the conversations happening at the State Board.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's really nice to be with you again. So let me say we had an extra meeting at the end of February once we heard from the Federal Department of Education that they would not be granting blanket waivers on assessment. So we had a full day meeting to understand what the parameters would be based on what the federal government was saying. We had an extra meeting in March, an extra day. And as a result, I think we found our through line, which, and you'll get a full report on it today. So I'll just give you a quick overview, which is that we are waiving some accountability requirements. So there will be no accountability or participation linked to the test results. And if it is not feasible to give the state testing at one grade level, then you can use your local assessments and report them out on your SARC by subgroups. But it was a thoughtful process. I appreciate the staff's thoughtful work. And while other states did not get their waiver because they asked for a blanket waiver, we were able to get approval by the federal government for this spring to have some assessment, but to recognize that in most cases, until this month, most people had not been in school. I'll just say, as a grandparent whose grandson just started today, it's really nice after 13 months to have them back in person. And I know everyone has worked so hard, teachers, administrators, everybody. And I think just this chance to reconnect with kids is just really exciting this spring to close quite a challenging year. Our comprehensive state literacy grant, which was a federal government grant for $50 million, we did get final approval for that. Actually, it's a wonderful document that we will use guiding forward on literacy development for all students and different subgroups. It will now be competitive in a grant to 7 county offices with local districts working, which I think will help inform us on our effort to continue to improve literacy for all students. So that was exciting. We did approve the indicator 17 of the state performance plan that we talked about at the last ACSE meeting. And a huge agenda item, which you could not have missed if you had been watching any news at all, was that we finally, after several years, approved the ethnic studies model curriculum. And let me just say, it is a guidance document. It is not required. It has lots and lots of resources in it. And it is one that's had over 100,000 comments in the several years. It's the 4th draft, so it's some of the frustrations were in the early first and second drafts. But let me just say, many schools already have an ethnic studies course, and certainly this is guidance so that local districts can develop a course that meets their student needs with their student subgroups. It's actually a wonderful resource. The lessons have been vetted, the guidance has been vetted, and we feel like we really found our way to provide a guidance not required document. Really important to know. Also, coming in our May meeting, important, we've been working on this since I think 2015, is a growth model to show how students do based on how they're predicted to do. And we're going to be talking about how that can be used in helping to inform practice at the district and the site and the classroom level. We've had full support from our practitioners advisory committee, but we waited until May till everyone was back in school because we felt like in March people's might not have been there, but we definitely have a really thoughtful, robust item. And when it comes out, I encourage you to take a look at it. But we're excited because it's a piece of our accountability model that we have been working on and wanting to get it right. So just for you to know that. Also coming in May is distance learning standards as part of the governor's budget. Was developed by Sacramento County Office of Ed in support with the subject matter projects. And the document is over 600 pages, I think 664, and it actually guides on some wisdom we've learned on distance learning, which you know we've learned a lot on. Okay, hold on, we're going to switch interpreters. Okay, I think we switched. So it has some wonderful interviews with teachers on how they've structured their classrooms to engage all students, what tools they've used in distance learning that will help them. And also threaded through that is our ELA, ELD framework and our math framework. But that will be a big presentation at our May meeting. It's been really welcomed as a resource to really focus on how distance learning can be effective in times when we use it. And we know with fires, with times when schools are closed, or when times when we need to support students, distance learning can be an effective resource. I think we've all, me included, gotten much better at teaching and leading on Zoom. And so I think it'd be interesting for you. And that item we're actually quite excited about. Then the last thing I will say is our math framework is in the review process. We have a revision of the math framework. It's not new standard, it's a new framework. That was our first framework we did on Common Core after the recession. And we've gotten a lot better at structuring our frameworks to have guidance, equity, assessment guidance. We have lots of comments, and the IQC in May will be looking at those comments. There'll be another public comment period before the final editing, and it goes to the board. And then at the same time, we are in the process of reviewing world language materials and visual and performing arts aligned materials. That hasn't happened in 10, 12 years, maybe 15 years. And so we're excited that it aligns to the new frameworks. And by the time I think we're back in school in 21-2 and come into next spring when people can actually think about aligning standards in world language and arts, we'll have some new fresh materials that are well overdue and exciting. So again, a lot of curriculum instruction work going on, and that will support as we reopen and as we go back to, well, it will never be normal again, but into our new, what the new normal will be. So thank you all for listening. I look forward to being part of the meeting today.
Thank you, Vice Chair Strauss, for the report and your leadership, as well as that it extends to all of the members of the State Board. We understand the challenging times and appreciate the thoughtfulness, as well as just the forward-looking approach that the State Board is taking to re-engage learning, or not re-engage, but to restart school, but to recognize that there are some lessons that we've learned through the pandemic that we may carry with us going forward to improve outcomes for students. So thank you for that leadership. And commissioners, I would encourage you to consider some of the upcoming topics at the State Board for consideration as we move into agenda building at the end of our meeting, as some of those topics obviously will be relevant for us to understand the impact of some of those decisions on students with disabilities and how special ed will be enhanced or influenced by those decisions, and how we can ensure the field is supported in those directions. Next, I would like to welcome Superintendent Zane from our state special schools. Good morning, Robin. And we turn the mic over to you for your report.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me. I'm happy to be here. I'm also happy to tell you that the state special schools and the diagnostic centers, in collaboration with the California Department of Education, will be reopening over the next 2 weeks for day students only. CDE and the state special schools are following the guidance from County Public Health, which is that it is not yet safe to open residential programs. We do plan and hope to reopen with residential students as well as with day students in August. in mid-August when we reopen in the fall. We also are hoping that perhaps the summer sessions ESY can be for residential students. But all that remains to be seen because we are following the guidance from County Public Health. Very specifically, about 3 weeks ago, a little less, Chief Deputy Stephanie Gregson and Deputy Superintendent Cheryl Cotton met with the public health officials from Alameda County Office of Education. I was listening in on that call. They also met with Riverside County Office of Education, Public Health. Many questions were asked, and the final question at the end of almost an hour of discussion was, is it safe to open for residential programs? And the answer was very frankly, not yet. So this is the guidance we are following at the moment. And as we all know, the pandemic forces us to think in a very fluid fashion. So not yet does not mean no or never. It means right now. What I'm going to do is read you some opening dates. And please feel free to stop me as I go, because I'm going to first talk about the schools and start with the California School for the Deaf in Riverside. CSDR. CSDR will open the week of April 26th for pre-K and elementary students on campus. On May 4th, middle school and high school students, which includes CTE, Career Technical Education, and college to career programs, their first day back will be May 4th. The staff are expected to return several days prior to the opening of each department. There will be 3 days of in-person instruction for the day students and 2 days of remote instruction for the day students. The residential students will continue to learn remotely every day. I'm going to stop and see if you're following me and then tell you that the California School for the Deaf in Fremont is following a very similar schedule. Each school sent out surveys, several surveys to families about their plans to return. And each school, CSDR, said roughly about 60% of their day students will be returning when they reopen. The teacher aides and the teachers will be supporting this hybrid instruction. And very specific schedules are being developed right now as to how to make this work. In CSD Fremont, which has roughly, in normal times, 70% residential students, approximately 60 day students, which includes elementary and high school, at this point in time, are planning to return. And there is a final survey that the superintendents are sending out to families to get final numbers. And families are changing their minds as the days go by and the weeks go by. For the California School for the Blind, in normal times, about 54% of their students are day students, and 46 are residential students. Approximately 60 students will return as well for CSB, but CSB is not opening the week of April 27th. They're opening for all students May 3rd, the week of May 3rd. And that is because they have very few day elementary students who will be returning. So there was not a lot of purpose in opening the week of April 26th for 4 or 5 students. The decision was made that all day students who will be returning to the California School for the Blind, that includes high school, elementary, will be there the week of May 3rd. Now, this means about a month of instruction for all 3 schools. Roughly, the last day of school in Riverside for CSDR is June 4th, and that's true as well for the Fremont School for the Deaf and the California School for the Blind. They also have summer school schedules. For example, ESY for Riverside starts June 14th. ESY for Fremont begins right after July 4th. And ESY for the California School for the Blind will begin June 22nd. So the ESY schedules vary, and we are hoping that these schedules will be allowing residential students to participate. Another important point is that each site, the 3 schools and the 3 diagnostic centers, will be testing staff and students twice a week. This is a very large undertaking, and we have the support of CDPH and of primary health, and it requires training a cohort of staff at each site on how to perform the rapid antigen Binax test. It's a huge undertaking because it requires a lot of training. Each staff member and each student will perform the test on themselves unless there are students who cannot do this, at which point the nurses on site or the doctors on site will assist those students. But the test is a swab, and it's supposed to be very simple. And it is expected that most of the students will be able to perform this self-test successfully. There are consent forms that are being sent out to families as we speak, and the staff will also have to be signing consent forms. This is in a nutshell what their reopening plans are. However, this took weeks and weeks and weeks of planning to be sure that all safety protocols were in place, as well as the testing program, as well as communicating to families in the community and staff as time went on what the plans were. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for the report. Commissioners, if you have any questions, we ask that you raise your hand, and Vice Chair Hayes-White will monitor the queue. And so questions for Vice Chair Strauss or Superintendent Zane?
I do see one commissioner. Oh, 2. Okay, Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you. Thank you both. That was really helpful to get all the information, and you guys are all doing just amazing work. It's amazing how much you've gotten done since we last talked. Robin, I had a quick question about the return to school. How are the students, I assume everybody's being masked, like we're still required on campuses for the return to school students. Are the schools for the deaf, are they using clear masks, or are they, and it's kind of a personal question as well as just a general question for all of us in the DHH community, how you're managing that and what you guys are doing in that regard. Thank you.
Well, that's a great question, Christine. Thank you, because the answer is yes. Absolutely. When I say protocols, masks, hand washing, social distancing, face shields, plastic shields around desks, as well as a very intensive long list of safety protocols for staff to follow are in place. The masks that you're talking about with the clear front have been ordered, and they've arrived, and they will be used during instruction for students. The answer is yes.
I have a hand up from Commissioner Talapian.
Robin, I have a question regarding the students returning back with the survey. What were some of the reasons that the parents decided not to send? Was there a question about why they were not sending their students back? Was there any information about that?
Yeah, I wonder that myself. That's a good question, too. I don't have access to the surveys that the superintendents are sending out, but I have heard anecdotally that some parents are not yet ready to send their children back to school. Perhaps there are some underlying health issues for some of these students. And also, for the California School for the Blind, for example, some of their students live in San Diego, which would require travel on an airplane, which happens during normal times every week. I would imagine that some of those parents aren't yet ready to do that. So I think it's distance as well as safety concerns that are making parents still a little bit reluctant, but many families are also very excited to have their children return to school in person when possible.
Thank you, because I've heard that because of the schedule, or if there's a hybrid model, a couple of days in, a couple of days out, that makes it very difficult for parents to have a schedule for themselves as well, and for their students. So that's why I was asking, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Hamilton?
I would, in regard to that question, I just wanted to share personally, our school has gone back on a hybrid model, and my daughter will be staying home because of medical complexities and the risk being too great. And she very likely will need to stay home until she's vaccinated. That's pretty much where we are from a doctor perspective. The risk will be too great until she can be vaccinated. So just sharing from a medically complex parent.
Thank you.
So, Robin, I was curious, the plans for the summer expanded learning, are any of the state special schools beginning to plan for expanding learning during the summer, or what ESY might look like?
We are hoping to open for summer school for residential students as well. We don't have guidance yet whether it'll just be day students. It is ASY during normal times, and that's when students' IEPs, as you know, require additional instruction or expanded learning. So that is our plan, but we are not yet open, and we have to take this step by step, which is another lesson from the pandemic, in order to do this absolutely right, because the stakes are so high in terms of student and staff health. So right now we know what's happening next week and the week after and the next month. And sometime within that month, we will know more, hopefully very soon, about what summer school plans will look like. In addition, there is money for the state special schools for expanded learning. And that money is in the process of being directed, accounts set up, and everything that has to happen for that money to be accessible for the schools.
Thank you. Any additional commissioner questions or comments before we open up for public comment?
Commissioner Hamilton, is your hand still up, or is that from last time? No additional comments.
Seeing no additional comments, Aaron, I will ask if you would put up the slide for public comment, and I would ask members of the public to begin dialing in and being placed in the queue. And Aaron, I will hold for a few moments to see if any public comments come in. While we're waiting for public comment, I want to acknowledge we're a little ahead on our agenda. So if there are if we don't have any public comments, I will, to ensure that all of the presenters are able to join, I might suggest that we shift to item 7, commissioner updates, to fill the time slot so we are able to honor the work of our presenters and starting on time. So with that, I will pause and hold for any public comments.
Chair Tostin, we have no public comments at this time.
Thank you, Aaron. So commissioners, I would like to briefly move to item 7, while we're waiting for our presenters to join us for item 2, the report on the state special education workgroups. Item 7, commissioner updates and reports. Updates from our commissioners will be provided. So any commissioner who would like to share any activities that you've had since our last meeting, whether representing the commission or conversations that you've been tracking on as a commissioner that you'd like to highlight for the commission. So if you have information you would like to report, I will ask you to raise your hand and Vice Chair Hayes will monitor the hands.
Commissioner Talapian.
Well, I'm fortunate because the IEP work group is here today and they'll speak. And then we also have the assessment from CDE. They'll be speaking as well. But just overall, I do appreciate both of the groups because they're very thorough in explanation and providing a lot of guidance and additional assistance when needed to understand more when I do have questions. Just overall, just the assessment. I believe Vice Chair already, Eileen Strauss already mentioned some of the information about the assessment. And then we'll hear more. And also with the pupil personnel coalition, there's a lot of mental health bills out there that the coalition with the PPS, the pupil personnel, the PPS providers, which include the school nurses, social workers, the counselors, the school psychologists, and then CDE is also represented, I think, as well. They have a worker on there too. They're just tracking a lot of the mental health bills that are out there and how to build capacity of working with community partners and working within the school system of providing the much needed mental health support for students and wrapping the whole child around, as we were discussing this morning with our mental health committee as well, of what to do and how to do the continuum of services to be able to provide all those services for this student, but also the parents, the families, and the educators within the schools as we establish a new normal, right? Going back to the schools and what that looks like and through the summer. So those are the things that they're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Topolon. I'd also highlight, I believe it was in April, Commissioner Topolon wrote an article highlighting the importance of school-based mental health. It was a statewide resource. And so I just wanted to highlight Commissioner Topolon's tireless advocacy on a number of fronts, in addition to all of her professional responsibilities. Janine just shows up and pitches in wherever she can, so I just wanted to acknowledge that and thank her for her efforts.
Thank you.
Any additional hands in the queue?
Commissioner Notch.
Good morning. I wanted to share some of the discussions that happened at the March SECO meeting. It was full of really rich and relevant content, and we heard a lot of presentations from some County Office of Education partners. Stanislaus County Office of Education gave a presentation regarding virtual field trips, which is very relevant and useful right now, as well as their Focus California project, which is designed to decrease the effects of a child's exposure to violence and trauma. And we also had Dr. Katie Pedgrift from the North Bay Regional Center and Mary Champion from the Sonoma County Office of Education come back for a second presentation on Relationships Decoded, which is their social sexual curriculum designed to support people with developmental disabilities in building healthy and safe relationships. And I spoke with a few SECO members and they wanted me to share here that they are very excited about getting momentum back around the CTE work that was started right before the pandemic. In particular, ensuring readiness indicators are accessible to the 1% of students with disabilities who are eligible to take the California Alternative Assessment. And they're also seeking some guidance, direction, and thoughts regarding how to effectively and responsibly address learning loss. So I wanted to share that on behalf of the SECO members.
Thank you, Commissioner Notch, who was pressed into service as our liaison to SECO immediately upon her appointment to the commission. So thank you for representing the commission and sharing information. I've been alerted that all of our presenters for item 2 have joined us. And so what I would like to do is we will have an opportunity to finish our commissioner reports later in the agenda, but want to save as much time as possible for the conversation related to item 2. An update on our special education state work groups. We will have 2 presentations. One presentation overviewing the work of the state Individualized Education Program template or IEP template, as well as the alternative pathways to a high school diploma for students with disabilities work group. Our presenters this morning, we're very fortunate to have join us and welcome Sacramento County Office of Education Superintendent Dave Gordon, Glen Price, the founder of the Glen Price Group and previously a deputy superintendent with the department and longtime friend of the commission. We will also presenting will be Sara Doutre from West Ed. Sara, also a friend of the commission, and I feel like we have seen you a lot this year. You've been pretty active. And also want to welcome Jamie Wong, one of the Diploma Pathways facilitators from Sped Strategies. Thank you all for joining us this morning and leading out in this important work. We transition the floor to you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair Tostin and commissioners. As was noted, I am Dave Gordon, and I have the privilege of serving as the Sacramento County Superintendent of Schools. And our team at SCOE, as many of you know, has been provided the opportunity to lead and coordinate the important work that you will hear about today in the interest of realizing better outcomes for California students with disabilities and their families. Supporting special education and ensuring students with disabilities are getting all of the support they need to succeed is something I care deeply about. In 2015, I had the privilege of serving on the statewide special education task force that was charged with making recommendations to policymakers about how to reform special education in California. It was gratifying work, but the work so far is still incomplete. We've made great progress. Many of the recommendations have been realized over the past few years under the overarching theme of creating one coherent system of education that will serve all children well. This work we're performing on behalf of the department I see as a continuation of this effort, but we are far from done in this state. We've begun convening what I think is just an all-star cast of California and national experts who have been tasked with recommending how to continue the positive momentum for improvement of the system and tools that support all of our students with disabilities. So today we're pleased to provide you an overview and status report on where we are with the work. Again, we are making great progress, but there is still much more to be done, and we're excited to hear your feedback. And now I'd like to pass the mic over to Glen Price of the Glen Price Group, who along with his team has been doing a marvelous job in facilitating this work and has been just a great help to our team. So I thank all of you for your dedication to this work, and we look forward to moving the process forward. So thank you very much. Glen?
Well, thank you, Superintendent Gordon, and thank you very much to all the great leadership that the Sacramento County Office of Education team has been providing to this work. It's been a real honor and pleasure to serve with you. And we also want to thank the great team at the CDE Special Education Division, which has been providing support for this work and organizing the effort. It's been invaluable being able to work by your side. And by the same token, thank you, Chair Tostin and Vice Chair Dr. Hayes-White, for this opportunity to engage with ACSE. As noted, we've long been fans of your work, and we're super eager to gain your input, and just really appreciate the time that you're spending with us today. And equally want to thank Commissioners Estes and Tavalian for serving on the IEP work group. And just really appreciated having the benefit of your effort and labor as part of that work group. So this moment today is just really a great time to be having this discussion. I know I don't need to emphasize for any of the commissioners or stakeholders with us this morning the criticality of the two issues that we'll be discussing, both the IEP process and template and developing alternative pathways for high school diploma. But also, having launched this work earlier this year, and I know Commissioners Estes and Tavalian can attest to this, we're at a great point in time where we've been able to have several outstanding meetings with the work group that Superintendent Gordon described, and we've made some substantial progress with the charge that we've been assigned. But that progress is nowhere near being dry concrete at this point. It's still very formative. So in other words, this is just a great moment for us to be together with you today and to get your input. So we're really looking forward to that, and we hope that you won't hold back in providing us lots of feedback as we move forward this morning. But I also wanted to mention that this will not be the last bite at this apple. We're hoping to have additional opportunities for input. One, we hope, with the permission of your chair and co-chair, to be back with you at your August meeting, and we're hopeful that maybe you may have an opportunity with your liaisons on the work groups to discuss this work at your June meeting. And we also want to announce that we're going to be scheduling a public webinar, likely in late May, and we'll get that word out as far and wide as possible, both through ACSE and also to all the stakeholder networks. But today, as we move forward in the next hour and a half that we have together with you, as noted on the slide, we're going to be hearing first from Sara Doutre of WestEd regarding the IEP template work. We're so happy to have Sara as the lead for that work. She brings tremendous amount of experience at the national, state, and local levels, as well as her own lived experience, and she's just been doing a fabulous job. And I think you're going to really enjoy hearing from her and dialoguing with her in the next half an hour, 45 minutes or so. Following the IEP work group presentation, we're going to hear from our second work group, our Alternative Pathways to High School Diploma, and our presenter there will be Jamie Wong. And just so lucky to have Jamie and her team from Sped Strategies engaged in this work. They bring some really successful concrete experience moving state level policy in this regard that we're hoping to emulate in California. So what we're going to do today is that each of these leads is going to present, and then we're going to, after each presentation, set aside time for commissioner comments, questions, and input, and then move into the subsequent presentation. Following both work groups, we look forward to hearing public comment. So with that, let me turn the microphone over to Sara. Sara, let's hear about the work of the IEP work group.
Thank you, Glenn. Thank you, Commissioners, Chair Tostin and Vice Chair Hayes-White for having us today. I do feel like I've visited you quite a bit lately, and those opportunities are due to CDEs and your investment in figuring out how we can improve the special education system in California. There are a lot of moving pieces right now related to studying the finance system, the governance accountability system. And in many ways, this IEP work group is bringing those pieces together and helping me see the through lines in how these different pieces we're looking to reform and improve are going to help us really reach families and students. So it's exciting to see many of you again. And I echo the thanks for your members, Commissioner Estes and Tavalian, on our work group. The IEP work group, we often refer to it as the IEP template work group, but it's broader than just a template, for which I think the work group is grateful. I think just a template would be narrow, even though we know so much can be driven by those paper forms. But this is an overview of our charge from last year's budget bill. And the overarching charge is to examine and make recommendations to ensure that the IEP development and review processes are designed to improve student outcomes. And I think that's really important. All of the work we do is aimed around improving student outcomes, but specifically this process, this is where we get to weigh in on what those outcomes are we want to be improved for each individual child. And to do that by capturing student strengths and needs and informing learning strategies that support instruction aligned to state standards. So those pieces, often we think about IEPs as a legal document with a lot of compliance. This is really focused on the part of the IEP that's focused on student strengths and making sure we have the right strategies to help them meet goals that are aligned to standards. So the more qualitative part of that meeting that we need participation of every member for. To facilitate that, and one of our main products will be a standardized state IEP template that provides information, again, about student strengths, needs, and learning strategies. That template will include sections and materials to support transition planning with both early learning and post-secondary options as we think about transition throughout a child's career in school. We will assess the feasibility of a web-based statewide IEP system, which I'll talk about in a minute, what we see the differences between that template and the system, and to design a state standardized IEP addendum that addresses distance learning modifications and adaptations. That's something that up until this year, I don't know that we saw as great a need for it. I think California was ahead of the game due to some of the school closures due to wildfires and has actually led the country in thinking through this, but making sure we're prepared and don't waste any time getting services to students if schools have to close. Our work to date, the process we've been meeting monthly since January and have actually started meeting multiple times a month with smaller groups to really dig into this work. But our work began with setting a vision, which I'm going to walk you all through. We've reviewed the common IEP templates and systems in California. There are a lot of commonalities, and we've reviewed the IEP systems, I think, for most districts in California at this point. Or the forms that inform those systems. And then we've been working on this design of what are the supports surrounding an IEP template. We've had additional meetings both in March and April. We'll continue to have some additional working meetings as we develop. And we have collected data through statewide surveys. And so we completed a survey of LEA and SELPA special education leaders about the IEP system. And our work group, we thought that was a good start, and we immediately got those back, and everyone said, but wait, what about the other users? We're surveying that LEA user, but what about teachers, other staff, and especially family members? So we have an open survey right now that our work group has been distributing. The CTA sent it out to all teachers that are members of CTA last week, and we've been trying to get it out more broadly. We want to make sure it gets out to general and special education teachers. Someone on our work group did a great job of getting it out to school psychologists. We have them greatly represented. Janine, I see that there. Crystal Topalian, thank you. Thank you for sending that out because they are very well represented and had great feedback. But we've been trying to get that out to different people to get that. We're also collecting supplemental and supporting guidance and tools. We don't want to recreate anything. The purpose of this group isn't to create new training and resources, but we know good things are happening. And so we've tried to focus on where good things are happening and hopefully get those resources and materials from LEAs in California. Who is on this work group? And during our first work group, our prompt was to tell how many IEP meetings you've attended. And among our fewer than 30 members, we counted close to 20,000 IEP meetings attended. And what was amazing to me is the lived experience of the members of our work group, despite their role they're playing right now, have attended as advocates, as parents, as administrators, as teachers, and many of them have attended as in multiple roles. And I have said many times, I was a teacher, I held many IEP meetings, and after my first IEP meetings with my child with a disability, I came home and said, if I could repeat one thing from my career, I would go back and have one more IEP meeting with each family and lead it in a different way. And so we have this great diversity of people who've attended in different ways, and amazingly, several members of the work group have attended as parents and as professionals and bring that perspective, which I think has really helped inform our vision. We also have a lot of required members, but we're really well represented with really great researchers from our institutes of higher education, as well as people who are training teachers and thinking through how we carry this back to that teacher training and personnel development. We have school districts and schools represented. We have representatives, CTA provided teachers for special education and general education. We have charter schools represented. We have SELPAs well represented. We have a really great group, and they have been super active. So I'm going to share the next few slides with you, and then I'll come back and show these again because we want to get your feedback on those. So you don't have to take it all in at first, but I want to share the vision. And this vision, I think, is really important because it's a vision that hopefully can be reinforced through a template, but also requires a mind shift in how we think about a mindset shift in how we think about IEP meetings and development. And so we're trying to work toward that. But the vision is that IEP outcomes are child-focused, strengths-based, aligned to standards, and backwards mapped from long-term goals, including gainful employment. And this is a connection to the other work group that Jamie will talk about in a minute, but making sure we're thinking through those long-term goals and the outcomes we want from students from the very beginning of development of an IEP. The next part of our vision is that general education teachers meaningfully participate in the IEP process and find the IEP template to be a valuable tool for teaching and inclusion. The third is that special education teachers and providers empower a student-led or student-driven IEP process and develop IEPs that include information about student strengths, needs, and learning strategies. And fourth, that families and students access information on the comprehensive services available throughout a child's life, including integrated school supports outside special education, aimed at long-term positive experiences and outcomes. And that really is recognizing the complex needs of students with disabilities, and that many of our students with IEPs are also getting services through other programs in the school, and they may not always be as coordinated. And so hearkening back to that about those integrated school supports, and especially the general education teachers, we've really tried to focus on those pieces. And come back to this in a minute for feedback. We've also set out a framework to work from in thinking through the template and the system, which many have said, what's the difference between an IEP template and an IEP system? And we're viewing an IEP template as the forms that are completed during the IEP process to collect necessary data and provide the child's plan. This is a legal document that has to meet the requirements of IDEA and should do that. And we believe as a work group can do that and be useful to parents and teachers as described in the vision. But it really is that document, those forms. The IEP system is something that we've talked a lot about that is a mechanism the IEP team uses to complete the IEP template. And we often think of this, and within the charge, like I said before, we're looking at how the feasibility of an online IEP system. And we think of this as technology often, but what technology has enabled us to do, I think really good teachers and IEP teams have done all along. And this might look like that. Our best example, I think, that we have right now is that maybe when I send home prior written notice, which I have to do, and that's part of compliance, the IEP system is something that prompts me that when I send that, I include with that a worksheet that says to the family, please work with your child and fill this out about your student's strengths, what your student wants to do this year and next year in school, what does success look like for your student, and some of those prompts to help them prepare for the IEP meeting. So again, while the template is just the form and we'll put a summary of that, we think of a system as this mechanism, and I described it to the group as I had a binder for my students, right, that included their eligibility, it included lots of different pieces about them that informed the IEP, the legal document, but weren't necessarily part of the template, but added to that or maybe help people take away from that. The IEP system could also include a one-page takeaway for general education teachers that summarizes the goals. So they're driven by the template, but parts of a system that make it more accessible and help us complete and use the IEP, I would say. And then surrounding that, even in our last concentric circle, again, all surrounding the student because this is student-driven, are the scaffolding and supports. So what are the training resources and tools needed to support the IEP process? And generally, we've talked a lot about this being training, but are there IEP team members that need specific training? Do we need scripts? What other resources do we need for those people? So our recommendations from this work group will address all of these levels of the framework to hopefully get at an IEP template that is that will help us be compliant with the law and meet those needs, but also meet the needs of IEP team members, but surrounded by these supports, whether required or optional. Within that, as we've broken that down to say what needs to be in the template, what could be part of a system and part of the scaffolding, we have several content areas that we are focusing on, driven again by the charge in the Budget Act, but also by the group. Those include authentic student and family engagement, that early childhood Part C to Part B preschool transition, secondary transition and planning for post-school, individualized standards-based goals, strategies, and progress measures, English learner needs and coordination of supports, social emotional needs, accommodations and services, and those distance learning needs and accommodations. And we're seeing these as kind of slices of pizza that cut in hopefully through all of these pieces. And so maybe they look like there's one section of the IEP template or some prompts that guide you to put what is required in the IEP or those necessary pieces. And then how can we support that being done well and meeting our vision of being strengths-based and student-driven as we back out to the system and the scaffolding and supports. Our work ahead, we will continue regularly meeting. We're starting to meet more and more regularly. We have a draft IEP template that we'll be presenting to our work group next week during our monthly meeting, and then really coordinating and organizing and recommending specific scaffolding and support resources. Like I said, scripts, worksheets, training syllabi. We want to get as detailed as possible about the different groups that need training, including families and all IEP team members, and what they might need. What the resources are going to be needed for that, and then develop the addendum for distance learning, assess the feasibility of the online IEP system, and submit the report. It seems simple, but we still have a long way to go. So with that, I want to circle back, like I said, and repeat those last few slides to get some feedback from the commissioners on our vision and our framework especially. So circling back to our vision, what do you like about this vision? What might be missing from this vision? What are your reactions to these vision statements that I'm showing? Looks like Commissioner Hamilton. I don't know, Chair Tostin, Vice Chair Hayes, like, may I call on commissioners, or would you like to do that?
I'll take over for you. You're presenting.
Thank you. Thank you.
I see two hands. Commissioner Adler.
Thank you so much, Sara. Nice to see you again 2 days in a row. This is really, I really commend all the work that's been done on this. I love the way you're thinking. I love the direction that you're going. What I'm wondering about, though, is particularly with the vision with number 2, I think this would fall into that. A lot of times we get to an IEP situation, but the pre-work hasn't been effectively done. There hasn't been a great or robust student study team process. And then, you know, we get to IEP before we've really studied the student and really looked at really what their needs are. So I'm just wondering if there's any thinking along the lines of, when we're looking at this vision and the structure and the supports that you were mentioning, are you thinking about what has gone before to lead to the IEP process and the template? So thank you.
Great question, Commissioner Adler. Chair Tostin, Vice Chair Hayes-White, is it okay if I respond during this part and we discuss, or should we just listen and then discuss?
No, we can discuss. We can have the conversation now.
Okay. What a great question, Commissioner Adler. And our charge from the Budget Act was to look at the IEP development and that annual IEP review process. And we have understood that to mean that the process of eligibility determination is not part of that charge, but it's been very difficult to separate those things, I will say, and to think about what does that look like, especially for an initial IEP. And who's brought together to make those decisions. So we haven't figured out exactly how that fits in, but I will say it keeps coming up that it's really hard to talk about IEP development and review without knowing how were they determined eligible and how is that process separate and connected to the development of the IEP, that actual determination of eligibility. So we haven't dug deeply into it other than a conversation about that it's connected. And I don't know if we'll be able to get to that through this study or have to recommend a separate study of that. But in my personal opinion, I'll go out on a limb here and say, I think that is worth diving into by itself and potentially with a work group composed of different people where we have more people represented that are leading those school study teams and multi-tiered systems of support. I don't think we have quite tapped into that expertise and probably don't have time. So I think we can address the importance and the impact it has, but definitely recommend digging into that further because once that eligibility has been determined and we're writing the IEP, we're making a lot of assumptions, right? Even
right.
about the student and that they have a disability.
Right. Well, thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Adler.
Commissioner Hamilton.
I also wanted to commend you on all this great work, and I love seeing all of the focus on strengths-based. My daughter is 10 and in the 4th grade. And so I've been in quite a few IEPs already. And initially in our IEPs, I definitely felt like the focus was all around this legal document, and it was really driven by her eligibility criteria and assumptions made on what has historically been done for people within that eligibility criteria. Fortunately, she's at a school that kind of does more of what you're proposing here. It's really much more strengths-based and looking at the overall outcomes that she can achieve and the long-term goals. So I am thankful she's at a good place, but I'm always shocked to hear of how many students are out there that are still under this premise of an IEP that is so related on, or is so much just about the legal document and relying on the assumptions of their eligibility. And I think that the IEP process is, considered so negative and scary within, the group of parents going into it. And it's always, feared as it's going to be a fight and it's going to be, kind of them against us. So I think leading with strengths is kind of a positive step forward to bring everyone together to talk about, what really are the good things and what should we build on here and what are the long-term outcomes and goals we want to achieve. So I just like this. I think it's a positive step forward.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Hamilton. And I relate, my daughter is also 10 and in 4th grade. And I think it took till 3rd grade that I had my first IEP meeting that I didn't cry. And we discussed this a lot at our most recent meeting, as a small meeting we had last week, because we were talking about on the first page of the IEP right now, generally, we reaffirm eligibility. And that is done by repeating these tests that have been done maybe 2 years ago, maybe last year, but we're kind of reestablishing that. And I feel like for me, starting with that at the beginning of an IEP meeting, it's in some ways it's positive. It means my child's going to get services. I'm glad she's eligible for services. But even if we have to do those pieces, if we can push them back further in the template and it's not that start with that, and then we know they're eligible. And back to Commissioner Adler's comment, if we know they're eligible and they really are eligible, why not start with those strengths and build from there rather than rehashing all of the reasons why they need the IEP if we've already established that. So thank you for reaffirming that we're going in the right direction with that.
Commissioner Winlock.
Sarah, first of all, I just want to say thank you for capturing what I believe has been the needed work as we talk about IEPs. I am just so impressed in the way that we've kind of organized this, being involved in IEPs at many different levels throughout my life. I've never, putting it in the way that you put it really explains what needs to happen within an IEP. So I really want to compliment the group on the vision. because it really puts it out there. The one area that I wanted in number 3, when you talk about the teachers and the student, student-led, the word empowerment to me in supporting the kids in being able to do student lead, I hope that what happens with your group is that somewhere in your template that you actually talk about what that empowerment looks like to support the students in being able to do student lead, whether it be in your, somewhere, this is what empowerment means for us and how we're supporting kids and being able to do their own, somewhere within your template, it would give some expectations about what we are saying, how we're going to empower kids so they can be successful in doing this. So somewhere, in my opinion, it would be great for us to be able to explain what are we going to do to empower our students to be able to lead their IEPs. But this is fabulous.
Thank you, Commissioner Winlock. I love that idea for some sort of prompt that says, did the student lead this meeting? And if no, what are the steps we're taking to empower them to lead the meeting, lead their next IEP meeting, right? And have some strategies, hopefully tied back to their goals. If they have goals around communication, why wouldn't one of those goals be being able to talk about their own strengths and needs? So tying that back, I really like that reinforcement of the student leading. Thank you, Commissioner Winlock.
Commissioner Notch.
My comments are very similar to Commissioner Winlock, so I'm happy to be following him, and I just echo the enthusiasm and appreciation for the work that's been done. I'm thrilled to see all of this. I'm very passionate about Area 3 as well, the student-led IEPs. We know that when students become involved in the IEP process, they experience increased self-determination, self-awareness, self-advocacy skills. It allows them to set their personal goals and adjust accordingly as they monitor their own progress and evaluate their outcomes. And it's such empowering work to have them involved in. And what I'm hoping becomes the norm as we make progress in this area is that teams really recognize the full continuum of student participation and the multiple access points that are available to all students, regardless of their needs and how they're manifesting, and that there really is a place for every student to have that voice in the IEP process. And I would love for that to become the place where teams start, rather than it being something that is highlighted as, wow, this was really amazing. I went to an IEP that was student-led. I would love for all of them to be that way. So thank you for including this in your vision and your work.
Thank you, Commissioner Notch. And I think another overwhelming goal of the group has been that we don't start our transition planning for post-school life when kids are 14 or 16, but when they're 3, right? That when they're 3, we're starting to do that. And those things you brought up, self-determination, self-awareness, and an ability to communicate your own goals and monitor your own progress, like what better goals would those be starting from a very young age that then become those soft skills needed to get a job and go to school and live independently and have a family, right? Like those skills you mentioned are soft skills that we should be having goals toward on the IEP anyway. And this idea of making the IEP process a strategy to get kids there is really exciting. So thank you for your support.
Commissioner Solomonson.
Hi, Sara, and a big shout out to the work. I think you know how passionate I am about this work as well. A couple of things. I love these 4 visionary statements. The only added maybe thoughts would be that we are child focused in several of the statements, and I don't know if that calls out enough to our 18 to 22-year-old adults who are in our system. I think that we would want to make sure that they're reflected. Maybe if we said student focused throughout that might kind of nod to our population of adults who are still receiving services and transitioning into post-secondary. And then I just love the call out to the general education teachers about meaningfully participating. I would love to see development in there as well. I think sometimes they see themselves as ancillary participants, coming in to sit and maybe listen to the process and sometimes we'll give up a little bit of that voice in that process, thinking it's a special education process and not seeing their roles and responsibilities, that it's not a special education process per se, that it's an educational process, and that their voice should really have the greatest weight, and that they should be a large part of developing that IEP with the other providers, because the idea is that they should be able to clearly articulate the access and resources and standards-based learning that's happening in the classroom and how students can access that. And moving away from that conversation, I guess, or lowering the volume of the conversation, I guess, around exhausting existing resources and maybe having better conversations about what resources were needed. Because a lot of times we're exhausting a very shallow pot of resources when really we should be saying what other resources should we have available and that we don't, and that it's incumbent upon us to maybe do that and have those available. So I just appreciate all of the call outs in 4 really succinct sentences, making sure that everybody's represented. So great job.
Thank you, Commissioner Salmonson. I really like that. And I think the work group would probably agree that for general education teachers, that IEP process calling out development, because I think when you talk about resources that maybe we're underutilizing, we keep going back to UDL and how much universal design for learning and a good teacher's strategies can be IEP strategies and accommodations, and they will benefit not only the student with disability, but so many other students in the class. And so this process, I think we need to make sure we're adequately describing the benefit to general ed teachers of participating in the process, and that it's not a burden to them to attend these IEP meetings, but actually helps them be better teachers. So I really like adding something about their adequate preparation for and development of. Yeah.
Chair Tossin, you're up next in the queue, and then we have another commissioner after you.
I'll wait for Commissioner Estes. I'll wrap up Commissioner comments.
All right, Commissioner Estes.
Hi, Sara, and awesome work. I just wanted to add on number 3, given the conversation we just had, we might want to say teachers and providers empower a student-led driven IEP process.
Yeah, how great would that be if it was the general ed teacher that said, during my weekly check-in with you, I've noticed this as something you're working on. What if we took this to your IEP team to get some strategies? I love broadening that. Thank you, Commissioner Estes. That's great.
Commissioner Talapian.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you very much, David. Sorry, going before you. Just something to think about with number 4, when we talk about students with special needs, and again, we were discussing some of this this morning in our mental health committee. We have a behavior support plan for students, but we don't have something in there for mental and behavioral, social, emotional health for students who are not really their emotional well-being is not significantly being impacted. However, but there is some of those that it might just be transient, right? Something might have happened, something's there, but just having a plan of how to support the child who is perhaps receiving some outside counseling from community-based partners, or how do we do that? And who's the contact person? What does that look like? I think that would be important also to include. It just dawned on me right now that just maybe something to consider as we're talking about the whole child and how we support them with the social, emotional, behavioral wellness and health.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Topalian. And I know we have to move to the alternate pathways. We want to get to that work. We can come back if there are thoughts you have on our framework and other things a little bit later, but I love that. And one of our pizza slices here is social emotional needs. And I think as much as I hate to say it, one of the silver linings of this last year and the work we've been through is probably a stronger recognition of how much those social, emotional, and mental health needs impact ability to learn. And so hopefully we can see stronger connections between those and get more buy-in and making sure we consider that for every student. But I think that's definitely in line with our vision. So I think I've used my time, but we're going to come back for more discussion at the end. So I'm happy to pull some of that back up, but I want to make sure we get to the good information that Jamie has. So I want to pass the baton to her right now.
Hi there. Are you guys able to see the PowerPoint, the switched PowerPoint
Yes.
on the screen? Okay, perfect. Are we good with interpreter shifts and everything and ready to jump in?
I believe we are.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you guys very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. As Glenn said at the beginning, my name is Jamie Wong, and I'm the president of Sped Strategies. And we are working with the wonderful group to look at alternate pathways to diplomas in California for students with disabilities. So our main charge, similar to the IEP group, is resulting from legislation in the state. And they've told us two things that they want us to take a really deep dive into. One is they want us to study the existing and develop the existing pathways for students with disabilities to access the core curriculum and satisfy the requirements for a high school diploma. And when we're doing that, think about, are there additional pathways within that context that need to be developed? And two, to develop an alternate pathway, alternate diploma pathway for students with significant cognitive disabilities. And that should be consistent with federal law. So our work to date has really been focused in these two areas, thinking about our total population of students with disabilities, their current high school experiences, and how do we really redefine these experiences for them to think about having a world in which every student in California walks into high school knowing their path to a high school diploma. We have an amazing group of people working with us on this. You see on the screen here the different groups that are represented. We have a very diverse group of people representing all areas of the state, all areas of stakeholders. And as Glenn mentioned before, as we are coming together as a smaller group, talking about these very important topics, we're also thinking about how we take core pieces of our work and circulate them with other members of the community to make sure we're really thinking about this stuff in the right way and landing in a place that our recommendations and our final report are reflective of the entire population and the entire viewpoint of the constituents in California. So we have a very diverse group, and as we mentioned, we're coming to you today with sort of an overview of where we are, and we'll be coming back again, hopefully later this summer, to dig in much deeper into where we're landing with the recommendations that are going to go into our report. So one of the things, as you saw in the charge of the work group, there was a really specific piece in the legislation that says that really our work needs to be consistent with federal law. So as our work group began our work, we started off by really looking at two key pieces of federal legislation that really govern the diploma frameworks in high schools. We've looked at the Every Student Succeeds Act and the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. And those are typically referred to as ACSE and IDA. And so I'm going to walk you through first some of the things we've considered around ACSE, and then second, we'll talk a little bit about IDA. One of the things that we began this conversation thinking about comes from a quote from the Council of Chief State School Officers. It's one of the big national organizations that supports states with education work in general. And you see on your screen, they have highlighted that ACSE really provides states an opportunity to step back and reflect on their current systems of education, their plan for improvement. And it really puts the responsibility on states to think about how they need to provide better outcomes and opportunities for students. And this has been
a huge opportunity as we think about students with disabilities. And, you know, one of the things that we've seen here, when we see terms like regular diploma and alternate diploma, these conversations often gear towards thinking about, we're talking about different things. An alternate diploma is different than a regular diploma. And sort of psychologically, people jump to the thing we all think about when we say diploma, which is the piece of paper that individuals get when they walk across the stage. And what ACSE is saying to us, they're really talking about accountability systems and how these things are counted when they use terms like regular diploma and alternate diploma. And so our work group has spent some time really digging into these things, and I'm going to share with you a little bit of how we've been thinking about them. But at the end of the day, ACSE is providing an opportunity for states to create a diploma pathway and reward it in a way unlike ever before for students who have significant cognitive disabilities. It's the first time something like this has been an option for a state, and why our work group is really digging into this at a very detailed level. One of the key things that we've talked about under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, is that IDEA, the law that governs special education, outlines a real definition of regular diploma. You see here, this language is actually pulled directly from the law. And it outlines that in order for students to receive a regular diploma, a regular high school diploma, and for it to be counted in all the ways that we count data, both at the federal level and state level, that diploma has to be based on the expectations, the preponderance of students. And a key component is that it terminates the provision of FAPE, meaning once you earn it, school is over with you. You no longer are protected and receive those special education provisions. And so this is really important because when we look at metrics for students in California, students in other states, and we see that terminology of students with disabilities who earned a high school diploma, it is specifically supposed to be looking at students who earned that same regular diploma, meaning they met the same expectations as the preponderance of students, the general population. And it is the special education law that really sets the definitions around this. So if you think about that, what we have is ACSE is telling us here are the parameters of which states can operate in, and IDEA adds an additional layer to really define how we're counting those students and what those how students with disabilities are accounted for in these systems as well. And so one of the things we've talked about with our work group in great detail is this concept of a regular diploma and an alternate diploma, and what does this really mean? And so I want to hit on that again with you guys. And you see here on your screen some very concrete examples of that. We, again, are talking about, when we talk about these two terms, regular diploma and alternate diploma, we're talking about how things are defined in federal laws and recognized in ability systems. At the end of the day, one of the best ways we can think about these things is the student who completed a traditional pathway towards a diploma, graduated with the highest of honors. They earn that same document when they walk across the stage as a student who struggled to complete that traditional set of expectations and just did, really had a difficult time getting to that endpoint. They got that same diploma, that same piece of paper as the valedictorian in their class. That's the reality of our current system. But it's not the current reality for students with disabilities, because right now, not every student with a disability has the opportunity to earn that diploma, especially students with significant disabilities. And what you see here on your screen is an example from Louisiana, where Louisiana has already it's one of the states we've looked at pretty deeply in our work, and I'll talk about a few others throughout this presentation. But Louisiana now has a pathway for every student with a disability, every student period, but especially those with disabilities, even significant disabilities, to earn a diploma. And you see here, regardless, just like for the general population, you have the valedictorian and the student who really struggles. There is no difference in the culminating credential, the piece of paper that a student receives, whether they're the valedictorian or they have a very significant disability. The thing that students receive is signifying that they had a course of study that they were set to achieve in high school. And by the time they are ready to exit high school, they have achieved that course of study. Students' transcripts, which this is already the case, are the things that differentiate what that course of study was. It is already true for the general population that your transcript is what gets you into colleges. Your transcript is what people look at to see, did you meet this requirement that I'm checking to see if you met? It's not really the diploma, the piece of paper that they're checking. They're checking the transcript. And that is, the situation that we're trying to make true for students with disabilities as well, that your diploma is signifying you have completed a course of study, and your transcript is outlining that course of study. And is the opportunities that are now provided to states under the Every Student Succeeds Act that didn't exist prior to that. Another key component of this is how the federal government is now allowing states to count these things in cohort graduation rates. Now, this is an incredibly complicated topic, and so our work group has talked about this in general to sort of understand what the opportunities are, but we have not really dug into specific details of accountability systems because that's not really our charge here, but it is important to understand this opportunity. And so the 4-year adjusted cohort graduation rate is effectively the number of students who graduate from high school in 4 years with a regular high school diploma, plus all students with the most significant cognitive disabilities who are assessed using an alternate assessment aligned with the alternate achievement standards who graduate with a diploma. So basically what ESSA is saying, if you do implement this alternate diploma provision that we've provided for you, you can now count them in your accountability system. Whereas before, there was a negative impact. They were counted as a student, but the diploma, they were never able to be counted as achieving a diploma because of the way federal regulations are. And so, like I said, our work group has been looking at this, and it is really important because in a world where accountability systems and funding tend to really impact how people behave in education systems and how they think about organizing and prioritizing, having a space where students with significant disabilities achievements are now able to be rewarded in the accountability system alongside their peers is a tremendous opportunity and a tremendous momentum for helping people really want to implement the training and opportunities that need to come alongside earning these diplomas. So the other piece that our work group has really been paying attention to, I mentioned a few minutes ago how this has operated in Louisiana, but we've looked at quite a few states to really think about how are other states tackling this, because every state may have unique state-specific requirements for graduation and different ways to implement it. But in general, we're all governed by the same federal laws around ESSA and IDEA. And other states have tackled these problems in a variety of ways. And so one of them that we looked at was Georgia. And so you see a blurb from a FAQ Georgia put out, and our work group has spent some time looking at, where Georgia was in a situation that they historically awarded students with significant cognitive disabilities that regular diploma, meaning they were, for any student, regardless of what you were doing in your course of study, they were getting a regular diploma. So when you would look at their graduation rates, if it said they had a 80% graduation rate, they were actually including students who the federal government did not think met that definition of a regular diploma in their graduation rates. And they were monitored. And when the federal government saw this, they said, you can't do this anymore. So as a result, in Georgia, they applied for the ESSA provisions around the alternate diploma pathway and have since been moving forward with that. And so this is a state where historically all students were earning diplomas. And still today, all students have the ability to earn diplomas. The only thing that has shifted is at the state level, Georgia is now has their systems and their structures designed to appropriately collect the data and report the data and reward schools on the back end of their systems. Their students with significant disabilities were already able to earn diplomas, but now they're doing it in alignment with all federal laws and regulations. Now, all of our work has not just, but we have focused a good bit so far on students with significant disabilities and the alternate pathway. But that, if you recall from our charge from the legislature, is not all we are looking at. We're also looking at generally that pathway to a regular diploma. Is it working for all students with disabilities, those who don't have significant cognitive disabilities, those that take regular assessments and are in regular classes, and the vast majority of students with disabilities in California. And here we looked pretty heavily at Ohio. They've put out some really interesting information because Ohio is a state that has been giving students with disabilities, not those with significant cognitive disabilities, but all students with disabilities, they've been awarding diplomas based on meeting IEP goals. And so you were earning a diploma strictly on the fact that you may have met your IEP goals, not necessarily because you met course requirements like all other students were required to meet. And when the ESSA law changed, they too paused and said, wait, ESSA has clearly said we can't do this anymore. And so if we don't quickly rethink what our pathway and expectations are, we're going to see a pretty significant drop in our graduation rate of students with disabilities, because they're not going to let us count these diplomas anymore strictly based on IEPs. And these are all very relevant things, because one of the things we really want to make sure we are doing in this work group is not recommending or setting up any structures that there will have to be because the federal government says they're not compliant with laws and regulations. We're spending a lot of time learning from other people and making sure we're designing a system or putting forth recommendations that are not only creating new and good opportunities for students, but also are in alignment and compliance with all federal requirements as well. So each meeting, we have been digging into pieces of data. We've been hearing from presenters, looking at other states, and really trying to think about what is going to make the most sense here. And of all of our meetings together, we've sort of codified a set of themes that keep coming up. The first one that have come up in a lot of our meetings is needing to pay attention to time. We need to challenge our thought process about the amount of time that's necessary for students to complete a course of study that prepares them for life after high school. We have a really conflicting structure right now. And this is not just in California, but it's for all students with disabilities, where IDEA says you can be in high school until age 22, but we measure everything else around 4 years. And if in certain situations, once you finish high school, if you do it in 4 years, you can't come back for additional services if you get that regular diploma. And so these systems are conflicting right now. But at the end of the day, we really need to be focusing this work around exiting school when individuals with disabilities and youth are ready. They're exiting when they're prepared within a certain time frame, but the goal is to leave when you're prepared for whatever is next for you, not necessarily meeting a arbitrary deadline when you might not be as prepared as you need to be since that additional time is there. A second thing we've really talked a lot about is staying focused on multiple pathways to a diploma. These pathways should be rooted in experiences that prepare students for life after high school, and a path that gives them a family-sustaining wage and a meaningful way to engage in their communities. We want to make sure that no student with a disability is limited in their ability to pursue a diploma. Our group has made it very clear that we should never lower expectations. And I think this will always hold true. We want to make sure that it's clear in all aspects of our work that the expectations should not be lowered because of a disability. They've raised concerns that some people think the fact that we're even having this conversation about an alternative pathway for students with significant disabilities could be
a risk of lowering expectations. And we know that we don't want that to be true, but we have to acknowledge that risk is there. And everything that we put out has to be really focused on holding that high expectation for all students, no matter their levels. We've reached a consensus that around access, and that in California, there has to be a pathway and an option for every student. We do not want to be in a position anymore where students walk into high school knowing that they will not with a diploma. It doesn't necessarily every student will earn one, but that's already true for high school. You have to meet a set of expectations, but we don't want students with disabilities to be walking in knowing that it's not an option for them. We've, again, talked about the compliance, and all recommendations that come out of our group need to be in alignment with state and federal regulations. We don't want our group is very clear that we don't want to recommend something that would put the state in jeopardy with any existing laws or regulations. And finally, we think that we should be leveraging in the systems, funding systems and accountability systems that support the opportunities we want students to have. And so we're really starting to think critically about how we make suggestions on not only what conditions should be true, but how people can go about making them a reality for students in their buildings. We are looking at new structures, and we know that means people have to change current practice, and that doesn't come easy. And so how do we think about the incentive structures that people typically respond to in education around accountability and funding? How do we think about how those can be leveraged to support new pathways and opportunities for students as they pursue high school diplomas? And so similar to the IEP group, we've been drafting some vision statements. A lot of them are very reflective of what we've been sharing throughout here. But we want one of our visions we are thinking would be reflective in this report is about entering high school with knowing you have the opportunity to pursue a diploma. One of our visions is that every student, including those with significant disabilities, exit the system with a set of skills that prepare them to earn a family-sustaining wage. So we don't want students exiting because it's time to exit. We want students exiting prepared to contribute to their community and to do something meaningful. And we also think students, their families, and their teachers need to understand the requirements each individual student must meet to earn a diploma and have a clear plan in place for how to achieve all the requirements of the pathway. In our study of other states, we have seen a lot of states are doing, not just for students with disabilities, but the general population. They're doing a lot of intensive high school planning and have procedures in place around, the planning that happens at the middle school transition or first entry into high school, and the projections, and having specific conversations about how students are doing every single year, and that graduation planning process being a real important thing. And we think, particularly for students with disabilities, there's a world in which this could be very helpful as well. So finally, this graphic here is one that we've been using to really help root our thought process on here. And at the end of the day, what we have talked about so far, and all of our work is really focusing on, is making sure that every student has access to that same destination. And one of the ways we've been talking about this and helping our work group members and just in general really think about this is the concept of the multiple ways people can take to get to a final destination on a trip. Now, no one's really taking trips anymore, but when we did, we all knew that when you're going on a vacation and you're trying to go somewhere, there's one place you're trying to get, and there's multiple ways you can get there. You can take the regular highway. Sometimes you can take an HOV lane. Sometimes you can take a really scenic route. But at the end of the day, you end up in the same place, and the highway might get you there faster. The scenic route might take longer. The HOV may take you a little bit of a different way. And if we think about that pursuit of a high school diploma, the vast majority of our students with or without disabilities are on the highway. We're expecting them to get there in 4 years. Most of them do, some of them don't for one reason or another, but that's the goal. And most people are on that pathway. There's a set of expectations, and they're on autopilot and they're going there. If you take the HOV, this is similar. There are currently waivers and flexibilities and additional criteria that student may meet, but they're still pursuing that same pathway, that same coursework, and they're still getting there, maybe just in a little bit of a different way. And then there's students who have more significant disabilities where we know it's going to take a lot longer. We know the experience is going to be very different. And we know it's going to require some different things, some stops along the way, some places where you go faster, some places where you might slow down. But at the end of the day, they are still too ending up in that same destination. And so we're using this concept as well to really help think about how we explain this concept to people. That at the end of the day, we want all students with disabilities to end up in that space where they're graduating with a diploma. And we recognize that every student might need a different experience to get there. And we're going to design our systems and structures and our group's recommendations around this concept. And so with all that said, I'm going to pause here, and I'd love to hear what questions you guys have so far about what we've talked about, where we're going, and just in general, our work so far.
Commissioner Solomonson.
Hi, and thank you so much for this work. It's so important and something that I think is just been a long time coming. I was wondering, when you were talking about the group that's getting together, is whether or not there is employer stakeholder voice in that group, because I think a lot of times we are preparing or having these conversations from an educational standpoint, and even thinking about post-secondary education, and we can start that communication easily. I don't know easily, but it's the same language we're using when we're talking about post-secondary educators, and we're working with them to talk about access to college. But one thing I think sometimes is missing in the work is employers' voice, because that diploma means something different to them than I think it even does to the whole entire education system. And I think we're going to have to shape and mold their viewpoint as well, so that they understand the skills that our students are coming out with, and that they're partners in that. So I'm just wondering if we have an employer-based stakeholder voice in this process to help inform what it is that their expectations are as well, so that we don't have this winding pathway that gets us in one space but doesn't really open up our employer space as much as we'd like to see.
Yeah, I would say probably the biggest advocate of all of this on our we have lots of wonderful advocates, but Joe Xavier, who is the leader of Voc Rehab, speaks to all of this stuff that you were just saying in probably the most inspirational, amazing ways. And one of the things he has said a lot is that we have to make sure we're helping people realize that the diploma is an access point, and that right now it is a barrier for a lot of students when you go to apply for a job and you can't check the box, do I have a diploma? And 9 times out of 10, if you're checking that box, that's all they're looking for. They're looking to see if you check the box. They don't even actually ask you for a copy of it. And so he does an amazing job of framing it around the diploma is the access point. And that's why we have really tried to ground our conversation so far too around the significance of a student's transcript that already exists in high school. Even if you think about college, when students are applying to college, they don't ask for the diploma as the admission criteria because they don't have it yet. They're asking for the transcript so they can see the courses and things like that. And so that's, I think, a real distinction in all of this is that we currently give the actual diploma a weight, just sort of, I guess, organically we do this, when it actually isn't always true that that's the measure that they're looking for. And so So the short answer to your question is yes. Joe is there, and I'd say he's a wonderful liaison to that community as well. But I think you're exactly right that part of the challenges we will face in the future is, and the things that we have to be thinking very critically about, are how we're communicating these things, and we can't underestimate the importance of the communication on this as well.
And just to complement that as well, Jamie, thanks for that response. We've also reached out to a number of chambers of commerce who indicated that while they weren't able to provide members of the work group, they would be more than happy to participate in focus groups once we had our recommendations in place. So we'll be working with them as well.
Before we go to the next commissioner comment, if I could just add and highlight the importance of the work around inclusive practices. Because while we are trying to make inroads with employers, I would highlight that we can make significant inroads while the people who are making employment decisions are still part of K-12 education, because that's where we can learn to work together, to accept differences, and acknowledge the contribution that individuals with disabilities can make to the work product, so that when folks are making hiring decisions, they're not interacting with an individual with disabilities for the first time, and have some familiarity in working with others.
Excellent point.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Hi, Jamie. Thank you for your great presentation and all of this amazing work. As the parent of a significantly disabled child, I'm very interested in this area and a potential pathway to an alternate diploma for her. But I'd like a little clarification around why it calls out cognitive disabilities in your charge. And does that mean that students with significant disabilities, which may not include a cognitive disability, would not have this kind of alternative pathway to an alternative disability, or to an alternative diploma?
Yeah, so the ESSA provisions that govern this and that have provided this opportunity are very specific in that this only applies to students with the most significant disabilities. And so the easiest way to think about that is every state typically has a criteria that gives students the ability to take an alternate assessment. And that is typically to meet that alternate assessment criteria, there has to be evidence of a significant cognitive disability. I don't have the California criteria in front of me at the moment, but I know there is one. And so that too is also governed by some federal regulations. But in general, there is one instance where there is a very small number of students with disabilities. Typically, it's at or under 1% of the general population of students that because of the severity of their disability, they're eligible for an alternate assessment, and therefore they are eligible for this type of graduation pathway if the state chooses to pursue it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you. Thank you for your really good work. It's really exciting. I know that I've also been familiar with some school districts that already do offer alternate diplomas. And like was mentioned before, one of my concerns immediately was, are we working with the Department of Rehab, which I see that you are, to show that, I know at least one student who got the diploma and was not able to get a job because that did not count as a high school diploma. And so it's really good to hear that that is going to be something that you are working with both on the education side as well as the employer side to help them recognize the benefits of what for their own companies of hiring people with different abilities, and then also helping them to recognize that there is this diploma now, or will be this diploma now, that is meaningful and supports the kind of workforce that they are looking for. So I'm glad that you're working on both ends. I was also really glad to hear you make clear that receiving this alternate diploma would not terminate services for those who are still eligible to the age 22, because it is so important for so many of these students. So thank you for making clear about that. The other question I had was one of your themes was the high expectations, and perhaps you answered this already by explaining about the significant cognitive disability requirement. But one of my concerns is with disproportionality, and I just wanted to ensure that we have mechanisms or ways to keep an eye on things so that as districts are able to count these students in their overall, graduation diploma rate, that students are not funneled into this track when perhaps they could have reached, the regular diploma. And that especially that we are not disproportionately putting certain students into that track when perhaps they could have met the regular diploma. So I wonder if you could speak to that, please.
Yeah, and so while that is not actually one of the charges of our group, I will say part of the reason why this is limited, or I shouldn't say part of the reason, but as we said before, this alternate pathway is limited to students who have significant disabilities, and that is really defined as the population of students who take the alternate assessment. And in a totally separate work stream or structure, I guess I would say, the state has to monitor how many students are taking that. And so the state as a whole is not supposed to have more than 1% of their population taking the alternate assessment. And the state also has to look at districts individually to say, do you have more than 1% of the population? And if you do, the state is required by the federal government to have different activities with those individual LEAs. So there are already governance structures to make sure states are staying within boundaries of the number of students who take the alternate assessment. Now, you can't deny a student if they meet the criteria just because you're trying to meet metrics, but there are checks and balances in place that if states do have high numbers of students take the alternate assessment and then as a result would be eligible for alternative pathways, there's a checks and balances system already in place. Our work group is likely not digging too deep into that because it's, our charge is really this population of students exists, and so let's make a pathway for them. We're not really digging into the governance of the assessment eligibility, but I think that's certainly something that others could probably speak to how it is implemented in California.
Okay, thank you. And I guess, this is kind of what Dawn was saying, I guess I'm concerned now, and this maybe is not your working group, it sounds like, but maybe I hope is on the horizon with students who don't meet this criteria for this particular diploma. Like I said, I know that there are other districts that do have some form of a diploma. And I guess, I'd like to see that those students are also coming out with a diploma that is meaningful, that does allow them to get a job in the workplace, and that the title of their diploma not only meets what their educational needs are, but also allows them, like you said, that ticket to get to the next step. So I guess it's the next group that's going to have to work on that. But I would like to make sure that there's not this gap between those who meet that, the specific definition that you have, and then those who meet the regular high school diploma. I know many kids that fall in between. So thank you. I think maybe you're laying the basis, the groundwork maybe for the next level.
And that is, that's the another charge of our group is not just to look at the alternative pathway, but for all students. And so our hope is that when we come back to you in August, we will have a framework that says, this is how any student with a disability can access a diploma, and this is how students with significant disabilities can access a diploma. We just, in our work so far, we've sort of jumped to the other end because it's a non-existent pathway, and we want to set that foundation and say, now if this is true, how do we make sure all students, we sort of backward map from there to make sure all students have a cohesive opportunity.
Thank you.
Commissioner Winlock.
You know, I'm most struck by your last slide that talks about different paths, same destination. It keeps coming back to me and thinking about that the high school diploma is for all of our kids, regardless if they've taken different paths to get there. So the ultimate. So I just keep coming back to the issue about, is there some way that we can communicate the different paths that our kids have taken, whether it be for, an alternative direction because of their needs? We got kids taking like the GED. That's an alternative path to get the high school diploma. So part of my thinking keeps coming back to the issue. We got to be clear about what the paths are, and that's what people need to know. But ultimately, whatever path we design, what is needed for that child, they will still have a high school diploma, regardless, not an alternative, it's a high school diploma. But guess what? We have different paths to get there. So it's really interesting to me as I think about that, how we are communicating those pathways. The pathways are the directions that we need to get there, but the destination is the same. And that's why I get a little bit concerned about when we start to kind of call, this is an alternative high school, this diploma, this is one, and our community doesn't really kind of understand that piece when we label it that way, whether it be the work, what I believe we've got to keep all of our kids in our system have a high school diploma. And the way that they got there would have been different paths depending on what their needs in those areas. But your last slide just really struck me about that. So just wanted to make that comment.
Yeah. And I think, there's nothing at the, it's sort of why we in our work group created that slide to show the diploma does not have to look different. There is nothing in any sort of federal regulations that says anything about the documents that you give students and the thing that we all value as the diploma and that parents frame and hang up on the wall. There's nothing that says that these things have to be different. And already in high school, students are taking different pathways to get that document. We are creating situations that set something completely different for students with disabilities when we don't for other populations. And that's what we're trying to move away from. And that's, really what we're trying to ground our work on, is that these divides they don't need to exist. And so how do we really make sure that, again, every student walks in with that opportunity to get that diploma? Exactly right.
Commissioner Hamilton, do you have your hand up, or is that from last time?
I have my hand up again. I just wanted to make one more statement related. I agree, Commissioner Winlock, that words are important in how we refer to things. Needs to be precise. And I guess I just keep coming back to this, referring to it as students with cognitive disabilities, significant cognitive disabilities. I feel a little bit like, and this is probably a bigger systemic issue beyond this work group, but I feel like students with significant disabilities are often labeled or assumed to have a cognitive disability when they don't actually, or they may not actually. So I just want to draw that out as, does that word have to be included, and what does that really mean, and where are the assumptions behind what that means? With that said, I'm just curious also about the process of this and the timeline, and when do we estimate, or when will this become a practice, and what are the next steps?
Yeah, so that I'd say is still very to be determined. Our work group has to submit a report in October. And where we are in sort of the trajectory is what we've shared with you right now. And we know there's still a few more milestones in terms of really saying, here's what we think those pathways should be. And we have begun conversations around the professional development, implementation, those sorts of things but we haven't gotten to the point where we have any real cohesive thoughts around what that should be. I think there is a real tension around how you appropriately roll out things, and to give school systems a real ability to actually implement them and implement them with fidelity. That's a real reality, but there's also another tension of, if you delay anything, that's one more student who misses out with an opportunity. And so we know there is still discussion to be had around what our recommendations are around rollout and implementation. So far, people have thrown out things like there should be a date in which this must be done, and there is a period in which districts have flexibility on how they go about doing it to make sure students have opportunities, but there's sort of a no longer acceptable not to have all your ducks in a row period. But hopefully when we come back to you guys and at the end of the summer, we will have a real clear vision for what we think that looks like to get feedback on. And certainly if you have ideas, you're more than welcome to send them to us as well.
Totally. And just to be clear as well, what will happen then with the report is it will be submitted to the Department of Education and then to the Legislature. And it will be incumbent upon the Legislature to enact the policy changes that are needed to make this reality. And so we are very much hoping that as that process moves forward, that ACSE will be able to weigh in and participate in helping to make sure that some of these great recommendations become that reality, both on the IEP side as well as the alternative pathways to a diploma.
Thank you. I have my hand up because I have a question. Thank you for displaying the samples of diplomas from a different state, but I would also be interested in seeing a sample of the transcripts and what that looks like. And if the transcripts have a different pathway indicated on those documents from that particular state.
Mm-hmm. I will say, I'll see what we can do to get copies of scripts. What I can tell you, I'm actually in Louisiana and worked at the Louisiana Department of Education prior to this. And so I know personally in Louisiana, the answer is no. Transcripts don't have diploma pathways on them because, the real sort of pathway data collection things really happen behind the scenes and data systems and that lead up to federal reporting and things like that. The only thing that is on a transcript is courses taken, grades received, and assessments that students took. So if you are a student with a significant disability who's on an alternative pathway, your transcript might say, I took applied math 1, applied math 2, and I passed or failed. And you might have a box that says, I took an alternate assessment checked. Whereas if you are just a general education student, you're more likely to see, I took algebra and got a B+, I took geometry and got a C-. Here is when I took we have end of course assessments in high school. And so when I took the algebra EOC, here was my score. But even for the general population, there's not really anything that says, a particular pathway you're on or anything like that. But you will see differences in the names of courses. And that's important because typically when you're applying to universities, they ask for specific courses and they ask for specific grades in courses, or they're looking for those things. And so when you look at a student's transcript, if they didn't take that particular course, it's just not going to be on their transcript. Does that answer your question?
It does. I guess I'm leading to, I want the transcript to be equally valuable and not meaningless, if that makes any sense. Mm-hmm. I guess I'm leading back to what Commissioner Winlock was saying. I want the transcript and the diploma to have value and not outside resources to say, okay, this is an alternate diploma. I guess I want it to be a diploma and a valuable transcript attached, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Commissioner Lopez.
Good morning, and I just want to thank you for a fabulous presentation. I'm excited for this. I'm a mother of a daughter with Down syndrome and autism, and I speak to a lot of families in our district, and many of us, like myself, who have had an IEP for, 3 years in high school now, and have always automatically had them document certificate only, and have argued to remove it, and have probably this year have been told it has to be on there, and I've indicated that I don't want anything with the hope that someday this would be a reality, and many of us do, and I talked to my daughter about this, and hoping that that those of us who are waiting and working towards this, that we will be able to be grandfathered in. And so, I say that when you're moving towards this new way, that could be considered. And we don't know how long that will be. It could be 2 years for those of us who are taking those classes. And so many parents are taking classes, fighting to take those classes, and having certain work modified, and working really hard to get that diploma. I just want to say thank you for what you're doing. This is probably one of the best presentations I've seen in a while, and I'm excited, and I know a lot of parents will be even more excited after me as their kids enter the education system.
That's great. Thank you.
Chair Tostin.
So thank you all for all of the great information. I agree with all of the comments made by fellow commissioners. I wanted to just highlight 3 quick points. Going back to the IEP workgroup slide, one of the points that Sara shared with us was around general ed teacher leadership. And I just wanted to acknowledge Superintendent Gordon, Glen Price, in terms of former general educators being champions for this cause, and certainly the work that a number of leaders and educators at SCOE and other county offices throughout the state have engaged in this particular conversation, and ensuring that we're opening the doors up and to change. And the other piece that was really highlighted, the difference between changing artifacts and changing mindsets, and how this work is really geared at changing mindsets, not only around the documents and systems and forms that we use, but changing our mindsets around what's our expectations and our view of students with disabilities and their accomplishments. One of the questions from Sara's slide around what was missing, and I wanted to kind of ground for me where that's missing, and it connects with comments that Joe Xavier made, I believe it was last year or the year before, around a living wage for students. And in my experience, we typically talk about students, earning a wage or being able to have employment after high school. And I frequently or recently became aware of a living wage calculator developed by MIT. And their research, they identify that one adult with one child, the income required to sustain that family of one adult and one child is $34 per hour. And so when we are thinking around K-12 education for up to 22 years of a student's life, but the majority of their life will be ideally post high school experience, the opportunities that we are helping make available to students or unavailable to students is largely based on the education that they receive during their K-12 education. And so I just wanted to highlight our goals around the living wage and what that's going to require, because as we're seeing through the pandemic and in a number of areas, minimum wage is not sufficient to sustain individuals and certainly not a family. And so K-12 education being the foundation in many regards to life, we want to make sure that we are exploring all pathways and that our systems are allowing for students to enjoy the privileges that the system was designed to provide for a certain group of students. Before we open up for public comment, I see Commissioner Oikawa has an additional comment, or is your hand sourced? Okay. Christine?
Hi, sorry. I was driving my daughter who went back to school last week, and I missed the presentation on the IEP template, but I really tried to listen to it in the car on the way over. So I got an audio version of it, and I just wanted to just jump in real quick, and I'm sorry I don't know who was speaking at what points, but I wanted to thank you for your work on that. And as David just referenced, the template really, it's a document, and it seems like, oh, it's just this form. It really is very powerful because it really shapes how the process is going to go. And as one of the commissioners mentioned, it would be great to see a lot more in helping to prepare everyone beforehand. I think a lot of families especially don't know anything that's going on. If it's not a triennial year, they have very little clue as to what's happening with their kid until they get into the meeting. And at that point, it's very hard and make a plan with the other team members. And so as much as we are able to incorporate little checks and reminders built into the system for the teachers and the team to collect information, share information ahead of time to prepare everyone.
It's okay.
I think that would be great. Sorry, I'm getting weird things on my computer. So I love that, you're really taking a look at this and getting everyone ready and giving them, like you were saying, best practices of what some teachers already do, incorporating that into a document, because not every teacher or every educator is aware of the things that they can be doing along the way. And then the other thing too is I did want to say I love that the general education team is, as much as we can, incorporating them, and oftentimes I've gone to our daughter's IEP meetings and they seem like bystanders who are just waiting to hear what the team tells them about what they need to do, as opposed to really contributing and being a part of the team, which is what they are. And so, the reminder that, all teachers, all gen ed teachers are also special ed teachers as well. And so as much as we can let them feel that they are part of the team and not just there to get information, but also share and contribute and help in that, share their perspectives. I think that's great. And so building a robust document and template really will help to unify what is available to all our students, because it's so case by case now what a student and family comes out with. It depends on, often it depends on the principal or whoever's leading the meeting, the tone that they set, and the individual contributions. And so I think of the team members, and I think having this unified and a really robust document will really help so many students across the state. So it's a very powerful project you're working on. So I just wanted to say thank you for that too.
And so I'll take a moment and ask members of the public wishing to make comments, if you would please begin dialing in and placing yourself in the queue. And while we're waiting on public comments, I will again thank each of you who presented with us today. If we were all together in Sacramento, I would point out a row of chairs that we'll be reserving for you at future ACSE meetings, because we certainly want to continue to track. Appreciate the opportunity to provide input. With that, Aaron, do we have any public comments?
We currently have 3 public comments, Chair Tostin. And we'll start out with the first caller. Caller, please state your name and affiliations before you comment, and please remember you have 1 minute for your comment. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Doutre. I am a freshman and the class co-president of San Pedro Senior High School, a school in the Los Angeles Unified School District. Thank you for letting me provide public comment today. I am an autistic student with an IEP, an Individualized education program. I made these types in the comments I have prepared, so please have patience with me. I would like to say that I am concerned about the lack of student input in the development of an IEP template. I'm aware that as a student of an IEP, IDEA states that I am also a member of the IEP team. I depend on the support services that I receive in my IEP to be successful in school, and therefore I need to be able to read and understand my IEP document. It is important to me that the voices of students with exceptional needs, like myself, are heard. I implore you to include in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please state your name and any affiliations before you comment, and please remember you have 1 minute for comment.
Good morning. My name is Myra Zamora. I'm a mother of 2 students with exceptional needs that have an IEP. I wanted to comment on the IEP work group and provide a clarification on eligibility that was discussed in today's meeting. For the U.S. Department of Education and TSS, including student success teams, cannot be used to substitute child find, especially when a parent or guardian is requesting an initial evaluation. It can be a part of the process, but cannot be the only method to determine eligibility, and I wanted to clarify that. I also wanted to state that I agree that we need to hear from our general education teachers in the IEP process, especially as our schools continue to move toward inclusion. With regard to the pathways for high school diploma for our students with disabilities, I would like to highlight that there is an issue with families not being made aware that their student may not be on the pathway to earn a diploma until their student is about to complete high school and it is too late to address in the IEP process. I've heard from many families, particularly families who speak a language other than English, who have gone through this, and I would like to bring this to the attention of the work group as this impacts the students' ability to be employed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please state your name and affiliations before your comment, and please remember you have 1 minute for comment.
My name is Deborah Schlegel. I am a parent, and I just wanted to provide a couple of comments. I will provide a written email. First of all, in regards to the IEP template and number 3, parents need to be included in this bulletin because we're responsible for our children up until the point that they can advocate for themselves, especially when they're younger. So I would like to see parents be included in this bulletin, in addition to students being empowered in the IEP process. Just like Commissioner Winlock and Notch pointed out, especially in the early years, it's important for us parents to feel empowered in the IEP process. Also, I hope that the team has considered a parent portal that allows parents to log in to provide independent concerns without editing by district staff. And last but not least, I hope that the template also empowers students empowers school districts to disaggregate data and produce reports that are meaningful so that students who have technology needs can have those on the first day of school instead of waiting 10 to 20 days for the IT departments and other departments to get up to speed in providing the accommodations and technology needs for students. So thank you for the work that's being done on this, and I look forward to what the IEP template is going to look like in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And we have one more caller. Caller, please state your name and affiliations before your comment, and please remember you have 1 minute for comment.
My name is Kathleen O'Hara, and I'm calling from San Francisco. I'm a special advocate in California for Autism Speaks, and I would like both groups to consider the including language in both of these efforts that pinpoints transition age. Currently, the age of 16 as a special ed teacher, I believe, is much too late to be formally starting transition process, and would like to see it rolled back to age 12 at a minimum. So I'm hoping that both groups consider that request and incorporate specific language into the drafts that you're making. Thank you very much for your hard work on this.
Thank you for your comments. And we've had one more commenter join the queue. Caller, please state your name and affiliations before your comment, and please remember you have 1 minute for comment. Go ahead.
This is Judy McKinley. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My concern is that Pasadena Unified School District is using A through G requirements for the California State University system as a requirement for graduation. And I don't believe in a number of cases that students with special needs, specifically with learning disabilities, may be able to meet that requirement even though they are perfectly good people to get diplomas. That's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Chair Tostin, that is all of the public comments.
Again, thank you to our presenters. We will continue to track on this conversation. The time is 12:23, so we're a few minutes over on our schedule. We will reconvene at 12:50 instead of 12:45. Aaron, if we can make that adjustment, and we will make up the time on the back end with our break this afternoon. Thank you, everyone. We will see you again at 12:50 to resume the meeting with item 3, a report on statewide testing.
Inviting us to this meeting. We are happy to be here. I'm Mao Vang, as mentioned. I have Heather with me also. I'm just going to do a quick check. Do I share my presentation, or is somebody else driving? I'd be happy to share.
We're going to bring it
Should
up
I go ahead?
right now.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, go ahead and go to the next slide. All right, so what we're going to do today is give you a quick overview of our California assessment system and cover the California alternate assessments, or CAAs, and the considerations and recommendations for implementing them this year. And then I will cover the administration for summative assessments, all the other non-California alternate assessments, and then any additional information and resources that we have to share with you. Next slide. So some of you may have seen this slide before. We have our California assessment system, and this is just a quick overview of what's in this California assessment system. On one side, we have the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, or CASP. And under CASP, we have the Smarter Balanced Summative Assessments for English Language Arts, Literacy, or ELA, and Mathematics. And we have the summative assessments there, and then we have the interim assessments and formative assessments, or resources or tools, such as the tools for teachers. And then we also have the science tests, the California Science Test, or CAST, then the California alternates for alternate assessments for ELA, mathematics, and science. And we have our California Spanish Assessment, or CSA, as well. And as part of the CASP system, when we transition to the Common Core State Standards and the Smarter Balanced Summative Assessments, we also have remaining the Grade 2 diagnostic assessments that are not serviced, are serviced through what local educational agencies determine. And then we also have the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, or LPAC. And under that program, we have the initial LPAC, where students take the initial LPAC if they have a home language that indicates a language other than English, and they take it within 30 days from the date of enrollment. Then we also have the summative LPAC, and that is to monitor English learners who have been identified as English learners through the initial LPAC, to continue to take the summative LPAC on an annual basis to monitor their English language proficiency progress. And it is used as one criteria for reclassification. And then we are also developing the initial and summative alternate LPAC. We were going to to implement that field test this year, but given the conditions of the pandemic, we have postponed that implementation until next school year. So that's just a high-level overall overview of our California assessment system, and I will hand it over to Heather. Next slide. and she will give us some background on alternate assessments.
Hi there. Thank you, Mal. Good afternoon, commissioners and chair and vice chair. Good to see everyone here this afternoon. So I'll walk through the California Alternative Assessments considerations and recommendations briefly before I hand it back over to Mal to conclude our presentation. You can go to the next slide. In terms of the California Alternative Assessment and really sort of thinking through considerations and recommendations, recognizing that really any assessment sort of decision regarding a student, and particularly for students with disabilities, really lies within the IEP team. And so the individual needs of the child must be taken into consideration, particularly during this time, and particularly for the California Alternative Assessment. As we know, that assessment is really geared and designed for our students that the sort of standard method of or methodology of testing is not appropriate. And so our alternative assessment provides opportunities for our students to demonstrate learning and growth in a way that is meaningful for them as well. So, I think within this population, sort of heading to the second bullet, many and all of these students have unique needs, and that could range from assistive technology, any sort of health medical needs, and then, also, many students need direct support. And when we say direct support, we oftentimes mean hand-over-hand prompting and other ways in which we provide access to students, and particularly students for disabilities with assessment. So again, there are unique needs that really do impact the ability to deliver this assessment during this time, given sort of the various states of closures within our school system as well. And so, through the IEP team, it's really important for them to determine what's appropriate and what is possible during this time when considering the delivering of the California Alternative Assessment. You can head to the next slide. In terms of consideration for the alternative assessment, first and foremost, our goal is to, and really the overarching goal is to provide a positive assessment experience for each and every student. We often know that assessments for students with disabilities is sometimes sort of a less than positive experience. So we really want to make sure that, if provided the California Alternative Assessment, that students with disabilities has a positive assessment experience, so that there is first and foremost authentic engagement and a true sort of demonstration of learning and growth. So that requires educators to have that individual knowledge of a student, right? In terms of just one, knowing how to really work with that student, right, based on their unique needs. And so it's really critical that the examiners or the individuals giving the test, have experience with working with that particular student in general. I think, and also in providing instructional content and also accommodations and modifications for that student as well. The California Alternative Assessment may take or may require a schedule that can support multiple breaks over multiple days. Oftentimes testing, for whatever reason, given a student, must just be broken up over time. And so really ensuring that in the planning process that, there's staffing in place, there's a testing environment, there's a staff member that's administering the assessment that is, familiar with the student, again, to provide that positive experience for that student during the assessment time. You can head to the next slide. In terms of, the other considerations in terms of the alternative assessment is that, there may be uses of manipulatives or other resources that may be, available and or needed that, must be administered as well. So again, that's another consideration in terms of, the materials needed to provide access to the assessment for the student. The alternative LPAC has requirements for second scores, and that's to ensure testing reliability. And that requirement has been postponed for this year, as again, the testing environment may not support that requirement, so that has been postponed for that alternative assessment, given the impacts of our current state and where we're at. Parents and guardians, should not be asked to administer any assessment for their child as well. And so, testing regulations do not allow for their participation. And so it's very important that parents are not put in a position to administer any assessment at that point in time. And then also, again, along with the positive testing experience, part of that is in terms of, particularly when dealing and when working with, the population that does take the alternative assessment, test setting and sort of that predictability and familiarity is very important. And so in ensuring that, there are, the setting is very familiar to the student in terms of even such things as sort of a physical location, but also in terms of actually who is working with that student as well. And then also the manipulatives or the other tools that are available to them. The student should be familiar with working, talking too fast, and working with throughout the school year, right? We don't want to put a student in a situation where they have a device or manipulative that they've never used before, and now they're presented with it to access the test. So again, things that a student would be familiar with will also provide an additional testing experience, a positive testing experience as well. You go to the next slide. So in terms of recommendations, the California Department of Education is really recommending that the alternative assessments, be, administered with, of course, safety protocols in place, and also in person, and only if it is safe to do so. So, that is really our recommendation, is that, the administration of an alternative assessment during a remote or sort of distance platform is really, it would be very difficult to administer for a variety of reasons, given the unique needs of our students. And so we are recommending that those assessments be administered in person. And we, also recognize that depending upon if the student has a health medical disability, it may impact their ability to even travel to a school site to have the test administered. So as long as it's safe and there's safety protocols in place, we are recommending that assessment be delivered in person. And again, all sort of health COVID-related guidelines should be followed during the test administration as well. And then obviously if it is, unsafe to test a student, then, in person, then students should not be tested. And so, again, it is, the ultimate sort of decision makers are the IEP team. Again, these are recommendations. So, I think that if the IEP team determines that, a remote administration is possible in some cases, then that would be allowed. However, our recommendation would be to provide an in-person setting, if at all possible. You can head to the next slide. And again, here, if the administration of the alternative assessment is not really an option, then our LEAs are not expected to find an alternative option that would be at the local level, though that certainly would not preclude an LEA from administering a local assessment if they so choose, but that is their choosing as well. You can head to the next slide. And I will hand it back over to Mao to finish out our presentation.
Thank you, Heather. As mentioned, I think sometimes it's okay for us to kind of repeat some things. I tell my staff that sometimes we have to say it 3 times, because then, we are able to communicate what we really mean. Eligible students for the alternate LPAC, the reason the city is postponing the alternate LPAC, like I mentioned earlier, and Heather, also the operational field test until next school year, is for the reasons that Heather has mentioned, and it's in development. For this current spring, the summative LPAC administration that's going on right now from February 1 through now, we have extended the testing window through July 30th. LEAs could continue to administer their locally determined alternate assessments for the LPAC only, following safety protocols in place for this whole duration, and whether they choose to give the extended testing window, there's a process where they could notify our contractor to do that. Next slide. So now that we've gone over the focus a little bit on the alternate assessments, I'd like to talk about the other non-California alternate assessments to give you an update and overall as well, because many students who may have disabilities take many of our assessments, and it's not just the California alternate assessments, which is mainly a very special population. So next slide. So there were, the U.S. Department of Education did bring forward or provided some flexibility in a letter in February. And since that time, there have been some updates to our spring 2021 summative test administration. The U.S. Department of Ed, or ED, I'll just call them ED for now on. They did confirm the position that a waiver is not needed because we are providing all of our required assessments, and we are making them available for California local educational agencies to administer all of our required assessments. And that all school districts will be required to administer the statewide summative assessments, I quote, except in any instances where the state concludes it is not viable to administer the assessment because of the pandemic. So we link the communication is posted on the California Department of Education website. Next slide. And continuing on, we have the 2020-21 Spring Administration Flexibility Guidelines. What this means is that California, and through our communications with the U.S. Department of Education, we are continuing to provide all the summative LPAC and CASP statewide assessments. I will highlight each of these components in a bit. But overall, for the Smarter Balanced ELA and mathematics statewide assessments, where COVID circumstances do not make the statewide assessments a viable option, LEAs may use a locally administered assessment for these content areas. So again, just highlighting that the statewide testing window has been extended through July 30, 2021. And that's part of our administration flexibility guidelines that we have put out last Friday, I believe, and posted, and I'll share with you later how to access that if you did not have it. Next slide. So for the summative assessments for ELA and mathematics, we did have our State Board of Education did approve an adjusted form in November 2020, and it's a shorter form of the English language arts and mathematics tests. So for these two content areas, if it is not viable for LEAs to administer these assessments, ELA and mathematics, in person or remotely, that the LEA may use a locally administered assessment that meet the following criteria. And this criteria was approved by our State Board of Education on the March 16th meeting, that the assessment must be aligned with the California Common Core state standards for ELA and mathematics, and they must be available to students in grades 3 through 8 and 11. And they must be uniformly administered across a grade span, school, or district to all eligible students. And the LEA is responsible and must report the test results to parents and teachers and in the school accountability report card and the local educational agency report card. Next slide. So just reiterating that the CAAs or California alternate assessments for ELA, mathematics, and science, if it's not viable for the LEA to administer the CAAs in person with the health and safety guidelines that Heather mentioned in place, do not give those tests. And there are no other assessment options available. They're not expected to find another alternate, although some districts may have their own local assessments already as alternate assessments, and there are no other assessments or options that the state is saying that they or the board did not indicate that they needed to do other assessment other than the ones that are available through the state. Okay, next slide. And then for the summative LPAC, overall for English learners taking the summative LPAC, this one's a little bit different. The summative LPAC must be administered to all English learners in person or remotely. And there are no other assessment options available. This is the one that we need to identify and monitor or provide opportunities for English learners to take the summative LPAC because it really helps with providing the appropriate services that they would need. Okay, next slide. And then for the California science test, if it's not viable for the LEA to administer the CAST, do not give that test. And there are no other assessment options available either. Okay, next slide. And then we do have the California Spanish Assessment, or CSA. Again, that is the word of the year, viable. If it's not viable for an LEA to administer the CSA, do not give that test. And there are no other assessment options available for this one. And this is an optional test. So students would have to be able to know Spanish in order to take this assessment. There are other criteria and registration that takes place as well. Okay, next slide. So I'm just highlighting a few benefits of the statewide assessment. Heather mentioned this, but I will highlight it again that when students are using the CASP and LPAC assessments, we do build in they do have access to the universal tools, designated supports, and accommodations as needed. In addition, some students, especially those students in grade 11, will be able to submit their ELA and math scores for the California State University Early Assessment Program so that they could be placed in credit-bearing courses and to be used in the CSU's multiple measures approach to help students place appropriately in programs. And then the CASP summative assessments, along with the LPAC as well, that each of our tests are directly aligned with the test blueprint that is approved by our board, our State Board of Education, and fully meet the required content coverage for each of the required grades and assessments. So those are some of the benefits of taking the statewide test if any local educational agencies were still contemplating what they can do and what's viable at their local level. Next slide. So what are some considerations for viability? We use that word quite a bit, and In terms of considerations for viability, we have learned over the course of the year that there were some LEAs that had a hard time having access to the secure browser. For the summative assessments, we require a secure browser, especially the CASP, in order to ensure test security and that students are able to do the work independently. Another consideration could be that do they have a stable broadband with adequate bandwidth? Another challenge is that there were a number of students who had non-managed devices, and that means that it's not managed centrally from the district, especially with Chromebooks. We learned midway through the year that Chromebooks, personal Chromebooks, could not download the secure browser. So although we've worked on some solutions, there's still many students out there who have non-managed devices and cannot access the test without the secure browser. So that's a challenge or a consideration for viability. Other ones are things like capacity for proctoring and monitoring remotely, both in the home and from the school. Children's degree of experience with an online assessment platform. We know that this has been a very challenging year. So that's another consideration, that maybe perhaps some of the younger students may not have experience with online assessment platforms yet. And then students' requirements for non-embedded accessibility supports. Heather and I have mentioned about embedded or resources that students have within the testing system. But there are some students who have non-embedded accessibility supports that they would need outside of the system, and sometimes the ways in which they access the test may not be viable. So that's another consideration. Next slide. So continuing with the considerations, the amount of time schools have been or will have been providing full in-person instruction. So that really, this is more words to kind of help you think through about your current situation and your local context, including ensuring that initial time upon reopening for schools and staff to learn and adjust to mitigate these strategies, to mitigation strategies, and just take stock of and address trauma and support immediate social emotional needs. I mean, assessments really overlap with our, return to school, reopening of schools as well. So there's a lot of challenging needs out there that every local educational agency would have to consider for their own local context and these various considerations to meet their local needs. Another one that is out there is the instructional mode transition, again, due to COVID. We thought we were all returning at the beginning of the year in person, then we did not, and many of our LEAs are still probably 80% still have some form of remote or distance learning. And then, of course, this is not an exhaustive list or a comprehensive list by no at all. You could really look at your local pandemic-related factors as well for considerations of viability. Next slide. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we have updated our frequently asked questions, including those considerations for viability. You may visit our frequently asked questions webpage, and we will provide the link for you. And then I mentioned earlier that if any local educational agency need to extend their testing window, the Office of Administrative Law did approve our emergency regulations for the CASP and the LPAC to extend the statewide testing window through July 30th. So any local educational agency that need their testing window extended up to or prior to that time, they may contact the California Technical Assistance Center at Caltech or the 1-800-955-2954 number, and they will provide assistance in doing that. Next slide. So just some additional information about our spring administration websites for parents and educators. We are providing the links so that you can have access to those sites, and for educators and then parents have a separate a web link there so that they could have just the information that's pertinent to parents, and they would not have to, weed through all the information that all of our educators have to go through. And just to give it a little bit more focus, we have 2 separate web links here for more information. Okay, next slide. And then lastly, I think our the assessment spotlight, for more information though, we do send out a weekly email that provides, current information from our Assessment Development and Administration Division at the California Department of Education. And to join that email list, you send a blank email message to our subscribe link at -casp@mlist@cde.ca.gov, and you will be signed up for our weekly email. And then, of course, you could always visit the CDE Assessment Spotlight webpage to find all of our previous issues for reference. Next slide. And thank you. Thank you for letting us be here with you today, and I'd be happy to open it up and have a discussion, or however you like to facilitate. I think we have a few minutes.
Yeah, so thank you both for the information that you shared. I would ask commissioners who have comments or questions to begin raising your hands so that Vice Chair Dr. Hayes-White can facilitate any questions or conversation. One question that I would like to begin with, going back to the word of the day, viability. Is there a process by which LEAs would communicate to their community or to the department if they determined it was not viable to provide the assessments this year?
Well, the requirement for testing has not been waived, right? So the waiver that we received is the streamlined accountability and reporting waiver that decouples accountability from assessment. So what we were doing is providing guidance based on the board's action to provide the most best guidelines that we could given the assessment options that we have this spring. So we know that in terms of a process, that's why the local educational agencies will have to make the decision locally based on their local context, and that we are not approving or denying or rejecting what their local options may be. If there is a local option like the ELA and the math, as much as they can, if it's viable for them to administer the summative, that is our recommendation first and foremost. Do the best that you can. We have shortened our tests. We have provided a remote option, even in this distance learning. Some LEAs have finished testing. Our testing company stands ready to help and support the LEAs in making this these decisions or being able to administer their administrations. But we know and understand that some cannot, as you mentioned. So we will. There is no process that they are to report to us. What we will do is to collect some information, is to send out a survey in the next week or so. And that will give them some time to just, let us know what they're doing in terms of, do they need a test extension window? Will they be taking advantage of that extension? Kind of like, what are they doing for ELA and math? Maybe some LEAs, like Unified School Districts, have informed us that they will give the grade 11 tests in ELA and math to their grade 11 students to support the early assessment program with the CSU system. However, some of their earlier grades is not viable for them to administer, so they will continue to administer their local assessment. And so to answer your question, we are trying to support the field as much as possible to meet their assessment testing requirements, and that the information should be helpful and useful for them to inform other things that we're doing, like inform AB 86, with expanded learning into the summer and even into the fall. If they have information about students, we could support and target the students who have the most need to be able to benefit from these additional services.
Thank you.
Commissioner Adler.
Thank you. Thank you, Mao and Heather, for the presentation. And this has been an issue that's caused my district superintendents a lot of anxiety over the last few months. So appreciate everything that you shared. My question is, given the flexibility that's offered regarding assessment, what does that mean for the dashboard?
So Cindy Cazanas is not here. I don't know if she is presenting to you all, but we did get the waiver for in terms of accountability, and the federal waiver for accountability and reporting. However, I believe that there's still some state legislation, the state components that will still need to go through some state legislative changes. And I believe that in terms of the dashboard, we'll have to circle back with Cindy Cazanas, because I don't want to answer on behalf of something that I'm not as intimately involved in.
Thank you.
Vice President Strauss.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, just to clarify the comment about the dashboard, where we don't have data, we will not be reporting it, but there will be a lot of data that we are able to report. So you, again, if we don't have the local assessments will be reported by SARC and disaggregated by subgroup, but we know like attendance and some things like that we can report. So we'll get an update at our next state meeting, but understand that if there's no statewide data and we've decoupled it from the accountability requirement of participation and accountability for this year, so it won't be part of the dashboard.
Thanks, Eileen.
No other hands Commissioner Talapian.
Just like me, right? Last minute. I just want to thank you guys again, because I know it's extensive work, and every question that every time you have those stakeholder meetings, there's questions. The website indicates those questions and there's responses. There's over 70 questions and answers that I think, assessors and parents, educators could all go ahead and access. And it is a lot of work. And I appreciate, again, the time that you guys took to explain it and to go over everything. And what I took away was that not giving the test was not an option. We have to find a viable, right? And what that means is, and I know stakeholders wanted that explanation as well, but they're not going to dictate what that looks like, because it's determined on each district and school and what that is. So again, thank you for all your work. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep. Sorry. Sorry, I jumped right in. And I also wanted to mention as well, we are also doing sort of assessment office hours or coffee talk, if you will. So the special ed division will join forces again with our friends in the assessment division. And so we'll be available and on hand for sort of call-in interactive dialogue regarding assessments. And we're happy to sort of answer, as best we can, and provide guidance as best we can regarding assessments in particular for students with disabilities during those times. And I think those dates and times have gone out, Mao, correct, as well? Yeah, so those have gone out. So, that's another just, avenue that's available for us to dialogue or continue the conversation, if you will.
Commissioner Estes.
Thank you. Yeah, super complex, and thanks for your work. I'm just wondering, will there be any sort of consolidation of information that can be accessible from the field regarding who's using what assessment tools? Will that get collected, disseminated, or provided to the field at all?
Well, we will do a survey to collect some information and for the LEAs to tell us what they're planning to do and if there's any additional support they need. But it's not anything where they have to provide documents back to us. Did I answer that correctly or appropriately in terms of thinking about the sharing? What did you mean by the sharing? If you could expand.
Thinking more around like a community of learning and practice on this, because it is, new for the field in many ways. And so just a collection of information regarding what people are utilizing and whether that would be collected, not that they have to provide it to you, but as if you're gathering it and you're getting it in your coffee chats and otherwise, will that be collected and disseminated?
Yes. So the two links, the link that I provided in one of the slides for the educators, that if you go to that web page, there's all types of resources. We have had all the office hours that any of the LEAs that come and share their practices with us, they usually have very good resources. We have put them all onto one web page and shared them out, and they are varied across the board, but very useful. And then our contractor at the California Technical Assistance Center certainly provides daily support to the LEAs as they need it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioners, are there any further comments at this time? Chair Tostin.
Seeing no additional comments, Aaron, are there any members of the public awaiting to make comment?
Chair Tostin, we do not have any public comment at this time.
Okay. Mal and Heather, thank you so much for the information that you shared with us and keeping us updated. We always appreciate learning more, and I would also highlight our appreciation for your collaboration at the department. We have watched over the past few years as the team there has worked to become more integrated and focus on all of our students and kind of the overlap of conversations. So appreciative of your continued collaboration and information that you shared with us today.
Thank you.
Moving on. You're welcome. The next item on our agenda, item 4, is a legislative update. We are very grateful to have Brian Sapp with us today, who is with the Government Affairs Division within CDE. He'll be providing us an overview of the legislative cycle and touching briefly on some bills that are working their way through the system that might be worthy of consideration for this group. Brian, thank you so much for being here with us. We turn the mic and screen over to you.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me today. Real quick, commissioners, can you hear me all right? Sometimes my AirPods are good for me, and then sometimes they're not. So you guys can all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, Brian's happy with the Government Affairs Division at the Department of Education. Just some quick updates about me is I worked in the state Senate for Senator Steve Bradford for many years. And then I was also his staffer when the senator was then the vice chair. He is now the chair of the CLBC, the California Legislative Black Caucus. And so I had the opportunity to work with Superintendent Thurman in that capacity. And so him and I kind of developed a really positive working relationships just when he was a then assembly member and I was a Senate staffer. And so then there was some opportunity about, when he ran for superintendent to come over to work with him in the Government Affairs Division. And so then I'm here. So, which is a great opportunity. And I love the issues and I love working on education. I'm not sure how familiar some of the commissioners are with the GAD team. And that just stands for Government Affairs Division. The GAD team, we well, there's 3 less legislative representatives. So the 3 leg reps, we have a variety of issues in our policy portfolio. And I have special education. I have, what else do I have? I have local, the LCAP as it relates to ADA attendance. I also have physical education. I have health and mental health services. I have after school programming. And I also have just general governance. And so just if there's like other security issues, how it relates to the superintendent in regards to his constitutional office, being a constitutional officer. And so I get to work with the special education division. I love working with Heather and Stacy. And then I actually was unaware of the ACE commission. And so, and that was my fault. You know, I don't think we did that correctly. Like when we're assigning the policy portfolios with the legislative affairs reps, the leg reps. And so I was really intrigued when I got to find out that we have this great commission within the department. And, you know, I really love how we provide checks and balances to the superintendent and the state board, and just really an independent advocacy to the general population within the state. So I think it's pretty tremendous, the work that you all do here. And I'm really excited to engage and really push this ball forward as we are really work together to be a cohesive team. So that's just kind of a general overall viewpoint of Brian. Let me see what else. Something fun about Brian. Brian is, Brian in third person. I am a runner, and so I'm going to be trying to run 100 miles over the course of 30 days in the month of May. And I'm also doing that selfishly to help me, you know, get active and trim up my waistline as we start getting into the warm weather months in the pool seasons. So there's that. And then what else? I live in Midtown, so I really enjoy walking around the kind of like the luscious trees that are here in the Sacramento area. And I'm really, really super social, and I love people. So please reach out anytime. I'm more than happy to do whatever I can do to be a resource to you and to the commission. So with that, I'll start this slide. So what we're going to be talking about is very high level. Out of the 500, actually there's 5,000 bills this past year, over 5,000 bills. And that was the lawmakers being told to scale down their bill packages due to the end of COVID. But due to, I don't know, the 5,000 bills, we're going to be talking about 3 that are really impactful to the special education division. And I think would be really wise for you guys to know about. Most of you may know about it, but if you don't, you'll get a chance to high levelly learn about them today. And then also there's a handout that I'm going to be talking with you all on, and that is it's just the general government affairs division calendar. Basically what that is it kind of talks about an overview of what we do and the time of the year that we do it. So you can basically get an idea of what is the government affairs team doing in September? Okay, in September, we're going to be talking about gaining legislative proposals. We're going to talk about what the superintendent budget priorities are this next year. We're going to talk about legislation that the governor signed or the governor vetoed, whatever. And so basically, we'll get into that later, but it's kind of like a general calendar of what the government affairs team is doing for the department within any type of the year. And then lastly, I think it'd be really cool to talk about ways that we can engage the government affairs division and how the government affairs team can really work in collaboration with ACE. And so I think that we have a great opportunity to really dive in on that. And so I actually really would like to really focus some of our attentions there. And so I have some probing questions that I'd like to kind of pose to you all when we get to the conversation component of the briefing. All right, next slide. Ooh, actually, I'm sorry, Aaron, if you could go back, we're going to go back to those 3 pieces of legislation. SB 291. SB 291 is by Senator Stern, and that would establish an advisory commission, a student advisory commission within the commission. The advisory council would be comprised of 15 students across the state, and it would range in the ages from 16 to 24. and it would be across various regions of that within the state of California. And then they would provide the commission advice on how it relates to students, and we get a student perspective of what it means to be a special education student within the state of California. They would then, again, this is legislation, and so they would then be able to provide recommendations, policy guidelines, advocacy components to you all and how it relates to the state. This is a bill that we are unsure of where we're at. Let me take this back. A lot of our bills right now are in this place called suspense, and suspense is where bills go when we're identifying if they have a fiscal component, and if the fiscal component is too great, how it relates to the general state budget each year. And so right now, SB 291 is in suspense, and so it's been referred to the Senate Appropriations Committee. The chair, Senator Portantino, is identifying his legislative priorities and what he's looking to come out of his committee this next year. And from there, we'll know if it then goes through the traditional legislative process where it goes back to now it would leave the Senate, then go into the Assembly. From there, it would go from the Assembly Education Committee, and then it would go into the Senate Appropriations Committee, and they would do the same thing. And they would analyze how this bill looks as it relates to the general state budget, and does it align with leaderships? So that's the speaker, which is Anthony Rendon, or it's the pro tem, which is Tony Atkins. And so between the two of them, they would say, hey, well, how does this relate to our committees within our houses of government, so the Senate or the Assembly? And that is generally done with every single piece of legislation in the legislature. And so this bill currently is being housed in suspense. And suspense is it's exactly that. For people that are like myself, who likes to enjoy plan and to know exactly what's going on, you can really do all the right things, when a bill is in suspense. You can submit your letters, you can have the conversations with staff, you can have conversations with leadership to make sure leadership knows where you're at with it. The superintendent sometimes will make a phone call and say, hey, let's, talk about this, and this about this bill. If, we really feel like it's important to get what we're looking for. A technical term we say is out of committee. And so if we're looking to get this out of committee, even the superintendent may lend his voice. But suspense also is suspense. You don't know what's going to happen. We don't know where the bill falls and is in alignment with the chair. A lot of times those staffers are, they keep their deck of cards close to their chest, so they don't let people really share what's going on with it. You don't really know, and you try to give us as much limited information as possible. And so for a person like myself, you find yourself not able to just really plan. You're just saying, hey, well, this is where this is, and this is where this is. So an example, SB 291 is in suspense, and we're unsure where it's going to go. The author's office is Senator Stern. He's committed to working with the department as it relates to how we may have this implemented. We can do some of these, have an advisory commission we can have an advisory council within the commission, and maybe that's not legislated. Maybe it's something that's done through a stakeholder engagement group, or maybe we do that, we can form a council with different components. And so, we're in talks with the author's office about how that may look. And we're really excited that he's committed to be working with us. A really fun thing about Senator Stern is he's committed. The Special Olympics he's been a real champion of the Special Olympics that's going to be taking place. And so he's looking to do a lot more work in the special education space moving forward. And so it's nice to know that we have an ally in the legislature, and we can utilize him, when we need things from him too down the road. The next bill I'm going to talk about is SB 692 by Senator Cortese. This bill is unique as to where it's looking to do a couple of different items. Currently, this bill, as it relates to the LCAP, the local accountability plans, it has special education built into it, and we're looking to change the way that would be. to change some of those broader definitions of how it relates to the LCAP. I am working this bill as it relates to the special ed component, but my colleague Jonathan is actually the one that's staffing this bill and is speaking to some of the key metrics. So I'm going to keep it really high level on it, but I just want you guys to know that we are tracking this, and Jonathan and my colleague is working this bill with the senator. This bill also is in suspense, and again, we won't know how this relates to where this is going to get out, just because there's the fiscal components of how it would relate to state government. But just generally speaking, this bill would add the least restricted environment as measured above reference to the federal indicator as other local measures to the state priority school climate. This bill would require the standards of local measure to be consistent with the state's targets of the federal indicators as assigned by specified federal indicators. This bill would include the measure of the state board's performance criteria until the beginning of the year 2025 and 2026 school year. Currently, this department has taken no position on this, and so we can't tell you if the superintendent is in support or if he's a sponsor. We have no position on this bill at this time, but we are looking to have engaging conversations with the author's office to make sure it's in the best place. If it is going to be signed by the governor, we want to make sure that we're engaging with them and letting sure the committees know where we're at as a department. And also, right now, if this bill is located in the suspense, it's in Senate Appropriations Committee. So once we know more, we'll communicate that all with you too. And then lastly, I'm going to talk about our good friend, Assemblymember Frazier. We really like this. Well, let me take this back. I really like this just because of what the bill is looking to do. Assembly Bill 967 by Assemblymember Frazier on special education as it relates to COVID-19. Essentially, this bill to establish within the Treasury Department there's a special fund within the Treasury Department for COVID-19, a fund for monies to be used at the department to provide matching funds for a one-time basis for LEAs that are showing a greater need for special education monies as it relates to COVID. It's really cool because the bill gives broader flexibility to LEAs and SELPAs as they were looking to spend their dollars into whether teachers are looking to need greater resources to provide, additional teaching for students. And so we've already had a lot of those flexibilities this past year due to COVID-19 and how it relates to our LEAs. And this bill would give additional flexibility to them and then give some additional matching funds to those LEAs. So essentially right now we're just saying, hey, we recognize that there's additional needs that are being met in the field, and we may not know all of them at the state level. And so we want to give as many resources as possible to help bring our students outside of COVID-19. And so that's what Mr. Frazier is looking to do. I say our good friend, Mr. Frazier, because he has been a champion for the special education division within the department for many years now. And it's really cool to watch him just continue to be a champion and advocate based on special education needs and interests. And so I personally don't know where this bill is going to land. It is also in the Assembly Appropriations Committee on suspense, but we are speaking favorably as a department to the committees regarding all of the pieces of legislation that we just spoke about. But I can tell you we are really engaging with the Appropriations Office and letting them know that, hey, we really like this. This would do this, this would do this, this would do this. And we can, and then it's just, we really are looking to see the great work that this bill is seeking to do. And so, again, that's where we're at with this bill. I'm going to stop there because the next part of my presentation really talks about ways that the Government Affairs Division can engage with the Commission. And so I'll stop. We'll do two questions. We'll do questions for this component of the presentation, then I'll do quick questions as we engage in the conversation part about just our ways we can collaborate. So I'll stop there. I know that was a lot of information. I'm here to do my very best and answer your questions.
Thank you, Brian. And appreciate the pause. Commissioners, any questions or responses to the information we heard about the three bills, SB 291, SB 692, and AB 967 from our friend of the commission and our liaison to the Assembly, Member Frazier. So pausing, commissioners, if you have a comment or question, I'd ask that you raise your hand, and Vice Chair Dr. Hayes White will facilitate our Q&A.
Commissioner Adler.
Thank you. Thanks, Brian. Nice to meet you. Great. Appreciate you being here. I was going to do this as part of my commissioner report, but I think it's just appropriate now. Just to let you know, with respect to SB 692, the County Superintendents Association took a support position on this bill. They were all very, very much in support of adding the least restrictive environment piece. So just wanted to share that with you. So thanks.
Thank you. I'm taking notes, so I'm not looking down. I'm taking notes because I am an old-fashioned. I tell people I'm a millennial, but I'm an older millennial. So I still write things down.
Well, thank you.
I think older millennials are called Generation X. Just not sure where the line is.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Hi, nice to meet you too, Brian, and thank you for sharing all this information. I guess I'm more of a visual learner than I thought I was, because I'm sure I missed a lot just because my brain is still just taking in a lot of information. So that was good to hear what's going on. I just wanted to just check in. I know there was a lot of discussion regarding SB 692 in the deaf and hard of hearing community when it first came out. And I just wanted to share out with the rest of the commission and any of the public who are listening, because I believe that there were revisions made to the bill to accommodate the deaf and hard of hearing, and I believe also the blind and visually impaired students, to recognize that my own experience with a daughter who's hard of hearing, many of us with students who are deaf and hard of hearing recognize that often for them, putting them in a mainstream classroom is actually often more isolating than being in a special day class or even a special school for the deaf, when their mode of communication is ASL and they cannot communicate with their typical peers in the general classroom. And so I know that there was concern when the bill was first introduced that there was no carve out for that or recognition of that concern. And I believe that has been addressed, but I was wondering if you could just make clear for those of us on the call or on the meeting and who are watching to clarify that, please.
Yeah, the bill has had some significant amendments over the last, since it was introduced earlier this year. And currently, in its current form, it has made some of those amendments as relates to the deaf and hard of hearing communities. And I recognize that this, within the context of this bill, it really affects many, many, many stakeholders. When we think about the broader context of special education, and we think about, the various subcommittees within the greater community, I think that when it was first introduced, it was not necessarily as inclusive to the broader context to the communities that the bill is seeking to serve. And so I know that right now, through the current amendments, it does. But I want to make sure that I'm not speaking out of turn. So I'm more than happy to work with Heather, Stacy, and Aaron to get you all the most current information as it relates to the bill.
Okay, thank you. I did look it up online before, I was checking in on it. And I thought that I read that it was that they would not be counted in these numbers, and that they just there was language to ensure that this would not prohibit the placement of students in the appropriate communication mode for students, especially who are deaf and hard of hearing or blind. Mm-hmm. That's right.
I got the bill up right now, and there's just significant strike-throughs was where the amendments have been, where the amendments are. And so I just don't want to say anything incorrect. And so I do believe that it does include the deaf and hard of hearing communities. as it relates, but I just don't want to say, yes, this does, in fact, because I don't want to be wrong. And it's not that I don't want to be wrong. I'm happy to be wrong. I just want to make sure you all have the right information.
Thank you. I would appreciate it then if you could have that forwarded to us. Thank you.
I can do that.
Chair Tossin, you have your hand raised?
So thanks so much for the information, and much like Commissioner Aldler, just wanted to share something that was going to be part of my commissioner report, but it seems appropriate now, related to SB 291, the bill that would create a voting member for the Advisory Commission on Special Education, as well as create the student panel, as Brian outlined before. Additionally, Commissioner Estes was able to join that conversation through another one of the hats that she wears. And I would like to just let everyone know of the great work and vision that Senator Stern has for ensuring that student voice is part of the conversation. It was really a great evening led by students. The majority of the time was spent listening from students and hearing the importance and their passion around their voice being heard. And I'll just say hello to my friend Jonathan in LA, who typically calls in public comments, who was able to join the call as well. And so at that town hall, I voiced our support in terms of highlighting student voice, while having some concerns around the logistics of coordinating the panels from a state level, but certainly supportive of anything that increases student voice and requires us as educational leaders and commissioners and appointed officials to hear students and incorporate that feedback. And so I wanted to make sure commissioners were aware of that conversation, and knowing that it's in the suspense file and there's still conversations being had. We'll follow up with the leads of our Leg Committee to discuss how we might want to advise and assist the legislature as they're grappling with refining and revising these bills and having these conversations. So I see Commissioner Topolin has her hand up, so I will transition.
Thank you. Thank you, David. So looking at SB 291, I think it's great always giving the student voice. I think some of the concerns that I know when we reviewed it was what are some of the safeguards? How is that going to look when students are appointed or decided upon? How do we know it's about students and not about somebody else's agenda being pushed in that sense? And making sure that it's a student voice that we really hear. And so we just want to know more about the safeguards overall, and just to ensure that students are able to have that piece for them. And then for SB 692, we had concerns about what are some of the things that are going to go on the dashboard. There was no consistent model to base data on. And then standards for LRE, data comes from IEPs, which may not be accurate if teachers don't update them. And then data is already reported to CDE via the CalPads, which is also out at this point, correct? The CalPads? Didn't we move over to...
We moved to CalPads from cases.
Oh, we moved to, yes. Sorry, the CalPads. Yes, that's what it was. Oh my gosh. Yes. So those are some of the concerns. Just the standards for LRE data comes from IEPs, but there might not be accurate information for SB 692.
Yeah, these are great. This is great feedback. I'm writing this down. I also think this is kind of as we transition into ways that that GAD can support the commission. I think these are great questions for the next part of the talk.
Janine, did you have one more comment?
No. I was just going to say maybe I missed it because, of course, my thoughts always in there. But what does GAD stand for people who do not know what's out there?
That's okay. It's the Government Affairs Division.
Thank you.
Commissioners,
Commissioner
Estes has her hand raised.
You're muted, Commissioner Estes.
Sorry, I'm muted. I don't know if we can step outside of the scope of these proposed pieces of legislation, but I was just wondering if your office is tracking the sunsetting of SB 98 and sort of what the future holds related to that distance learning aspects.
Was that of 2000, like 2020?
Yes. But it's
and that was
by its own terms, a sunset.
And that was the budget bill of last year? Okay.
Yes.
That has a lot of information in it. And so you said there's this sunset component of SB 98. Is it more concerned as to the different leniencies or the waivers that we did within the greater context of what we gave to LEAs last year due to COVID?
Yes. So the allocations related to like a really robust distance learning platform and funding associated with that for students, and the language itself sunsets at the end of the school year. So, one of the lingering questions that I have had is, what is the future of the distance learning legislation, and that impacts students with special needs and IEPs potentially significantly as we come to the end of this school year into next year.
That's a great question. I do know that the legislature, there's been several calls that the legislature is looking at in regards to data and as we move through students, just through students and, tracking those students. We've got students that haven't logged in yet. We have yet to identify where they're at. And that gives, because of that, due to COVID, there was greater flexibility. So there are active talks in the legislature, and the conversation that I'm referring to was a data component that was literally spoke about last week. But I will be sure. What I can do is I can get a high-level overview to that, for you commissioners, and then you all can I'm more than happy to, within the context of the commission rules, do an additional report or briefing or call, whatever it takes to be helpful for you all.
Thanks.
Seeing no additional questions.
Yeah.
Brian, we'll turn it back over to you for the calendar and our collaboration conversation.
Yes. What I'll do is the calendar should have been given to you in the commissioner packet, so as just an additional item given to you all. Aaron, are we able to provide that can we share screen? Is that something we're able to do? Sorry. I can't share my screen because of, do you have the document you could put on, Aaron? If you don't, that's fine.
He's posting it now, and we're seeing it on our screens.
Should be up right now.
Awesome. So this kind of generally, I want to kind of frame this as we've got the government affairs calendar. And so what this is essentially session starts in January and it ends in August or September. And so we felt it was best to really start our calendar in September and December and kind of work through it through the other half of the year, just due to kind of the key activities that takes place. So imagine we're going back to school as, a commission team, and we're going back to school. We're starting in September and we're going to end in August. So just kind of think that way through in this calendar. So the governor's office / the legislature in that time period is reviewing, they're actually going into recess. That's the recess that they're going to take between November through December, and they're going to be, September through December, and they'll be there just kind of working in their constituencies, their districts. They're having time with their staff developing their legislative process, their packages. The governor at that time is working with, his legislative team to sign all the various pieces of legislation that have made its way to his desk. And then also it's kind of the very beginning of budget proposals and advocacy. And so various leaders are doing their own budget proposals as it relates to getting it to the governor, because people want to have their advocacy and their proposals included in the governor's January budget proposal. And the earlier you get that information in, the better it is. And so for us as GAD, right in the middle, GAD is doing a couple of different things. But at that point, we're beginning to have our initial conversations and outreach with program staff. We're developing our own legislative concepts with the superintendent. The superintendent is providing us feedback of what he specifically wants us to do. So that could be two things. One, what is the bill concept? Oh, that could be Brian working with the Special Education Division on various legislative concepts we're looking to deal with the superintendent. But then it's different to what the superintendent specifically wants to do that session. He may bring in a couple different items that he saw that he wanted to fix, or maybe some folks met with him and he's looking to achieve it. And then program staff, I think, the commission functions independently, but think program staff of different things happening from the Special Education Division. They're working on the ledge reports. At that point, they're finalizing their BCPs, their budget change proposals, getting that into the Department of Finance. And this is just, again, really high level of different key activities that are legislative driven. They're happening through September through December. And then January through March, that's kind of like the springtime. That's where session starts. You've got the budget. The governor is introducing his budget. At that point, the superintendent will introduce his own legislative sponsored legislation. The teams within the department are beginning their advocacy their analyzation of whatever items are coming in from various lawmakers. And then we're working those items with the key stakeholders, such as like Senate Education Committee, or Assembly Education Committee. We're meeting with key stakeholders. And then program staff is beginning to see their very first wave of something we call LBATS. It's the Legislative Bill Analyzation Tracking System. And that's basically the items that they use to track the different items coming their way for legislation. And then in April through June, that's when the governor is talking about his May revision. We're getting in more cost estimates to appropriation committees. That's that suspense item that we're talking about. And then again, it's really heavy driven about budget advocacy. We want to make sure that, our interests are being reflected in the governor's budget. And then the GAD team, we're kind of providing that, we're walking as a liaison between all of those items that we just mentioned. And then we're working with program staff at the same time. We're making sure that key feedback of what it takes to make sure the bill is actually implemented. We're working with program staff to make sure that is being done and really being the best advocates we can for the department. And then lastly, July through August, it's the end of the year sprint in the governor's office and the legislature. I talked about it earlier. It's when the legislation flips houses and it goes from the Senate to the Assembly, or the Assembly to the Senate. And then we're doing that same thing, kind of working as the key liaison and really doing our best to be advocates for the department. And then also we get to do some fun activities, just outreach to the legislative offices. We get to talk about key things about those reports to the lawmakers' offices. Maybe it's, showing off the commission to the lawmakers' offices. It's, really doing our very best to kind of provide targeted outreach to them to let them know that we're working all year long on their behalf. And also that just helps us keeps positive relationships with lawmaker offices. And then at that point also, we're hoping that things slow down between July and August for program staff, but depending on where we're at on the items, it's equally as busy. But again, we're working on just kind of like the holistic approach of, hey, this is what our CDE is doing. We want to make sure they know about it. And then we also from there are just doing kind of like these touch points to make sure at the very end, our items are being really cared for and minded and implemented as the governor begins to sign the legislative last bit of bills, or he's finishing up the budget. This is in your guys' packet. We just want to make sure you all have this as commissioners so you can know what we're doing and how we can support you all with our various efforts. And I think this is a good transition into my last slide as it relates to ways that the Government Affairs Division can work with the Commission. You know, and I think that this is more, I just would like the last bit of this to be conversational. I know that you all have your legislative committees, and so you guys provide policy recommendations. I know that maybe, I'm not sure in the past, maybe there's been an ACE advocacy day where, you know, you have, you know, your ledge rep previously walk you all around to lawmaker offices, or maybe we do a lawmaker briefing. You know, those are things that we can do. And then it'd be really cool to maybe have, this is my first, I've been with the team, the Government Affairs Division, for over a year, and this is my first time presenting at the commission meeting. So I'm not sure if maybe we'd be standing, in the past, has there been standing commission items where we would come in and talk to you all, but I'm really keenly interested in establishing a rapport with you all where we regularly meet. And whenever you have your commission meetings, we would do a little high level update to you all, et cetera. And so, you know, you have been here longer, so tell me what has been done and how we can best work together.
Thank you so much, Brian. Great questions. And so I'll take lead. It's fluctuated over my time on the commission in terms of our legislative work. I mean, as you went through the calendar, typically our meeting schedule and the legislative calendar aren't synced up. That allows us to do kind of the deep bill monitoring, conversations, and tracking on bills from day to day. In our role as advising to all of the appointing bodies, different commissioners may reach out and speak with their appointing bodies around different bills that are making its way through the system. And occasionally we will write a letter of support in advising around legislation. A number of our Sorry. I'm sorry, please.
Does that letter, if you guys are going to write a letter, does that come through like recommendations from the legislative committee?
It may begin with the legislative committee, obviously conversations with the full commission, and potentially action. It's been a number of years since we, I believe, I wouldn't say it as strongly as taking a position, but advised specifically around a piece of legislation.
Cool.
And our legislative day or information sharing days typically would be taking place today during our April meeting where we tour the Capitol and meet with legislators and staffers and share our thoughts. So a little disrupted by COVID, but obviously hope to resume that in-person activity in the future.
That's great. And do you typically use GAD in that space, or is that something that maybe staff will help, staff will help the commission do, or how does that work?
So in the past, working directly with the department staff in the special ed division to coordinate. We haven't worked directly with GAD in the past, and I'm not sure how the pieces connect within the department, but typical support comes from division staff and our reports from the liaison from the state board, as well as SBE on different matters, less legislation with SBE, but interfacing with those liaisons is typically how we interface around policy decisions or support.
Cool.
And I see Commissioner Winlock has his hand raised.
Thank you. Brian, I am just excited about this, the connection that needs to be happening between the Government's Affairs Division. One of the suggestions when you talk about the policy recommendations, I think it would be really important for us, and we've kind of had this in the past, but not as much. I've been a commissioner for the last 6-7 years. And, what I really think could be very powerful for us is that we know exactly which ones the superintendent is very much interested as it relates to the improvement for students in all areas, not only just special ed, but if there's issues around, disproportionality, that he's very much interested in making sure. The commission should know about those. And then we then be looking at which ways we're going to support the work that he's trying to do in the policy, whether it be through our, connection to our policymakers or those that have appointed us, all those kinds of things, so we can further and assist with that area. So when it talks about policy recommendations, I think it would be very powerful that we're really clear about which ones the superintendent is really working at. And I'm sure that a number of them, all of them, many of them have some area of with our special ed commission, some focus and some involvement. So that would be my suggestion.
I like it, and I like where you're. If I'm thinking right, I like the way your brain is processing this. So thank you.
And as a follow-up, what we will, Aaron, I'll ask if you could put this on the list for us. We have our, not legislative platform, but kind of our policy platform in terms of our pillars and what's important to us as a commission. So we will certainly pass that over. And as, bills or conversations arise that fit within our platform, we wanted you to have that perspective as well in terms of reach out.
Absolutely. That would be fantastic. That's great.
Are there any other further comments or questions at this time?
I think the last thing I would want to end with is I was hoping to have the superintendent drop in and say a quick hello to you all's commissioners, and he's unfortunately not able to do that today, but he did. I can work with Stacy and Aaron and Heather on this, but he is interested in maybe. And I'm not sure how this works with commission rules, et cetera, but scheduling some time with you all and really, do maybe that's like a roundtable conversation or, a general, like maybe we list a couple different key items that we'd like to brief them on. And I'm more than happy to be that liaison to get that scheduled with you all because he's really interested in your work and he's really interested in really being a partner and an ally with you all, moving this all forward. Over the next little bit here.
Thank you, Brian. We will take you up on that offer. And many of us remember Superintendent Thurman when he was our liaison as a member of the legislature and know him to be a long champion for students with disabilities and matters of equity and improving outcomes for students. So we will follow up with our Ledge Committee and arrange an opportunity for him to potentially join us at one of our upcoming meetings or for us to have a conversation regarding our priorities as the year transitions out.
I like that.
So at this point, want to open up the line for public comment. So asking any members of the public who would like to share comments to begin lining up in the queue. Aaron, does there happen to be anyone on the line yet?
Chair Toston, we have one public comment in queue at this point. Caller, please state your name and any affiliations before you comment, and please remember that public comment is limited to 1 minute. Go ahead. Public commenter, caller, you're on. Go ahead and make your comment. It looks like that commenter disconnected.
And just for you, Jen, or millennials out there, what you heard was a dial tone. We used to have phones that were connected in our home. And that's what you would hear when you picked it up. So, Brian, thank you so much for your time today. We will absolutely be following up to further our relationship with the GAD division and continue to advise and assist and support Superintendent Thurman's agenda as we all work to improve public education. So thank you for your time today.
I look forward to the partnership. Thank you all. Bye, Commissioners.
So moving into our next item, item 5, our committee reports. We'll begin with our mental health committee, and then we have an update from our goal committee. I need to look up the acronym because I'm drawing a blank. In terms of the goal award, and that will be an action item. So, Elizabeth or Janine, I don't know who is going to take on the conversation or the update for mental health committee.
All right, Elizabeth. You want to go?
Sure. We just launched the mental health subcommittee, so I'll let Janine add what she might want to, but we just had a conversation about the role, well, first of all, the need to address the social, emotional, behavioral health of the children, families in our districts and the staff who are supporting them, and just the overwhelming agreement that is so vitally important right now as we are coming through COVID and back into in-person schooling, and as many of our families and students remain in their home distance learning environments. So we reviewed some of the publications that have come up in the past year regarding building a robust continuum of social, emotional, behavioral health supports to the students of California and their families, and the financing associated with that. And we discussed the possibility of trying to consolidate some of that information into like a logic model for the field that is easily accessible and digestible, so that they could utilize it as we are in this emergent, urgent need to start to build this robust continuum as we speak, or to continue to build this robust continuum as we speak. And we noted just that there's just so much information in the field right now, and everyone is overwhelmed by what they're trying to do within the context of a day. And so trying to build some information that was easily digestible. And another piece of a conversation that we had was the possibility of developing a children's bill of rights around social, emotional, behavioral health, so that we could sort of own their entitlements in this area, and then processes for how to ensure that they receive those entitlements, because we believe that many people don't know what all of those entitlements are, and they're housed within education's obligations, but they're also housed within the obligations of other agencies and entities. So it's a way to raise awareness regarding that. So that's sort of where we started, and we agreed to continue that conversation at the next commission meeting, and collect some information with relation to those two topics and goals. Anything else, Janine?
Oh, that was good. That was a very good summary. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Janine and Elizabeth, for leading our reconstituted mental health committee. Can't think of two better leaders for this conversation, and look forward to the continued conversations and the work that we'll accomplish. And just as a reminder, other commissioners, the mental health committee typically meets before the operations and planning committee on commission days. And so feel free to join in on the conversation if you like. The next committee report is related to the Grazer Outstanding Achievement in Learning Award. This is an annual award awarded by the Commission because of a generous gift from the Grazer family a number of years ago to highlight programs that are making a difference for students and provide a small token of support in terms of financial resources in the past that have been used to fly up to Sacramento and make a presentation to the Commission, or to supplement program activities to help continue the work. Commissioner Andres was going to share information regarding the recommendations for this year's recipient of the Gold Award. She apparently had to drop off of the meeting. And so I have information, but I wanted to check with Commissioner Hamilton and Oyakawa if you were queued up or wanted to make comments.
Yes, we were prepared to speak.
I will turn it over.
Okay, great. I was honored to be a part of the Grazer Outstanding Achievement in Learning Award Committee with Christine Oyakawa and Michelle Andrus. The Goal Award was established by ACSE with financial support from Hollywood producer Brian Grazer to highlight best practices and what's working in California for students with disabilities. LEAs, schools, school systems, initiatives, programs, and practices were invited to apply, and we received 9 applications this year. We utilized a scoring rubric, which each member of the committee completed independently, and then scores were tabulated. Each program was scored on how well they demonstrated success for students with disabilities. The following criteria were considered: their innovation or highly effective design elements, how replicatable and sustainable the program is, the program's connections with district, county, families, and other community stakeholders, and their overall effectiveness in serving students with disabilities. And Christine will tell you more about who we chose to win the award and more information.
Okay, thank you, Dawn. We are really excited. First of all, on behalf of the 3 of us, we were really impressed with the applicants, the candidates that we had, and it was actually very difficult because there were so many good applicants. But the recommendation that our committee would make to the commission is to award the Goal Award to the Orange Pre-K Inclusive Preschool, also known as OPK, which is an Orange Unified School District. We were excited about this program. It is a shining example of how both students with disabilities and those without disabilities will benefit from a program that uses principles of inclusion, universal design for learning, and early intervention. This was sort of the culmination of so much good stuff. One of the aspects that we look at is longevity, how sustainable a program is. It's now in its 9th year, and OPK provides universally designed and data-driven instruction for all its students. They serve infants from 0 to 2, as well as 3 to 5, as well as typical peers that are enrolled in the program. There's a lot about this program, and maybe I'll save some of this for when we do some sort of recognition award with them here with us. But some of the unique features are the peer-mediated intervention. They bring in typically developing peers to help develop the delayed skills of those students with disabilities. And they create an inclusive setting that allows these typically developing peers from the local community to have more awareness of and acceptance and appreciation for peers with disabilities. Amongst other evidence-based practices that they use include the Early Childhood Inclusive Education Checklist and self-assessment for best practices. And what they do is real universal design for learning is they use therapeutic interventions that are embedded into the program that are available for all their students. This includes speech, occupational, physical therapy, adapted PE, orientation and mobility and nursing, as well as technology. I think one thing that really stood out that is going to be helpful for all of the programs is, inclusion and universal design for learning is still relatively new to the general population. Most parents are probably unaware of what that means and how it works. And so one thing they did early on was have a community awareness campaign where they got buy-in from the parents and families early on, as well as from the district and staff. And so because of what they've done, parents are now on wait lists. Parents of typically developing kids are on wait lists now to get into this program. They have from the district school board, I believe, on down to all staff, there is training and education on these practices. And there's really a culture of inclusivity that they have developed. And they started with this pre-K program, and it's actually every year they build upon that and add another grade level. And so they, I believe, are up to the 5th grade. Could be wrong about that. They can correct us when we talk to them. But it's an amazing concept, and I think the brilliance of it is to start at the early ages, not only because we want to target our youngest students, but also you're developing the program starting from the early ages. Those kids move up every year, and slowly by grade by grade, you are building up this culture of inclusivity and really great practices. So they really are a model They've taken what they learned at that level and moved it up and expanded it and, revise it as needed going forward for the upper grades. And they are already working with other districts to help share their practices to get this type of program out and around throughout the state. So, we believe they really demonstrated how to successfully incorporate inclusion, universal design for learning, and early intervention to support all our students, especially students with disabilities. And so our ACSE Goal Committee is excited to recognize them for their work, and we would like to recommend that they are awarded the Goal Award for this year. And I don't know if I need to make a motion or someone else needs to make a motion.
It's been a while since we've made a motion. I've got to remember Robert's rules. So a motion has been made. Is there a second before discussion, Dr. Hayes-White? Oh, sorry. Please go ahead.
To recommend an award amount.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Vice Commissioner Hayes-White. The recommended amount was $2,000 total. As to how that was going to be split up, usually as Commissioner Tolson recognized earlier, I believe it was divided between costs for bringing the program representative up to Sacramento, but we're not sure how that, I think we need to work that amount out, how that's divided, but we did discuss $2,000 as the total award, and that would be part of my motion.
I thought that the gold award had a specific amount that we were giving, the $5,000 every year. I just want to clarify that.
I agree. The commission typically in the past it was $5,000 standard amount, but right. I guess we are opening up the floor to have that discussion. Chair Toston.
Well, and based on the research from the team at CDE, I don't remember the $5,000 amount, but knowing that there's $20,000 left in this budget item from the donation, $2,000 would carry out the goal award, assuming no additional, what's the word I'm looking for? No additional, drawing a blank, philanthropic contributions. There's another donations. That's what I'm looking for. Happen. There would be enough to maintain the fund for the next 10 years, as opposed to 4 years.
Commissioner Solomonson has her hand raised.
I'm wondering if hypothetically, if it was $5,000, I'm wondering if maybe most of that or much of that was used for transportation, getting teams, because if I remember correctly, we would have several teams, including potentially a parent or a student of the program. So I'm wondering, because we're considering going to a virtual format potentially not only this year, but maybe moving forward due to the funds, if we had a $2,000 amount and then set aside, maybe up to $500 if they wanted to have something that was celebratory there at the site, that a set aside could be made at a certain dollar amount of those funds for them to do something of that nature. And then the rest of it would go to the program.
One of the ideas that we discussed during operations and planning was, as opposed to having agencies fly to Sacramento, we could acknowledge them in the meeting, a virtual presentation, and a commissioner who's in the area could consider or could be available to make the presentation at, say, a board meeting or in front of the community acknowledging their work. And so we would have recognition at the commission virtually, potentially, as well as local recognition and the commitment of resources to the program to support their work. So that brings us back to the motion on the floor in terms of the recommendation for OPK in the amount of $2,000, as well as recognizing them. Since we have a motion on the floor, memory serves me correct, we need to follow through this motion, and if the motion doesn't pass, if we want to change the amount or amend the motion, we certainly can after discussion. Is there anyone who has a different opinion regarding the administration of Robert's rules?
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
I don't know if I'm sensing a pause, or do we need to connect both of those things? Do we need to connect the amount and the recommendation for the program award, or can we maybe have an amended motion to award OPK and then have further discussion around the amount and how the amount would be expended? Is that a possibility?
Yes, I actually think that is a nice way to handle this and just receive some information. In the past, when ACSE awarded, or when the goal award was provided, ACSE would cover travel costs for one representative. The remaining portion, the LEA would use for program or other costs. So, excuse me, my computer battery is dying.
So, David, this is Christine. Would it be appropriate for me to withdraw my motion and make a new motion for just the award recipient, and then we can separately discuss the amount and how to divide it? So, if it works for Roberts and his rules, I would like to withdraw my previously stated motion and make a new motion to award OPK, which is the Orange Pre-K Inclusive Preschool in Orange Unified School District, as the recipient for the 2021 Grazer Outstanding Achievement in Learning Award.
I second the motion.
Any discussion? So I want to pause for public comment. Aaron, if you would put the screen up for public comment.
Before public comment, may I make a comment, or do you want me to wait till after?
Oh, please go ahead, Commissioner Winlock.
One of the things that I'm on the award amount, I wasn't clear, and we probably need to do some research. Was there by the Gazer Foundation or the Glasser Foundation, that they had stipulated what they wanted the awards to be for the schools that were part of it? And I wasn't clear on that. When we did it, over these last years, it's always been a set amount. And I wasn't clear about whether that was established because of the Glazer Foundation when they made the donation to us, or was this determined by our Department of Ed and Special Ed when they were looking at the criteria that was going to be set up, with the understanding that eventually, of course, it's going to be gone. But I just wanted to kind of make sure that we do some research to make sure in that area.
The information that we were able to find between in connecting with the foundation is that there was no stipulation in terms of the award amount. They entrusted the commission with kind of the administration of those amounts.
Okay, thanks.
So, Aaron, is there any public comment?
We have one public comment, Chair Toston. Caller, please state your name and affiliations.
Hello. The words of technical difficulties, and I would like to comment on the previous item. I would like to state my support for a student advisory commission within the Advisory Commission on Special Education, because I believe in the voice of the students with exceptional needs, like myself, being heard and utilizing this input to make special education better for all students with exceptional needs throughout the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. And appreciate the perseverance. We were experiencing some technical difficulties earlier with the public comment line, and so that's what the speaker was referencing. So there is a motion on the floor. It has been seconded. We've had discussion. And so, Aaron, I will turn over to you for the call of the roll or vote.
Okay. Commissioner Adler.
Aye.
Commissioner Gill.
Aye.
Commissioner Estes.
Aye.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Aye.
Vice Chair Hayes White.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Commissioner Notch.
Aye.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Aye.
Commissioner Ruiz.
Aye.
Commissioner Salmonson.
Aye.
Commissioner Topalian.
Aye.
Chair Toston.
Aye.
And Commissioner Winlock.
Yes. Aye.
That is the call.
The motion passes. Thank you, everyone, for the conversation and for our chairs of the goal committee. Thank you for the time that you've invested in this. We'll be following up to alert OPK of their award, as well as invite them for a presentation in June virtually, assuming that's typically when we have the goal award presentation, and it is our last meeting of this academic school year. Given the questions that we've had around the funding amounts, what I'd like to propose is, there's been some research done, but we want to make sure that we're honoring kind of past practice. And so if we can look at the past amounts between now and the next meeting, and then have a focused conversation with that information around, here's what we've typically done, and here's what we're recommending going forward. I think that might be more efficient or a more efficient conversation for us. To have that information regarding past practice as we make the decision in terms of the funding amount. Does that seem like, without calling for a vote, does that seem like a reasonable approach to this conversation, or are there recommendations to consider a different approach? Okay, seeing no additional hands raised. Thank you all. We will have this conversation. We'll continue the conversation at the June meeting. Just doing a quick time check. We're a little bit over on time. And so we had a break scheduled from 2:30 to 2:45. It appears to be 3 items left. And so I just want to check with the will of the commission in terms of continuing on with the meeting or taking a break. I propose we continue on given the items that are left. Seeing heads nodding. So,
I agree.
Perfect. We will take a 30-second break, and when the clock turns 2:45, as it just has, we will continue on to our next item. Item 6, moving on to the State Special Education Director's report. Heather, thank you for being with us today, and we turn the microphone over to you.
Great, thank you so much. I know we're getting the presentation queued up. Or I can share my screen, either one, doesn't matter.
1 second, Heather. We're working on it.
Okay, gotcha, thanks.
Sorry for the delay, Director. It should be up now.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thanks again, guys. So we can go to the next slide. Just wanted to provide you all an update. So of the vision activities overall now, and sort of looking ahead towards the summer and fall in terms of sort of what our division will cover and address, and sort of what our plans are moving forward as well. So I am happy to announce that we just launched the English Learners with Disabilities webpage. So that webpage is located on our website. It is a dedicated page to addressing the needs of English learners with disabilities across the state of California. This webpage will house information such as the California Practitioner's Guide for Educating English Learners with Disabilities and other resources as well, particularly around the areas of distance learning. Also, resources for laws, any sort of policies, rules, regulation, rights as well. So we're really, really excited to partner with the Multilingual Support Division to make this happen. And so as time goes on, we will be adding to the webpage, but just wanted to flag it here as that webpage is launched. There are resources on the webpage, and so really looking forward to, I think elevating, the sort of the needs of our English learners with disabilities, particularly during, COVID and certainly as students return back to in-person instruction. And so, just in general, this page will serve as a landing page in a hub, if you will, for related resources, either from the special education department or the multilingual support division as well. So, I'm really looking forward to partnering with the multilingual support division in the coming months and years, as this is a space that, I truly believe and really am excited to, I think, elevate the conversation of improving outcomes for our English learners with disabilities across the state as well. So this is just a start, along with the Practitioner's Guide and our partners in the field, but wanted to flag that for you here today. You can go to the next slide. In terms of our Part B state application, this is an annual process in which CDE must essentially submit an application to the Office of Special Education Programs, or OSEP as we call it, at the United States Department of Education. Our application must be publicly posted and available for public comment. So that application is posted on our website. It was posted on May 30th, in which we notified the field that the application is now posted and open for public comment. And so public comment lasts through April 30th, at which time we will address any public comment written, and then we will submit to OSEP at the end of May. And so information on how to submit public comment is located on the webpage, but wanted to let you know that that application is visible and live and sort of details the sort of federal appropriation from OSEP to California, which lands at right around roughly $1.3 billion, typically is our annual award. And so it gives the breakdown. We have some worksheets and spreadsheets on the website so you can review. And of course, public comment is open and available as well. In terms of, really wanting to highlight sort of the work of our division in terms of really now more than ever, really digging in with our self-improvement and content leads during this time. And so we've been really busy. Our teams have been extremely busy in ensuring that, we are working and dialoguing and collaborating with our improvement and content leads and other partners in the field as students return to in-person instruction, and really developing supports and resources for the field that ultimately, will provide a safe landing space and a welcoming space for our students, in which, their not only their social emotional needs will be met, but also their academic needs during this time as well. So there is a huge focus on supporting our educators in terms of return to in-person instruction, social emotional supports, as I said before, and really looking at and examining progress monitoring and instruction and what that looks like as students return back to in-person settings as well. So we're really working to align those supports and resources to ensure, again, that our educators across the state feel supported and resourced to welcome back our students on a larger scale. So, we do meet and dialogue quite frequently. And so there are just a number. I could sit here and list all the resources. And I think you got a taste of our statewide system of support, I believe a few meetings ago, in terms of the work that they do. And so that work continues, and not only continues, but expands as the needs emerge across the state. So lots of webinars, there's Padlets, there's information, and there's resources as well, so that we can continue to provide relevant and timely supports and guidance to the field. You can go to the next slide. Another thing I wanted to flag for you as well is the conversation of the intersection of race and disability. And so that thought leader conversation continues. This is the last, I believe, session of the series. Is the 4-part series. And so this series will focus on research-informed practice. The sessions are open and available for participation. Anyone can participate, and it's hosted by the National Center for Systemic Improvement, which is a TA arm of OSEP, and also works with the state of California on supporting students with disabilities. And so this thought leader conversation is really, I think, focuses and centers Black students currently. However, I do believe there's discussions about expanding that examination of race and disability to other groups as well. That conversation is set for May 18th. I will be participating on a panel along with another state director and OSEP staff as well. But again, really thoughtful conversation, and one that certainly is timely, and certainly one that we will continue to raise and elevate and examine issues of equity within special education as well. So again, wanted to flag that for you as something I think very exciting that's happening on the national level. Next slide. The State Systemic Improvement Plan, or the SSIP, as we like to call it, if the State Systemic Improvement Plan is part of our annual performance report. And so the annual performance report was approved by the state board for submission to OSEP in January. Our State Systemic Improvement Plan was presented to the board in May and was approved for submission to OSEP. March was approved for submission to OSEP as well. The APR is annual performance report consists of 17 indicators, and the State Systemic Improvement Plan is indicator number 17. You can go to the next slide. And so the theory of action for the SSIP that California developed, and this was developed in 2013, 2014, is really that you can read it here, but in terms of really aligning resources and efforts and providing evidence-based strategies will essentially improve outcomes for students with disabilities. And the vehicle by which the theory of action, you can go to the next slide, sort of occurred was really developing the statewide system of support, the work of our improvement leads, our content leads over time, to really bring coherence and alignment across multiple systems to address the needs of our students with disabilities. And so that statewide system of support is as impressive as it is, continues to grow and build and evolve over time, and really, sort of reflecting and thinking back on just again, the amount of work, the impact, the landscape that's covered is really quite impressive. And so I think, and certainly, with the COVID-19, really, I think in some ways really showed just how necessary and needed and essentially just vital that our partners were in the field and really helping support LEAs just during such a critical time. So, very, very pleased. Sort of at the end, we're really at the sort of phase 3 in the evaluation sort of period of the SSIP. And so, really, really looking for maximum impact over time. And we're really starting to see, some of those results as well in terms of the impact of the State Systemic Improvement Plan. Go to the next slide. And so, anyways, that let me go back for just a second. The ESSEP was approved by the board, so that has been submitted. And so again, just moving forward into the future, really continuing to build and align and refine that system will be our focus. Okay, you can go ahead to the next slide now. Monitoring is a big question in terms of, what does monitoring at CDE look like this coming year? We know that, monitoring looked very, very different for our division this year. We were able to continuing our monitoring activities, though we weren't able to, engage in some of the activities in person that, of course, we would have liked to. But, we will continue to, perform our duties as required under IDEA in terms of monitoring and as best we can and hope for a return to person in some way, shape, or form very soon. However, the 2021-22 monitoring cycle will shift just slightly. As the impact of COVID-19 and the availability of having, data is still impacted, for instance, assessment data and others and things like that. So we will pivot just a bit in terms of our monitoring to focus on really what in some ways we're calling a back to basics and focusing on high quality responsive IEPs, right? Knowing that students have been in virtual settings for quite some time, or a hybrid setting, or some combination thereof. So really wanting to ensure that when students return to in-person instruction, that that they have a high-quality IEP that is being implemented. For them, or developed and implemented for them, so that they are able to, again, have a document that is one, tailored to meet their needs, but also reflective of currently where they sit academically, social, emotionally, et cetera, as well. So we will continue to work with our partners in the field and us at CDE to support LEAs and really focusing on high quality IEPs is really the cornerstone as we return back to instruction, along with building resources and supports for initial assessments of eligibility and service provision, as well as we also know that COVID-19, impacted the ability for IEP teams to conduct, assessments, certainly initial assessments and 3-year reevaluation assessments. And so, we really do want to focus and ensure that our LEAs are, one, conducting assessments in a timely manner. And, if there are assessment backlogs, that those backlogs are addressed, and students are prioritized, and that there are plans in place to ensure that the backlog is addressed first and foremost, and that students do have a current evaluation and IEP as well. In terms of, positive behavior supports, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier, a big concern is, as students return back to in-person settings, the need for increased supports in terms of pro-social positive behavior, knowing that, students transitioning back again from virtual settings look differently for every student. And so returning to, a fairly obviously structured school environment may present some challenges for students. So we really want to make sure that we're partnering with, our experts in the field to expand and provide behavioral support. So, look for that as well in terms of increased resources and options for the educators in our field, so that students again transition back to an environment that is meeting their needs, but also allows them to process, to transition, and to get back into the groove of an in-person setting as well. And then also, as mentioned before, and we've been doing this all along, is really, when we say accelerate the collaboration with TA partners, I think that's an understatement. I think it was really almost full throttle in ensuring that, our TA partners, are meeting the needs in the field, and in terms of teacher training, paraprofessional training, English learners with disabilities as well. And so, wanted to call out, there is a paraprofessional training that is coming up, and I'm really excited about that as well, just because throughout the pandemic, paraprofessionals played, I think, a really unique role in the life of a student. And so, they're obviously LEAs were, in terms of how, sort of paraprofessionals were utilized during the pandemic varied. However, I think it's really important, I think, to sort of call out that educator group in general, just because of their sort of unique need at this point in time, but also I think the nature of their job, right, in terms of directly supporting students, be it with an academic or a social emotional need. And so ensuring that, again, as students are returning back or in a virtual setting, that paraprofessionals are utilized as they should be utilized, but also looking at innovative ways for them to continue to support students with disabilities as well. We can go to the next slide. Workgroup updates. You heard from our partners regarding the IEP and alternative pathways to a diploma workgroup. Again, just really exciting work that's being done, and cannot wait to dig into the reports here very soon. But I think the implications for improving upon systems in California, I think is again really exciting, and certainly. I truly believe, again, that, California can lead the pathway, certainly across the nation, in terms of how we're meeting the needs of our students with disabilities. And I think, such work groups such as these sort of, I think open the door and provide those avenues. So, again, you got a small snippet of the excitement. And so certainly that work will continue. The special education governance and accountability study is also in full swing. Again, super excited to look at our entire system, right, in terms of governance and accountability, to ensure, again, that our students with disabilities are sort of reaching maximum outcomes, and that our systems are aligned to that as well. And so ultimately, that's our ultimate end game. With that study, in terms of just looking at systems overall in terms of governance, accountability, and the recommendations that will come out of that. Again, that report is also due to the Legislature October 1st as well, so it will be a very, very busy time for us between now and then here at CDE. And then finally, the last two of the work groups related to Senate Bill 75 are the Medi-Cal billing and the IDEA Part C to B transitions. And so again, super exciting recommendations that are coming out, that will be coming out of those work groups as well. And so the work groups in the steering committee members are hard at work in terms of fine-tuning and finalizing those recommendations again, because on October 1st of 2021, those reports will land at the Legislature as well. So October will be a really exciting month. And so, I think, lots of good reads. And I think, again, the work that will come out perhaps of those work groups, again, will also be very exciting. So we're looking forward to sort of what comes out, and then also planning the next steps for that as well. Next slide. In terms of just some state and federal policy, just wanted to touch upon somewhat briefly, just in terms of, Assembly Bill 86. Brian spoke just a little bit about it earlier, but just really looking at there's quite a bit of funding that's coming, that's here. And so, for us in special education, we're really working hard internally across CDE, across divisions, to ensure that, our expanded learning opportunities grants and any other related sort of COVID related grants are, we're providing updated and timely guidance to the field. And so we're currently sort of working on additional guidance particularly for students with disabilities, in terms of how do we continue to prioritize, sort of use of those funds and offering guidance to the field on how to do so as well. Next slide. I believe this is my final slide. The American Rescue Plan Act, as many of you know it, provided roughly $15 billion to California, right? And approximately, here in the state of California for IDEA funding, roughly $300 million. So that's I think a really exciting bump in terms of funding to the state of California. Much obviously which will flow through to our LEAs, and they're again in terms of really, looking at CDE and OSEP, we will be providing additional guidance in terms of sort of the best use of these funds. These funds are, sort of earmarked in terms of really supporting the needs of LEAs that to help sort of mitigate the impact of COVID, with students with disabilities. So it's a broad sort of category of use of funds. And so we are dialoguing with other states nationally and some of our TE partners to ensure that, we are providing relevant guidance in terms of either suggestions in terms of sort of priority areas for use of those funds, as we want to make sure that every effort is made to ensure that our students in terms of sort of mitigating the impact of COVID is prioritized for our students as well. And I think that is it. So I'm happy to take any questions.
So soliciting questions from commissioners, please raise your hand.
Commissioner Winlock. You're muted.
All right, I have the T-shirt. Thank you. Sorry. Heather, in the relief dollars that are coming to the schools, and we talk about that 20% of learning loss that funds can be used for, has there been any criteria for what we mean by learning loss? And so schools could look at and has it been outlined for certain kids or certain areas that we need to make sure, or content? I'm just curious around in that piece.
In terms of sort of learning loss, I mean, I think that's the question of the day, right? In terms of sort of what constitutes learning loss. Though, the dollars, specifically, in terms of sort of, certain student groups were called out, right? Students with disabilities, homeless student, English learners, et cetera. So, LEA really, with that sort of call out, obviously, there are, sort of unique circumstances that impact sort of those student groups in a unique way. So in terms of, really sort of determining learning loss largely is sort of an individual sort of case-by-case basis, though we recognize the need to really surface and address that question, because, it's vague, it's nebulous. However, as much as we at CDE can provide guidance on, sort of best practice, if you will, research-based practices in terms of determining and addressing learning loss, we're happy to provide it. But knowing that, that is a conversation that oftentimes is sort of case-by-case basis left up to the student. But there is, in some ways, sort of a decision-making frame in terms of educators determining the impact of COVID and how, in terms of, what constitutes a learning loss for a student, and so, that's when, there are a variety of mechanisms and methods to do so within the education field. And so, I think really centering the conversation and providing some direction would certainly be helpful for sure.
Do you think it's fair to say that our districts will determine what that means in some ways as they're allocating dollars to that? Because our districts are getting quite a bit of dollars in a lot of areas. And so they're going to have to, it sounds like they're going to have to kind of say, from this amount, this is how we're interpreting the 20%, and this is how part of the dollars are going to be. So it sounds like it's going to be a lot up to the districts in some ways to determine how much they're going to, use in that area. Is that fair?
It is. And so, I think, especially from a sort of a special ed perspective, we certainly would encourage and will be encouraging districts across the state to, obviously, those dollars utilized for students with disabilities, first and foremost, top of my mind is really looking at, assessments, right? And so really ensuring that, again, if there's backlogs, if there's issues with assessments, that certainly dollars are devoted towards ensuring that assessments and there's an assessment sort of plan to address the issue, but also whether that's additional resources, materials, et cetera, as well. So certainly encouraging those sort of efforts. As I stated before, students are coming in at sort of various stages, and so it's important to have essentially a sort of a level set, if you will, in terms of, when students are coming back. So again, variety of uses, but certainly there are some priority areas that we, may be suggesting in the future.
And I would just suggest that those guidelines or suggestions need to be timely in the sense about because our schools are looking at opening now or will be opening in the fall, and it's my understanding those dollars can be used for both to help in their, movement. I just want to encourage us, whatever those guidelines or suggestions that we're going to be giving to schools, it's timely that we do it immediately. So that's just a thought. So thank you for that.
No, thank you.
Commissioner Estes.
Hi. I couldn't agree with you more that October, there will be so many amazing reports and recommendations coming out of all of these various committees that are doing such incredible work, some of which we heard from today. And I've just been thinking about the fact that there are overlaps in this work, in the Medi-Cal expansion work, in SB 75, in the C2B work, in the IEP work, in the transition work, in the early care work, in the community schools work. And so I'm just wondering, has there been a discussion about a consolidated set of recommendations or a means by which to sort of consolidate all of this information that we're gathering and these recommendations that are going to be coming out?
Not in the way that I think you're asking the question. However, I will say, you're right. There's a lot of overlap in terms of some of the work groups, and particularly some of the SB 75 work groups, both the C2B and the Medi-Cal billing, in terms of just that overlap. And so, those conversations have surfaced, even surfaced in terms of just really discussing, well, this, these recommendations can sort of dovetail in sort of the existing work that's even happening across the state or department as well. And so, there is certainly an awareness, though, in terms of I think a combination of sort of recommendations. Each will stand on their own. However, we recognize that there's overlap and there's natural overlap. So I think, on the other side of it, past the recommendations, when you start to look at sort of whether it's policy implications or implementation, if you will, I think that's when some of the alignment of some of the pieces may come into, I think, greater play at that point in time. But I think, your observation is an astute one, right? And I think that, again, that's the beauty of the work groups and the work, is that it really is all connected. And so, they certainly stand alone in some ways, but we also know that they're all essentially, tied to one another in some way, shape, or form. So we'll be looking for those opportunities, past October as well.
Yeah, thanks. It occurs to me as Dave Gordon's talking about the One System Task Force report and the work, associated with that. There's opportunity there as we do this like amazing dive into these issues. Yeah, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Any further comments or questions? Chair Tostin.
So at this point, we want to open up for public comment. Aaron, does there happen to be anyone in the queue?
Chair Tostin, we have 3 public comments currently in queue. First caller, please state your name and affiliations before your comment, and please remember you have 1 minute for comment. Go ahead.
My name is Deborah Schlegel. I am a parent, and with so many different work groups going on across the state, and all of this wonderful work being done and resources being spent, I would just encourage the commission and the director to consider greater ways of providing public accountability and public monitoring, because the work and the resources really matter where the rubber hits the road. And I would, as a parent, I would like a way to see when my LEA is not taking advantage of those resources. So I would just, again, encourage the consideration of some type of monitoring system for public accountability. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please state your name and affiliations before your comment, and please remember comment is limited to 1 minute. Go ahead.
This is Judy McKinley. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I'm calling, first of all, to thank Director Calamisi for putting out regular information on upcoming events. Those are able to be shared with other folks, so we get that distributed pretty widely. I also have major concerns over the presentation this morning in response to the work groups. As much as I could see the list, I did not see parent disability organizations involved, and I didn't see special education local plan areas or community advisory committees involved in those conversations, which in my opinion that involvement is mandatory to create anything that's going to affect special ed in California. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation before your comments, and please remember that public comment is limited to 1 minute. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Doutre. I am a 9th grade student from San Pedro Senior High School. I am also an autistic student with IEP. As a student, I depend on the support and services in my IEP, including my one-on-one, to access the classroom and participate in my school community. I work with my fellow students with exceptional needs as we continue with distance and hybrid learning. I would like to respectfully recommend the following for consideration and the utilization of funds when addressing the needs of students with exceptional needs. 1. The need for student input in the virtual IEP process. For IDEA, the IEP team includes, whenever appropriate, the child with disabilities. Students with disabilities must be able to provide their input and be part of the IEP process to the best of their ability. 2. Allocating funding to provide compensatory services for students who do not receive any or minimal services during school closures. And 3. Addressing the consistency of supports and resources across self-love and how this is affected and will continue to impact students with disabilities as schools continue to distance and hybrid learning and when schools reopen fully in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any more, Venetia? Chair Tostin, that's all comments currently in queue.
All right. Thank you for those who made public comments, and thank you, Director Calamise, for the update and your time. For those of us who interact with you professionally, we know how busy you are and how many meetings you attend. So appreciate you and the team's continued focus on the work and being present with us today.
Absolutely. It's our pleasure.
Moving on to item 7, Commissioner updates and reports. We began this a little bit earlier in the agenda, but didn't have enough time for everyone. So if you have any activities or updates that you would like to report out on to the rest of the commission, we ask that you would just raise your hand and we will work through the queue. So while you are raising your hands, I will break the seal and just highlight some conversations that I was involved with in the past couple of months. At our last meeting, we were going to acknowledge Sara as a commissioner who was terming out. Sara was in Texas in the middle of a winter snowstorm or ice storm in Texas, and so was unable to call in. And so I was able to attend one of the recent state SELPA meetings and highlighted Sara's contributions on the commission and thanked Sara for those contributions in front of her peers, recognizing that the agendas today probably wouldn't accommodate an opportunity to do that. So we'll still look forward to bringing Sara back to the commission, but wanted everyone to know that we have acknowledged her and her service publicly at the State SELPA Association. Additionally, participated in the West Ed SEGA study that we will be receiving. We've received some updates on, and Sara provided a little bit of a connection today in terms of the work West Ed is leading, and wanted to share with commissioners just the level of work that's happening behind the scenes and the great facilitation of West Ed and other partners around these very complex conversations. During the work group, we had an opportunity to provide input on a survey that's going to be used to gather information regarding our governance model that, in my opinion, was very thoughtful and tried to recognize all of the different perspectives and really try and understand some of the core issues as that process continues towards its completion and report writing. And the last piece that I would highlight in terms of activities, I was able to participate in the community engagement initiative that's part of the system of support. It is not specific to special ed, but I would highlight the overlap specifically around community engagement and our work with our community advisory committees. I was fascinated to learn some of the science and practice around community engagement that really boils down to relationship building and listening. And so I wanted to highlight the work of the community engagement initiative through the statewide system of support, in that it is a fantastic resource and repository that's on the website that provides strategies for engaging and certainly re-engaging families. That is going to be at the top of everyone's list as we continue on our recovery from the pandemic. And so those are my updates. I will pause and see if there are any additional commissioner reports or updates. Seeing no hands raised, I will need to pause for public comment. Aaron, if I could ask you to, there we go. And while we're waiting for public comment, the very next agenda item will be agenda building for our June meeting. And so as we come close to that conversation, I would encourage you to begin developing suggestions or thoughts or recommendations for the June agenda, should you have any. Aaron, are there any public comments?
No public comments in queue, Chair Tostin.
Okay. With that, we will close item 7, commissioner updates and reports, and move into item 8, agenda building for our next ACSE meeting. As way of context, some of our standing items for our June meeting will be the regular updates from our liaisons and of course, Director Calamisi and commissioners. Additionally, at our June meeting, we will have time associated with our election of chairs, election of officers for the next year, as well as the awarding of or acknowledgement and presentation from the Grazier or the Gold Award winner at our June meeting. Those are standard agenda items. And so seeing some hands raised, I will call on Vice Chair Hayes White to begin the agenda building, and then we'll turn it over to you for monitoring the queue.
Thank you, Chair Tostin. I would like to remind everyone that we need to discuss the goal award amount for our next meeting too. And then I would like to add the distance learning framework. Hopefully we can have a presentation regarding the distance learning framework for our June meeting. So those are my two items. And now Commissioner Oyakawa.
Well, those were the first two that I was going to ask for. So I like how you're thinking. Because I believe we'll have to have an action item right on the amount after that's discussed. And then the other thing, I wasn't sure if that was part of the regular meeting updates going forward, but I really liked having a legislative update. And if that's something that we might be able to get, I don't know if it's going forward for every meeting as a regular thing, but I would like to hear updates as to what items of interest for the commission to discuss. It would be great to get that information as well. Thank you.
Next up is Dr. Strauss.
I'm just wondering, and again, this would be a question for Director Calamise, but she did talk about providing some guidance to LEAs about the American Rescue Plan Act. And if there's guidance that had been developed by then, I think that's really relevant to share in June. I see Heather shaking her head yes. So.
Next up, Commissioner Whitlock.
Thank you. I'm unmuted. I want to, when we have the presentation of our Glacier role, I would hope that we would be able to, in that presentation at the end, share with them what the amount is that is going to be given to them. So I was wondering about if there's a way that we can make sure that we come to that decision before the presentation that's in there. So I think it would be a nice way to kind of conclude the presentation. It's just one thought. The other thing is that I was hoping that because we are in this getting ready to open schools and all those kinds of things, and we're opening them now, I was wondering if we could get some examples of how especially in the area of our special needs, about how school districts are addressing the opening for school, more so from their for next year in their plans and how they will be, because we really see that next year is going to be kind of the hopefully whatever normal is going to be is supposed to be the normal about how we're opening schools and how we're going to be dealing with our population. It would be very important to kind of understand what are the plans that are going to be happening especially for our students in that area, about what are districts kind of looking at and kind of addressing the needs of special needs students and building this opening, what it's going to look like. I don't know whether that means getting a few examples of what the plans are that are going to be in some schools, or from maybe a county office, how they're supporting their school districts in their opening for special needs and face-to-face. But it's just one suggestion.
Any additional agenda building suggestions?
Yes, Commissioner Estes.
I would second that motion for examples of plans for fall reopening. And there are plans due June 1st. So I know that the field is working on those plans. So really trying to highlight some of them, I think, would be fantastic. And then I don't know if the recipient of the Goal Award presents about their program. Do they do a presentation? Because I haven't been here for that. So do they do a presentation about their program?
Yes, typically they provide an overview of the program and impacts that it's made for students and locals.
Okay. And incorporated within the presentations related to learning recovery plans, I think it would be interesting to hear how people are assessing and determining need as students are returning.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Hi. Yes. Sorry, I keep thinking as I'm listening. I agree. I think the discussion and the recommendation to get some good examples and best practices for when we return in person. I would definitely third that request. And if somehow we can incorporate maybe some of the experience that the special schools have had with the deaf and hard of hearing and visually impaired blind students, so that those what they learned from their reopening plans that are coming up, so that those districts and LEAs that have those populations can benefit from the experience that they have in the next few weeks. If they can share that out, that would be great to hear that as well. And then also one more thing, as we talk about bringing the students back, if we could perhaps get some more discussion and maybe best practices or suggestions on the mental health supports for the students as we return to school. I think that's something that would really, they're all going to need, whether they're fully in person, hybrid, or some are staying in distance learning. It had been just over a year. So hopefully we'll have some really good information we can share out. Thank you.
Commissioner Lopez.
So I always struggle when I leave these wonderful meetings and getting some of this information back to the community, the parents. I think a lot of parents are, some are more savvy, have more resources, access to information. They're able to spend the day watching what's going on here. I think that there's a lot of even teachers and aides that maybe aren't up to what's going on. And I think for us to go back and communicate all this information and allow them to even sometimes go in and comment when there is public comment is hard to give them all the updated information. So every time I leave this meeting, I'm always thinking of how could we summarize and put in one place, whether it's a 2-pager or some updated information that we can get out there quickly through social media to our parents, teachers, principals, so that someone has somewhere to look at. So that's something I think we could have a conversation about, and how all of us can get the same information and we're giving out correct information. Thank you.
I guess I can't speak to.
Commissioner Topalian, next.
Thank you. Well, I know to that end, I was going to bring up the Mental Health Coalition. It started with Superintendent Thurman. Now there is Dr. Lee, and there is going to be a website where there is different things out there. And when that's ready, I was going to suggest that they come and present it to the commission, but it's not there yet. But when we do get there, I think that would be a great thing where it is going to discuss all the continuum of services, so parents and educators and everybody could know what each entity does and is able to do it. So that is in the works, April. I just want to know it's videos too, and about describing things and doing that. So exciting times.
Are there any further comments at this time? Seeing that, Commissioner Estes.
Sorry, I just had a procedural question. So the questions that we asked during the legislative presentation, those are going to get circled back on at our next meeting. Is that right?
We can circle back at our next meeting, or if there is resources presented in the interim, CDE team will forward it out to everyone, but we wouldn't be able to have a conversation via email.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further comments at this time? Seeing none, Chair Toston.
Okay. Aaron, are there any public comments regarding this agenda item?
We do not have any public comments for this item, Chair Toston.
So thank you, everyone, for your input. We will be planning the agenda, and we have a number of items to try and fit on the agenda, and we may be reaching out to some of you to help identify possible presenters, specifically LEAs that have developed plans. If your child's LEA or an LEA that's part of your community is moving in a direction related to reopening that you believe should be highlighted, please reach out to Vice Chair Dr. Hayes White or myself, and we will certainly make sure that that is considered in planning the agenda. With that, I will close this item and move on to item 9, general public comment.
Chair Toston, we have no public comments yet, but we might want to give a couple minutes for the public to dial in.
Okay. Yeah. We will hold for a moment.
Chair Toston, we have one public comment. Caller, please state your name and affiliations before your comment, and please remember you have 1 minute for public comment. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Brack, a 9th grade student from San Pedro Senior High School. I wanted to say my thanks and allowing me to provide public comment today throughout your meeting and for listening to my comments. I would like to continue to highlight the concerns that I have about my fellow students with exceptional needs and how we have been impacted by the pandemic and school closures. Distance learning has been hard for most of us all and has made it difficult for us to access our supports and services in a format that best meets our needs. I appreciate the work of this commission and would like to state the urgency that my fellow students with exceptional needs have about accessing the supports and services in their IEPs and being included as full members of the IEP team. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Jonathan. Chair Toston, we have no more commenters in queue.
Okay, thank you. Well, with that, we will move to the next item. I will close the meeting by thanking all of you, commissioners, liaisons, our teammates from CDE. A special thank you to Jennifer and Jenny for their interpreting support and ensuring greater access to the conversation today. I would like to close by just restating what Jonathan just said in terms of it's always great to come together, but we can't lose sight of the sense of urgency regarding the work that we need to continue to engage in for our students with disabilities, not only our students, but our relatives, our children, our neighbors, any child with a disability that we may be connected to. So thank you all for your time. Look forward to meeting with you again. And with that, I will officially adjourn the meeting. Take care, everyone.
Thank you.